Chapter 1292. Ling brandished the whip of ruler in her hand and wantonly stirred like a violent poisonous dragon. Wherever the whip of ruler touched, everything fell apart and was devoured by the whip of ruler. Layers of barriers set up by the first true ancestor collapsed under the whip of ruler. Taking a haughty and elegant step, Ling came to in front of the black coffin and swung the whip of ruler at the black coffin. Boom! The entire god-blood plane trembled, and a terrifying sound shook the heavens and earth. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, gales blew, magma gushed, and all kinds of natural disasters erupted in god-blood plane. Traces of black light emerged from the black coffin and blocked Zero's world-shaking strike. Stop! Heaven holy, this coffin of God Source has integrated with God-blood plane. If you destroy this coffin of God Source, it's equivalent to destroying the entire God-blood plane. This is one of the 36 primary material planes of our universe. It's hopeful to promote to a grade 1 plane in the future. The first true ancestor's voice came from the black coffin, filled with shock and anger. In the world of warlocks, there is only one grade 1 plane, the Zhangji plane. In the Eternal Era, the 36 primary material planes were grade 1 planes capable of giving birth to warlock emperor rank powerhouses. At present, only these 36 primary material planes have been discovered to be capable of promoting to a grade 1 plane. Once they are destroyed, it will be a huge loss to the universe. As long as I can kill you, then the destruction of God-blood plane doesn't matter. Besides, it won't be in vain. I'll make sure it's worth it. A devouring black hole appeared in the blood-red space, frantically devouring the God-blood plane's origin power. God-blood plane's origin force poured into the small world inside Yangfeng and strengthened the small world's origin force. First true ancestor, rest in peace. Ling smiled sweetly, and the whip of ruler in her hand suddenly changed into a fearsome drill that stabbed at the black coffin. The black light curtain covering the black coffin only lasted for a moment before collapsing. Rumble. The whip of the ruler slammed heavily into the black coffin, causing a terrifying crack to appear on it. Traces of immortal emperor aura seeped out from the crack and enveloped the surroundings. Heavenly Saint, you're courting death. The lid of the black coffin flew open, and the handsome first true ancestor shrouded in bloody light stood up from the black coffin and stared at Yangfeng with an ominous glint in his eyes. A strange and twisted emperor's aura spread out from the first true ancestor's body and spread out in all directions. So powerful. This was a monarch at his peak. What a terrifying law of blood. Just suppressing the bloodline in my body requires 5% of my strength. At the moment when the black coffin lid was blasted away, Yangfeng had already left the scarlet space. Even so, he can still feel the blood inside him boiling restlessly, as if it could burn at any time. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the first true ancestor, and monstrous bloody light surged. He spread the fingers of a hand, and bloody light emerged and turned into a giant hand that slammed towards Yangfeng. The giant bloody hand is filled with the malice of God-blood plane's plane origin. Any intelligent life form below the Empyrean realm that is hit by the giant bloody hand will have their blood essence drained and turn into a dried corpse. Yi Second blocked in front of Yangfeng with the giant black shield. Countless runes flickered, and the giant black shield turned into a black mountain blocking in front of Yangfeng. When the giant bloody hand slammed into the giant black shield, it blasted Yi Second and the giant black shield into a passage and blasted open a bottomless hole. The 12 holy apostles flew up one by one, unleashing all sorts of offensive techniques against the blood-red hand. When the giant bloody hand slammed into the giant bloody hand, 5 holy followers were sent flying and embedded in a passage. Zero's figure fluttered, and she appeared behind the first true ancestor and whipped the whip of the ruler at the first true ancestor. Lightning fast and containing the spell of the law of karma, the whip of the ruler slammed into the first true ancestor in an instant and blasted open a bone-deep wound on the first true ancestor's body. Countless bloody lights flashed, and the bone deep wound on the first true ancestor's body healed. A fierce ray flashed in the first true ancestor's eyes, and he extended his hand, and an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, the ancestor sword, appeared in his hand. The ancestor sword is a treasure the first true ancestor refined by consuming the blood essence of countless powerhouses and even extracting the essence of 16 Empyrean rank bones and countless Empyrean-grade treasures of heaven and earth. When the first true ancestor slashed out with the sword, boundless Empyrean might erupted, and a bloody sword ray that looks like it can split the universe slashed toward Zero. The complexion of Zero, who has always been full of confidence, finally changed. With a flick of her wrist, the shield of the ruler appeared in front of her, and a clear and powerful defensive cover opened. Boom! The clear and powerful defensive cover was instantly smashed by the bloody sword ray, and then slashed into the shield of the ruler and sent Zero flying, and she slammed into the passage. Yang Feng's eyes flashed gravely. Amazing. This is an Empyrean who is infinitely close to the invincible overlord rank. Sure enough, he's hopelessly strong. The battle prowess displayed by the first true ancestor is simply heaven-defying. The seriously injured Red Caltrop Lord cannot compare to him. Go to hell. When the first true ancestor's gaze fell on Yang Feng, his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he slashed out with his sword. Bloody light condensed and formed a bloody sword ray that slashed towards Yang Feng with immortal Empyrean might. A dignified shade flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, countless runes shone on him, and the God Bones Fortress appeared. In the God Bones Fortress constructed from countless bones, an Empyrean skeleton opened its eyes, and a fierce ray flashed in its eyes. It beckoned with a hand, and a huge bone shield formed from bones appeared and blocked in front of it. Boom! When the overbearing bloody sword ray slammed into the huge bone shield, it split it open, and then chopped off the right hand of the Empyrean skeleton. Yang Feng brandished his halberd, and 4 phenomena, namely Torrent of Time, Spatial Portal, Force Star, and Devour Black Hole, appeared and mercilessly slashed at the broken bloody sword ray. An overbearing force gushed out of the blood-colored sword ray and blasted Yang Feng hundreds of kilometers away. He slammed into the underground passage, embedded himself in the wall, and blasted open a bottomless hole. Amazing! That's an old monster who survived from ancient times for you. Unfortunately, how long can you last in this state? With a sweet smile, Zero strolled through the endless bloody space, appeared in front of the first true ancestor, and brandished the whip of ruler at the first true ancestor. This is enough time to kill you. The eyes of the first true ancestor shimmered with resentment, and he smiled frigidly and brandished his sword, and bloody light gushed out and slashed towards Zero. The whip of ruler suddenly scattered and turned into countless silver threads that radiated devour runes and offset and devoured the power of the first true ancestor, blocking his strike. Even so, Zero was still blasted back 100 kilometers, and cracks appeared on her body. Do it! Yang Feng ordered coldly. The perpetual motion energy furnaces all over God Blood Plane activated and frantically extracted the plane's origin force. A tremendous amount of energy was extracted and poured into the level 7 stronghold suspended in the void that Zero released. The entire God Blood Plane began to slowly crumble and collapse. God Blood Plane is a Grade 2 plane of the world of warlocks, one of the cores of the universe. If it is destroyed, you will definitely suffer a backlash from the universe. However, the first true ancestor extracted God Blood Plane's origin force first. Using God Blood Plane's origin force to nourish his fleshly body, if he destroys God Blood Plane, he will bear more than 90% of the backlash. In the bloody space, the bloody light began to dissipate slowly, and the power of the first true ancestor declined. A look of horror on his face, the first true ancestor roared and rushed towards Yang Feng. Stop! Heaven Holy, stop! Do you know what you're doing? You're destroying a primary material plane. Zero, who is covered in wounds, flew out and brandished the whip of ruler at the first true ancestor, opening up a bone-deep wound. Surrounded by bloody light, the bone-deep wound can't be healed no matter what. Yang Feng uttered with a cold smile, "First true ancestor, your strength has declined a lot. After all, it's not time for you to wake up yet." The complexion of the first true ancestor changed several times, and he gritted his teeth and uttered, "Heaven holy, let me live. I have a total of 136 treasure troves in the outside world. As long as you let me live, I can give you 89 of the treasures." The first true ancestor is indeed a peerless and ambitious person. Seeing that the situation is bad, he took advantage of his advantage and began to compromise with Yang Feng. Yang Feng pointed at the ancestral sword in the first true ancestor's hand and said coldly, "I'm very interested in the ancestral sword in your hand. Give it to me." The first true ancestor refused, "No. This is an Empyrean-grade secret treasure that fits my path. I can't give it to you." Chapter 1293. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Then open your treasury now. Let me take a look and see if there's anything good inside. If there are treasures that satisfy me, then I can let you go." There was a flash of anger in the eyes of the first true ancestor, and he took a deep look at Zero. If it wasn't for the fact that Zero, a king of sovereigns, possesses Empyrean rank battle prowess, the first true ancestor would have already killed Yang Feng. "Okay." The fierce glint in the eyes of the first true ancestor receded, then he spread the fingers of a hand, and a huge space emerged. Countless treasures of heaven and earth appeared in the space and radiated resplendent light. The first true ancestor is an old monster who has lived for countless years. He has even been active in the taboo imperial court era. Naturally, there are countless treasures in his treasury, and there is no lack of Empyrean-grade treasures of heaven and earth. A rune flew out of Yang Feng's hand, and he grabbed a large number of the most precious treasures in the treasury. When the first true ancestor saw that a large number of treasures disappeared from his treasury, his eyes flashed with pain, but he also heaved a sigh of relief. The first true ancestor said, "Heaven holy, please stop extracting God blood planes origin energy." Yang Feng uttered flatly, "First true ancestor, tell me the address of your treasury in the outside world." There was a flash of suspicion in the eyes of the first true ancestor, and he uttered, "As long as you stop extracting God blood planes origin energy, I will tell you the address of my treasury." Yang Feng uttered coldly, "Do it." Zero walked out of the void, waved the whip of the ruler in his hand, and tore through the sky and barreled towards the first true ancestor. With a flash of anger in his eyes, the first true ancestor brandished his sword, and bloody light gushed out and erupted with fearsome Empyrean might that slammed into the whip of the ruler. Boom! The two supreme forces erupted and set off a fearsome energy storm in the endless scarlet space. Zero and the first true ancestor each retreated by 100 kilometers due to the fearsome impact. Large swathes of bloody light dispersed, and silver threads appeared on the first true ancestor's head. Although he was still as handsome as a young man, a decaying aura slowly spread out of his body. Any powerhouse, even the peerless geniuses of the human 8 warlock emperors, as long as they haven't advanced to the eternal warlock rank, will be eroded by time, their soul will decay, and they will die. The first true ancestor was the origin of the true blood kindred and the ancestor of the long-lived species. He was a peerless monster who had dominated countless eras, but in the end, he wasn't an eternal being. His soul had already decayed, and he spent most of his time sleeping, waiting for the best time to awaken. The price the first true ancestor had to pay for his premature awakening was that every breath he took felt as if thousands of years had passed. He was rapidly aging, and his power was rapidly fading. Zero smiled sweetly and took a step forward, and the whip of the ruler in her hand turned into a terrifying poison dragon that blasted towards the first true ancestor. A drop of true blood. Sky Saint, I can give you a drop of my true blood. Let me go. I swear that from now on, I will never be an enemy of you again." The first true ancestor's face fell, and he frantically resisted Zero's attack and roared. In the past, the first true ancestor was an invincible overlord rank powerhouse. However, his soul has decayed and aged, and he is extremely weak. The value of a drop of his true blood is astonishing. One drop can create a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. If a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse can get a drop of true blood from the first true ancestor, they can advance a step further. At the time, the Taboo Lord took a drop of true blood from the first true ancestor. It's too late. Yang Feng smiled coldly. In the starry sky, after the level 7 stronghold absorbed a tremendous amount of power from God Blood Plane, the 10-kilometer-long destruction cannon shone brightly. In an instant, a terrifying beam of destruction blasted out from the obliteration cannon, piercing through the ground and blasting into the blood-colored space. Boom! Following an earth-shaking blare, the scarlet space constructed from God Blood Plane's plane origin collapsed, and a tremendous amount of origin force collapsed and was absorbed by the perpetual motion energy furnaces. No! The first true ancestor let out a terrified roar. Countless blood-colored runes flew out of his body and locked onto the origin of the plane. Zero appeared behind the first true ancestor, slammed the whip of the ruler into the back of the first true ancestor, and smashed his defenses. The first true ancestor spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and the barrier protecting him collapsed. The countless blood-colored runes collapsed, and the God Blood Plane's essences dissipated. No! The first true ancestor let out a heaven-shaking roar, his soul weakened, and his hair turned white in an instant. His body swayed, and he fell to the ground. No matter how strong you are, as long as you aren't eternal, you can't resist the erosion of the river of time. Yang Feng looked at the scene of the previously invincible first true ancestor falling to the ground and sighed slightly. A devour black hole emerged, devoured the first true ancestor, and extracted his life origin frantically. Formidable origin force poured into Yang Feng from the first true ancestor and strengthened his fleshly body and soul. Boom! 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 Along with fearsome tremors, God Blood Plane began to collapse. God Blood Plane collapsed. The Heaven Holy destroyed the entire God Blood Plane. That's one of the 36 primary material planes. The Heaven Holy is just a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse. How could he destroy God Blood Plane? In order to kill the third true ancestor, the Heaven Holy destroyed the entire God Blood Plane. Isn't this a little too much? When the interstellar fleets scattered all over God Blood Plane withdrew the interference force field, the holy experts who have been paying attention to Yang Feng saw the collapsing God Blood Plane. Everyone's eyes flashed with shock. At this moment, the soul imprint engraved in the universe representing the essence of blood path collapsed. Once again, a path leading to the Empyrean path appeared. Like meteors, stars fell to the Tsangji Plain. Countless blood-colored dark clouds condensed, and a rain of blood fell from the sky, sprinkling on the ground. Stars fell, a rain of blood filled the sky. An Empyrean has fallen. The path of blood is vacant. The first true ancestor has fallen. God Blood Plane collapsed, the first true ancestor has fallen. The Heaven Holy actually slayed the first true ancestor. How terrifying! The first true ancestor has fallen. Looking at the various visions, the entire world of warlocks shook. The first true ancestor has fallen. What a ruthless method! Heavenly Saint, this little fellow, was growing too fast. I can't let him find any traces of me. In a secret tomb, inside a transparent crystal, a 10-meter-tall being with a green face and fangs opened his eyes, and wisps of immortal Empyrean might slowly diffused from him. Traces of strange fluctuations flickered, and the transparent crystal disappeared. In the Tsangji Plain, in the deepest part of a black sea with countless corpses floating. The first true ancestor has fallen. Another companion is gone. Even the first true ancestor has fallen in his hands. I can't let him find any traces of me. In the deepest part of the Black Sea, a giant black egg continuously extracted the corpse chi emitted by the corpses, and a distorted voice diffused from it. The giant black egg twisted slightly and disappeared. One after another, the restless Empyreans erased all traces and disappeared without a trace. The Heaven Holy destroyed God blood plane and slayed the first true ancestor. The 9 true blood kindred true ancestors were wiped out. A piece of news appeared in the Human Weave and set off an uproar in the entire Human Weave forum. God blood plane was destroyed? That's one of the 36 primary material planes. Only an Empyrean can destroy it. Did the Heaven Holy advance to the Empyrean realm? No. The Heaven Holy hasn't advanced to the Empyrean realm yet. There are no signs of him advancing to the Empyrean realm. The first true ancestor was slain by the Heaven Holy? How is that possible? He's an old freak who survived from the eternal era. That's the first true ancestor. He's an old freak who fought against the Taboo Lord at the time. To die in the hands of the Heaven Holy, that's incredible. Without an Empyrean, who can compete with him? Even if an Empyrean appears, they may not be the Heaven Holy's opponent. The first true ancestor died in the hands of the Heaven Holy. It seems that we humans will be able to give birth to a 9th Warlock Emperor in the future. The first true ancestor died in the hands of the Heaven Holy. Who can be his opponent in the universe? At this time, the Empyreans will probably retreat, not daring to be enemies with the Heaven Holy. The Human Weave forum is in an uproar, and human warlocks are excited. Ever since the collapse of the 8th Warlock Dynasty Dawn Dynasty, the Dawn Lord escaped by faking his death. The status of the human race in the universe has plummeted. Now that Yang Feng has appeared, he swept away the 9 true ancestors of God blood plane, and even the first true ancestor, known as an invincible overlord, died in his hands. It was just like how the 8 Warlock Emperors swept across the world in the past, which naturally made many human warlocks excited. Countless human geniuses have joined the Battle Demon sect, feeling proud to be a member of the Battle Demon sect. From the universe, various races have joined the Battle Demon sect and become vassals of the Battle Demon sect. There are even many superior races sheltered by Holy Spirit warlocks who joined the Battle Demon sect and became members of the Battle Demon sect. At every moment, the Battle Demon sect's power is expanding, and precious resources are pouring into the Battle Demon sect from all over the universe. Chapter 1294. The world of warlocks. In a celestial body shrouded by a mysterious barrier, there is a huge tower rising into the sky. There are countless source crystals inlaid on the tower, including 9 perfect grade source crystals and 1 eternal source crystal exuding eternal fluctuations. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the tower, and a resplendent beam of light shot into the sky from the tower. In accordance with the laws of Nether, the resplendent beam slammed into the void and blasted open a very distorted and unstable passage in the void. Wisps of the Gumana universe's aura came from the other side of the passage. A wing as large as the sky appeared on the other side of the passage, and countless feathers containing eternal fluctuations of aura flew out from the wing and landed on the distorted passage. As if a small world, each feather exudes fearsome fluctuations of power. Enveloped by the countless feathers, the constantly twisting passage became stable. A huge stone egg flew over from the other side of the passage like a meteor. A powerful repulsive force came from the passageway and crushed the huge stone egg. The stone egg exploded one after another, and powerhouses were forced to fly out of the stone egg and unleash various secret methods to protect the stone egg. Under the fearsome pressure of the universe, the powerhouses inside the stone egg exploded one after another, turned into a mist of blood, and became nutrients for the universe of the world of warlocks. Within a dozen plus breaths of time, more than 20 powerhouses flew out of the stone egg and exploded. In just a few breaths of time, the stone egg crossed a great distance, flew out of the passage, and descended into this universe. Crack! Following a crisp sound, the stone egg collapsed, and 9 Gamana universes powerhouses exuding quasi-empyrean rank breath walked out of the stone egg. The person in the lead has short silver hair and is badly mutilated. Yet, he is still handsome and has an extraordinary temperament. Among the 9 half-martial emperors, he was like a crane among chickens, giving off an otherworldly feeling. At the foot of the tower, origin crystals were piled up like a mountain. Each of the 9 quasi-empyreans exudes a fearsome attractive force that shrouds the mountains of origin crystals. When the origin crystals flew towards the 9 quasi-empyreans, they were instantly drained of their power and turned into a pile of dust that scattered on the ground. Countless precious treasures of heaven and earth and top elixirs flew out and entered the 9 quasi-empyrean rank powerhouses. The power of the 9 quasi-empyrean rank powerhouses is increasing at an alarming rate. The powerhouse in the lead with short silver hair waved his hand, and a scroll containing the essence of fate flew out. A tremendous torrent of fate gushed out of the scroll, entered the void, distorted fate, and erased all traces of fate. The battle demon sect, in a secret room on the branch floating continent. Yang Feng quietly sat cross-legged in the secret room, surrounded by bloody light. Countless treasures of heaven and earth flew to him, and then their power was devoured. 1,000 springs of immortality floated in the void, and a tremendous amount of holy spring of immortality poured into him. At every moment, Yang Feng's aura is growing, transforming, and evolving. In ancient times, the first true ancestor was an invincible overlord rank powerhouse. He is proficient in the essence of blood, and every drop of true blood inside him possesses mysterious and unfathomable power. After Yang Feng devoured the first true ancestor, he refined the first true ancestor's origin force and became even more terrifying. Originally, after Yang Feng advanced to the pinnacle quasi-empyrean rank, it would have been extremely difficult for him to advance further. Even if he devoured a holy powerhouse, it would only make him a little stronger. But after devouring the first true ancestor, he is getting stronger almost every day. The power he obtained from the eternal wall is constantly being released, making him more and more terrifying. This is the power of fate. The blue mirror of fate is warning me. Amid the endless bloody light, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, frowned slightly, and pointed with a finger, and the blue mirror of fate flew out. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the blue mirror of fate, and a tremendous breath of fate gushed out of the blue mirror of fate. There was a slight distortion in the blue mirror of fate, but there was no display or change. Yang Feng frowned slightly. There's no change. Could it be that a powerhouse proficient in the essence of fate took action? Or is there a guy in charge of the third treasure of fate concealing the traces of fate? No matter which it is, as long as that guy doesn't show up, I can't do anything about him. The best way is to improve my strength. Yang Feng pondered for a while, then no longer paid attention to him, closed his eyes, and began to refine the first true ancestor's tremendous life force. Powerhouses proficient in the essence of fate may not be the strongest in head-on combat, but they are definitely the most difficult to kill. If Yang Feng let Zero take action, then powerhouses proficient in the essence of fate will definitely avoid him, making it difficult for others to discover his traces. Greetings, sirs. A great holy with a wolf head and a human body bowed respectfully to the 9 Gamana universe's quasi-emperors. A beautiful quasi-emperor with long blue hair and 2 dragon horns on her head said with a sweet smile, "Wolf Demon Holy, you did a good job. This is what I should do." The Wolf Demon Holy responded. Then, his gaze fell on the silver-haired powerhouse, and he hesitated for a while before asking respectfully, "Is this His Majesty the Silver Emperor?" A burly quasi-emperor with a ferocious face said coldly, "That's right, this is His Majesty the Silver Emperor." The Wolf Demon Holy's eyes flashed with ecstasy, and he shouted, "Since His Majesty the Silver Emperor is here, he will be invincible in this universe." In front of His Majesty the Silver Emperor, a clown like the Heaven Holy can't withstand a single blow. He is destined to be a stepping stone for His Majesty the Silver Emperor. In the Gumana universe, there are 4 monarchs. Each of the 4 monarchs is invincible in the same rank, far stronger than ordinary quasi-emperors. They are only half a step away from the Emperor realm. Sky Sage. When the Gumana universe's quasi-emperors heard this name, their faces flickered, and apprehension shimmered in their eyes. In the Gumana universe, the Red Caltrop Lord is an invincible figure, the master of the 18 sacred races, a genuine emperor. Be it battle prowess or status, they far surpassed the 4 monarchs. For such an invincible character to die at Yang Feng's hands, the Gumana universe's quasi-emperors naturally felt apprehensive. On the other side of the universe, the Heaven Holy Yang Feng has become the public enemy of the Gumana universe. If it wasn't for the universe barrier, the 3 eternal sovereigns would have killed Yang Feng at all costs. The Silver Emperor smiled faintly and said, "The Heavenly Saint was able to kill Master Hong Ling head-on, so his strength is far above mine. None of the Gumana universes for emperors can compare to a Heaven Sage." An incomparably heavy atmosphere enveloped the area, and everyone's faces were shrouded in a layer of haze. However, now that I'm here, the Heaven Holy is destined to die at my hands. Full of confidence, the Silver Emperor spread the fingers of a hand, and a silver light, exuding fluctuations of eternal power, appeared in his hand. When the Wolf Demon Holy saw the silver light, he inhaled a breath of cold air and exclaimed, "Eternal origin. Who was the one who severed a part of his eternal essence?" The other 8 quasi-emperors focused their gazes on the ball of silver light as well, and their eyes revealed traces of greed. The origin of eternity was the origin power of the Eternals, and it was their most precious source of power. Once it is cut off, it will cause irreparable damage and reduce the power of an Eternal forever. Almost no eternal sovereign will cut off their eternal origin and give it to others. This is a part of his eternal origin that the great divine eyes eternal cut off and gave to me. With this eternal origin, I can take that step and advance to the Emperor realm in this universe. I'll block the path to the Emperor realm in this universe. An enigmatic ray flashed in the Silver Emperor's eyes, and he smiled and pressed the eternal origin against his chest. In an instant, countless runes emanated from the Silver Emperor's body, and a vast and terrifying aura gushed out of his body. The energy within a radius of several million light-years was crazily drawn over. Under the guidance of the laws, it condensed into an emperor's door in the void. Who is it? Who set off such a fearsome energy storm? That's the Emperor Gate. Someone is attacking the Emperor realm. How is this possible? In this era, the Heaven Holy is the most promising powerhouse to advance to the Emperor realm. Who is it? To be the first to advance to the Emperor realm. Who is that person? Why is he attacking the Emperor realm? Even those reincarnated old monsters haven't been able to attack the Emperor realm. Who is he? The energy storm in this starfield attracted the attention of some holy ones. Soon, the attention of many holy ones, great holy ones, and even quasi-emperors of the world of warlocks was attracted by what is happening here. Someone is attacking the Emperor realm. In this era, apart from Yang Feng, this is the first time someone is attacking the Emperor realm. The Silver Emperor's aura rose steadily as countless silver runes flickered on his body. Under the nourishment of the eternal source energy, his immortal body had finally taken that critical step and become a perfect immortal body. He truly possessed a terrifying physical body comparable to an emperor. Chapter 1295. 4 quasi-empyrean step powerhouses flew into the void and stood in 4 different directions. Each quasi-empyrean step powerhouse has a 100-meter-long void flag in their hand. Countless dazzling runes poured out of the void flags and set off one void storm after another. The void within millions of light-years in radius became chaotic, making it very difficult for any powerhouse to cross a great distance and come here through a spatial gate. The Silver Emperor took a step forward and stood proudly in the void. An incomparably resplendent silver beam of light pierced through the clouds, rushing towards the Emperor's door and fusing with it. The Emperor Gate shook and resonated with the Silver Emperor's path. Who is that? It's the Gumana Universe's powerhouses. What a vicious method. They want to advance to the Empyrean realm here. They want to take away the only person in this universe who can advance to the Empyrean realm. They want to take away the Heaven Holy spot to advance to the Empyrean realm. The holy and great holy powerhouses are very astute. They saw through the Silver Emperor and them at a glance. There was a lot of discussion in the void. Many saints were gloating, but more great saints looked anxious, and their hearts were filled with coldness. Once the Silver Emperor advances to the Empyrean realm, he will be invincible in this era when Empyreans are asleep. The Battle Demon Sect's branch floating continent. Someone is advancing to the Empyrean realm. Yang Feng opened his eyes, and fearsome light flickered and distorted the void. His figure fluttered, and he disappeared from the secret chamber. At the edge of the chaotic starfield, a figure emerged. That's the Heaven Holy. So fast. He came so fast. How is this possible? This is a corner of the universe. Isn't the Heaven Holy still in the Battle Demon Sect's headquarters? How come he is here? When the eyes of the holy and great holy rank powerhouses fell on Yang Feng, many people revealed shock in their eyes. Heaven Holy. The Heaven Holy is here. He's here. When the Gumana Universe's powerhouses saw Yang Feng appear at the edge of the disordered starfield, their countenance changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with fear. The Gumana Universe's Empyrean Lord Hong Caltrip died at Yang Feng's hands, and even the Gumana Universe's 4 emperors, who are invincible under the Empyrean realm, admit that they are not Yang Feng's opponent. None of the Gumana Universe's powerhouses present is Yang Feng's opponent. Space rippled, and battle stars emerged from the void and formed a fearsome fleet that flew into the chaotic space. Beams of light flashed, and the interstellar battleships were enveloped in a layer of mysterious energy. They flew at a terrifying speed that surpassed the speed of light and headed for the Silver Emperor. Sitting atop the battlestar, Yang Feng stared coldly at the Silver Emperor in the distance. As expected, it's truly too difficult to advance into the Emperor realm in this universe. The Silver Emperor faintly sighed. His eyes flashed with countless mysterious runes and a look of decisiveness. He frantically burned the eternal source and soared into the sky, punching the Emperor's door. Boom! The surrounding millions of light years trembled. The Silver Emperor had punched a large hole in the Emperor's door, and endless laws and power surged out from the Emperor's door, entering the Silver Emperor's body. A fearsome essence mixed with tremendous soul force entered the back of the Emperor's door, wanting to engrave his Empyrean brand in an obscure place in this universe. Once the Silver Emperor succeeds in engraving his Empyrean brand in the obscure place, he will truly become an Empyrean. You're courting death. Sitting aboard the flagship, Yang Feng frowned slightly and took a step forward. The surrounding space distorted, and spatial gates appeared and jumped in the chaotic starfield. Only a peerless powerhouse proficient in the essence of space like Yang Feng can jump in this chaotic space. Of course, even someone as tyrannical as him can only jump 10,000 light years. He can't jump millions of light years in one go and arrive at the area where the Silver Emperor is located. Heaven Holy. It is forbidden to pass here. A powerhouse of the Gumana universe, covered in black gas, twisted like a slime, and exuding quasi-Empyrean rank fluctuations of power, flew over. Countless runes flickered, and a black sea containing the essence of corrosion swept towards Yang Feng, covering an area of billions of kilometers. The quasi-Empyrean is called Sea Erosion Great Holy. His true form is a black sea that can corrode everything. As soon as he shows his true form, he erodes and devours countless powerhouses. There was once a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse who was eroded by him and turned into a corpse. You dare to stop me? A fierce ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black hole, exuding devour light, suddenly appeared and swept towards the boundless Black Sea. A fearsome devour force erupted and devoured the Black Sea. With a flash of green light, a quasi-Empyrean rank assassin shrouded in the essence of speed appeared behind Yang Feng at a speed many times faster than the speed of light and stabbed at Yang Feng with a dagger in his hand. Go to hell. The eyes of a 10,000-meter-tall giant god race powerhouse shimmering with mysterious runes, with 3 heads and 6 arms holding a giant wolf-tooth club in each arm flickered fiercely, and he brandished the 6 wolf-tooth clubs and slammed them towards Yang Feng. A peerlessly beautiful woman with a pair of goat horns on her head and dressed in a silver warlock robe pointed at Yang Feng with a blue staff in her hand. Countless blue chains extended from all directions and stabbed towards Yang Feng. Originally, quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses are top powerhouses in the universe, and they disdain to join forces with others. But in order to deal with the peerless overlord Yang Feng, the 4 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses joined forces and attacked Yang Feng. Die! A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng's fist slammed into the quasi-Empyrean rank assassin and blasted him to pieces. The devour black hole inhaled and swallowed the remains of the quasi-Empyrean rank assassin. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and the green sun halberd appeared. He brandished the halberd, and 100 green suns appeared, combined into one, and turned into a green halberd ray that slashed down. The green halberd ray slashed at the quasi-emperor from the giant god race at an incredible speed. In an instant, the quasi-Empyrean's body was torn apart and turned into countless fragments that flew into the devour black hole behind Yang Feng. Countless blue chains stabbed towards Yang Feng from the void. The devour black hole that devoured the 3 quasi-Empyreans extended, devoured the countless blue chains, and swept towards the beautiful quasi-Empyrean with a pair of goat horns on the head. The complexion of the beautiful quasi-Empyrean with a pair of goat horns flickered, and she burned her bloodline. Surrounded by blue runes, she turned into a ray of blue light, tore through the sky, and fled into the distance. Yang Feng glanced at the beautiful quasi-Empyrean with the goat horns, and then his gaze fell on the Silver Emperor. He opened spatial gates and rushed towards the area where the Silver Emperor is located. So strong. 4 quasi-Empyreans besieged him. He had actually killed 3 of them and defeated 1. How terrifying. As expected of a monster who can slay the Red Caltrop Lord and the first true ancestor. The holy and great holy rank powerhouses inhaled a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. Each of the 4 quasi-Empyreans besieging Yang Feng is a top quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse with battle prowess comparable to the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Great Holy. But despite being besieged by 4 powerhouses, Yang Feng easily defeated them. Even though the holy and great holy rank powerhouses know that Yang Feng's battle prowess is terrifying, but they are still shocked to see it again. Heaven Holy, the Silver Emperor has already entered the Emperor Gate and is destined to advance to the Empyrean realm. Surrender. There is no hope for your universe. Among the 4 quasi-Empyreans holding a void flag, a 100-meter-tall freak with countless horns on his head and a hammer-like tail uttered. The void flag runes in the hands of the 4 quasi-Empyreans shone and formed a void barrier around the Silver Emperor, protecting him. The Gumana universe's powerhouses are aware that only when the Silver Emperor advances to the Empyrean realm will they have a chance to survive. Once the Silver Emperor fails to advance to the Empyrean realm, everyone present will become dust in Yang Feng's devour black hole. A spatial gate opened in the chaotic void, and Yang Feng slowly walked out, glanced coldly at the 4 quasi-Empyreans, and sent a fist barreling towards the void barrier. A torrent of time, a spatial gate, a power star, and a devour black hole, 4 phenomena emerged and blasted into the void barrier. Boom! When the void barrier was hit by Yang Feng's fist, it burst apart. So strong. This is the Heaven Holy who suppressed the Red Caltrop Lord. Sure enough, he's a freak. The 4 void flags split apart, and the 4 quasi-empyreans holding the void flags spewed out a mouthful of blood and revealed shock in their eyes. Ignoring the 4 quasi-empyreans who suffered a backlash, Yang Feng took a step forward and entered the broken Emperor Gate. As soon as he entered the Emperor Gate, Yang Feng turned into a fearsome black hole and frantically devoured the power of laws inside the Emperor Gate, and then walked towards the deepest part of the Emperor Gate. Heaven Holy, you're a step too late. In the deepest part of the Emperor Gate, the Silver Emperor shone with silver light, turned around and looked at Yang Feng. An immortal Empyrean might slowly spread from him and swept in all directions. Chapter 1296. In an area millions of light-years in radius, a fearsome energy storm was set off. Countless mystical flowers containing all sorts of laws appeared. Half of the magical flowers exuded sacred light, while the other half exuded vicious curses. Fearsome immortal Empyrean might slowly spread from the Emperor Gate and swept in all directions. Universe Flower. This is the phenomenon of someone advancing to the Empyrean realm. The Gumana universe's powerhouse has advanced to the Empyrean realm. What a vicious method. This is cutting off our universe's path to the Empyrean realm. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the Holy and Great Holy flashed with despair. The divine eyes, Great Holy's eyes shimmered with despair. Empyrean, that person advanced to an Empyrean realm. What a vicious method, to completely cut off a Heaven Holy's path to the Empyrean realm. The myriad star Great Holy sighed faintly. What a vicious move. As expected of a high-energy level universe that has gone through several universe wars. What a vicious move. The energy level of the world of warlocks is 1 level lower than that of the Gumana universe. Before the origin source of the world of warlocks is fully recovered, only 1 Empyrean can be born in each era. When the origin source of the world of warlocks is fully recovered, multiple Empyreans can be born. But at that time, the Empyreans will recover and Eternals will descend. Once the Gumana universe's Eternals descend into this universe, and there are no Eternals born in this universe, it will only be a matter of time before the universe is destroyed. The Silver Emperor is advancing to the Empyrean realm. A majestic and mysterious ripple spread throughout the entire universe. In the world of warlocks, no matter where they are, all holy ones heard the strange fluctuations. Silver Emperor? Who is that? Silver Emperor? Why isn't it a Heaven Holy who is advancing to the Empyrean realm? Silver Emperor, why haven't I heard of this name? In the world of warlocks, many powerhouses above the holy step were alarmed and began to pay attention to this name, curious looks on their faces. According to the laws of the universe, countless flowers exuding holy light and vicious curses appeared in front of the Silver Emperor, entered his body, and made his aura rise and become more powerful. The Silver Emperor absorbed the countless universe flowers into his body and said with a faint smile, "Universe flowers, sea of power, ring of starshine." Normally, there would be 3 phenomenons when one advanced to the Emperor realm. Currently, only the cosmic sea had appeared. And there's also a strong curse. This universe really hates me. Originally, when an emperor advanced, 3 or more phenomenons would appear. They would receive the baptism of the universe's origin source and undergo a perfect transformation and evolution from the soul to the body. As a quasi-emperor of the Gumana universe, the Silver Emperor carries the brand of the Gumana universe on his soul. Originally, it was almost impossible for the Silver Emperor to advance to the Emperor realm in the world of warlocks. However, he had used the eternal essence to break through in one go and become an emperor. No matter how much the origin will of the universe rejected the Silver Emperor, it could only follow the laws of the universe and create a phenomenon. A devouring black hole filled the strange emperor's space, madly devouring all sorts of extremely pure origin energy in the space. The Silver Emperor looked at Yang Feng and uttered, Heaven Holy, surrender. Since I have already become an emperor, your universe has no hope anymore. It's not too late to surrender. As long as you submit to me, I can promise to protect your battle demon sect's holy sovereigns. If it was the 3 eternal sovereigns, I could consider it. But you don't have the qualifications to make me submit. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he took a step and sent a fist barreling towards the Silver Emperor. How dare you? A cold light flickered in the Silver Emperor's eyes. He let out a fierce roar, causing the space to tremble. Endless silver light condensed, forming a terrifying giant sword that was thousands of miles long. The sword slashed down, slashing at the Star of Power. Boom! The void shook. Under the impact of that incomparably terrifying strength, the entire mysterious space within the Gate of Emperor shook and collapsed. The Power Star was slashed by the giant sword, and Yang Feng was blasted away 10,000 kilometers away. There was a bone-deep sword wound on his body, and drops of blood turned silver and fell into the sky. Heaven Holy, Silver Emperor. They're fighting. That's the Heaven Holy and the Silver Emperor. To attack the Silver Emperor. That's an Empyrean. Even if he just advanced, he's still an invincible Empyrean. The Heaven Holy is really scary. When the Holy Sovereigns and Great Holy Sovereigns saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air. When the Red Caltrop Lord crossed the universe, she not only suffered a backlash from the universe. She was also blasted by Yang Feng's destruction cannon and was seriously injured, which was how Yang Feng killed her. The Silver Emperor is a flawless Empyrean. Even if he just advanced to the Empyrean realm, his life essence is far superior to that of a quasi-Empyrean. Yet Yang Feng dared to attack him, which is simply unbelievable. So this is an Empyrean. So strong. Even if he just advanced to the Empyrean realm, but he's really strong. Second form. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, the Dawn God armor he wore entered the second form, and he slashed at the Silver Emperor with the Green Sun halberd. What a powerful Empyrean grade secret treasure. So this is the Empyrean grade secret treasure you refined. Amazing, as expected of the strongest person under the Empyrean realm. Unfortunately, no matter how strong you are only the strongest person under the Empyrean realm. With an indifferent expression on his face, the Silver Emperor released countless silver runes that turned into silver arrows shooting towards Yang Feng. With a dignified expression on his face, Yang Feng enveloped in a river of time, his speed increased by 300 times, and he brandished the Green Sun halberd at an extremely fast speed. When he slashed at the silver arrows, as if a fearsome storm, the silver arrows were blasted apart. Even though Yang Feng is already extremely fast, but there are still several silver arrows that pierced through his defenses, pierced through the Dawn God armor, and drops of silver blood dripped into the sky. What a pity! Although the Heaven Holy is extremely powerful, but he is still far from the Silver Emperor. After all, the strongest person under the Empyrean realm is no match for an Empyrean. A flawless Empyrean is really too powerful. When the saints and great saints saw this, a strange light flashed in their eyes. Some were excited, some were fearful, and some were taking pleasure in others' misfortune. At this moment, the huge interstellar fleet has already reached this starfield, and a swarm of 6th-generation battle robots poured out like a tide and attacked the 4 quasi-emperors. A bunch of ants. Go to hell. The Silver Emperor frowned slightly and pointed at the huge battleship. A 1,000-kilometer-long silver spear appeared, tore through the sky, and slammed into the huge warship. A fearsome force tore apart the warship's barrier and blasted the warship into countless pieces. The 4 quasi-emperors rushed into the mechanical torrent formed by the 6th-generation battle robots, unleashed various offensive secret methods, and blasted the 6th-generation battle robots into pieces. Inside the mechanical torrent, 12 sharp blade rulers split open, and 12 holy followers suddenly appeared and attacked the 4 quasi-emperors with various secret methods in groups of 3. As soon as the 12 holy followers were created, their battle prowess was not much different from Yang Feng's. After Yang Feng devoured the first true ancestor, his strength surpassed that of a holy follower. The 4 quasi-emperors were comparable in strength to the star-moon heavenly snake Great Holy. But caught off guard, they were ambushed by the holy followers and were seriously injured. What's that? 12 quasi-emperors. How terrifying. Those are 12 quasi-emperors. Each of the 12 quasi-emperors is second only to the Heaven Holy in strength. They are invincible existences under the Empyrean realm. Where did the Heavenly Saint recruit such a powerful expert, 12 quasi-emperors? The Heaven Holy hasn't even advanced to the Empyrean realm, yet he already has 12 quasi-emperors following him. How terrifying. The death of the first true ancestor should be related to these 12 quasi-emperors. Astonishment flashed through the eyes of the saints and great sages when they saw the 12 overlord holy apostles. In the world of warlocks, a quasi-emperor rank powerhouse is the leader of a terrifying force like an eternal emperor race. A race generally can only give birth to one. Now that Yang Feng has 12 holy apostles with astonishing battle prowess under his command, this is simply shocking. Stop. When the Silver Emperor saw the Gumana Universe's quasi-emperor cut into pieces by Yi and devoured by the holy followers, his eyes flashed with anger, and he released a fearsome Empyrean might and sent it barreling towards Yi. Fourth form. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly. Countless runes shone on the armor of dawn, and a blurry projection emerged and merged with him. An overbearing force gushed out of the Kunmo stone and entered Yang Feng's body. He beckoned with his hand, and a halberd appeared and slashed at the Silver Emperor. Countless martyrs emerged, cast countless battle skills, and barreled towards the Silver Emperor. The Silver Emperor's face flickered, and for the first time, a dignified look flashed across his face. With a wave of his hand, a silver shield appeared and blocked in front of him. Boom! Blocked by the Silver Emperor, countless silver arrows barreled towards Yang Feng like meteors. A river of time emerged, and Yang Feng brandished the halberd in his hand, turned it into a storm, and forcibly blocked the Silver Emperor's attack. He blocked it. He blocked the Silver Emperor's attack. Amazing. That was a strike from an Empyrean. The Heaven Holy is really scary. The eyes of the holy experts flashed with excitement, and they commented spiritedly. Chapter 1297. 12 star pagodas engraved with countless mysterious runes such as the sun, moon, stars, and so on flew out, absorbed endless starlight force, and formed a completely sealed star seal boundary. The myriad star Great Holy is sitting in the center of the 12 star pagodas. There is a star cube floating in front of him, and wisps of immortal Empyrean might spread from the star cube. A star with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers, engraved with profound runes, appeared in the sky. Countless dazzling runes poured out of the star and formed another boundary around the star seal boundary. The God I Great Holy is sitting in the center of the star seal boundary with his eyes closed. The vertical eye on his forehead opened and became the core of the boundary. Outside the barrier, countless space sovereigns appeared and set up layer after layer of sealing barriers. Yang Feng, you want to kill me here? How naive. The Silver Emperor scanned the 3 seals with his gaze and smiled coldly. Then, countless runes shone, and a silver torrent emerged from the void. The silver torrent, which seems to run through the past, present, and future, is full of mystery and conceals endless killing intent, and swept towards Yang Feng. A dignified shade flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Countless runes shone, and a devour black hole suddenly appeared and erupted with devour force in an attempt to devour the silver torrent. When the silver torrent slammed into the devour black hole, which easily devoured several quasi-emperors, was strangely silver, and then merged with the silver torrent. Yang Feng's face fell. Countless runes shone and formed a shield in front of him. The dense crowd of Vajra rulers in the starry sky resonated wildly and opened a huge energy shield in front of Yang Feng. The terrifying silver torrent rushed forward and broke through the huge protective shield. When hit by the silver torrent, the dense crowd of Vajra rulers turned into silver statues that entered the silver torrent, rushed towards Yang Feng, and drowned him in an instant. So strong. This is the Silver Emperor. Amazing. This is the power of an Empyrean. Even someone as strong as the Heaven Holy is not the opponent of the flawless Empyrean. Once the heavenly saint is defeated, the Silver Emperor is destined to be invincible. The saints and great sages who were watching from the sidelines through magic felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this scene. The silver torrent churned and rolled in an attempt to silver Yang Feng, the boundless power eroding Yang Feng inch by inch. The armor of dawn has already covered Yang Feng's whole body, and runes flickered and devoured the erosive force contained in the silver torrent. The god armor of twilight blocked 70% of the corrosive force, while the remaining 30% of the corrosive force fell on Yang Feng and silverized his body inch by inch. Countless runes appeared on Yang Feng. At this moment of life and death, he stimulated his potential. A stream of life force essence that had devoured countless experts gushed out, causing his body to evolve continuously. Yang Feng devoured the life force essence of the Black Fur Ghost Emperor, the Red Caltrip Lord, and the first true ancestor. Coupled with the tremendous power he obtained from the Wall of Eternity, he has yet to fully refine it. This time, stimulated by the silver force, he finally broke out and frantically transformed his body and soul. As if the will of heaven is watching over him, Yang Feng made breakthroughs without any accidents. Under the nourishment of the powerful origin force, his body finally took that step and transformed to perfection. An incomparably terrifying aura emerged from the Silver Sea. A terrifying halberd light split the Silver Sea apart and slashed towards the Silver Emperor. To advance at this time. As expected of a universe child, a darling favored by the universe origin. There was a flash of jealousy in the Silver Emperor's eyes. Countless silver runes appeared in front of him and formed a silver shield exuding immortal Empyrean might. Boom! When Yang Feng slashed at the silver shield, the halberd split it apart, and then slashed towards the Silver Emperor. The Silver Emperor extended his index finger and pointed at the green sun halberd, and fearsome silver light erupted and sent Yang Feng flying 10,000 kilometers away. The Heaven Holy isn't dead. He's actually still alive. He has become more powerful and terrifying than before. How could this be? Seeing this scene, shock flashed in the eyes of the holy and great holy powerhouses. To be able to injure me, that's amazing. The Silver Emperor looked at the drop of Empyrean blood on his finger, and his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. After advancing to the Empyrean realm, the Silver Emperor's combat power has evolved dramatically, and he has entered a completely different level. Originally, in his eyes, Yang Feng was just a relatively powerful ant. As long as he got serious, he would be able to crush the other party. But the small wound on his hand woke him up, making him take Yang Feng seriously. From now on, I will kill you seriously. Yang Feng. A cold ray flashed in the Silver Emperor's eyes, countless silver runes shone, an armor covered his body, and a silver bow appeared in his hand. Unfortunately, I haven't refined an Empyrean-grade secret treasure that belongs to me. However, it's enough to kill you. The Silver Emperor glanced at the bow in his hand, a fierce ray flashed in his eyes, and he pulled the bowstring and unleashed the strongest offensive secret method he has mastered, the Silver Brilliant Sky Evil Arrow. In an instant, countless silver rays shone, the space shook, and the laws distorted. As if only the silver ray remained, it shot towards Yang Feng. With a flash of resplendent silver light, a large hole appeared on Yang Feng's chest, and silver blood flowed out of the hole and dripped into the sky. So strong. This is the full strength of a flawless Empyrean. How strong! Sharp pain came from his heart. The arrow not only severely injured Yang Feng's fleshly body, but also his soul and even his origin. As long as the Silver Emperor doesn't die, unless an eternal sovereign intervenes, even if Yang Feng advances to the Empyrean realm in the future, the wound on his chest won't heal. Yang Feng, submit to me. Otherwise, your wound will never heal. You're doomed to die here. After firing the arrow, the Silver Emperor's breath weakened slightly, and he looked at Yang Feng and uttered coldly. Wishful thinking. Silver Emperor, the one who will fall here today is destined to be you. Yang Feng smiled coldly, countless runes shone on him, and his breath became more terrifying. He took a step and appeared in front of the Silver Emperor. With a wave of his halberd, countless braves emerged from the river of time and slashed at the Silver Emperor. The Silver Emperor frowned slightly and beckoned with his hand, and a huge silver sword appeared and clashed with Yang Feng. Countless silver rays shone. Even though Yang Feng went all out, but he is still at a disadvantage against the Silver Emperor's attacks, and wounds that are difficult to heal appeared on his body. In the fierce battle between Yang Feng and the Silver Emperor, a fearsome energy storm formed. As soon as the 6th-generation battle robots got close, they were torn to pieces, unable to affect the battle at all. In a fight between Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, only Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses and above can affect the battle. But Yang Feng didn't let the Holy Step mechanical rulers join the battle. Each Holy Step mechanical ruler costs an astronomical amount of resources to manufacture. If they are all destroyed in this battle, Yang Feng will be very distressed. Yi Wan and the other 12 Holy Apostles locked their eyes on the Silver Emperor, ready to launch a shocking blow at any time. The Silver Emperor has to divide 20% of his attention to Yi Wan and the other 12 Holy Apostles. If it wasn't for Yang Feng's amazing battle prowess, he would have destroyed the 12 Holy Apostles one by one. Under the attacks of the Silver Emperor, the power hidden inside Yang Feng was stimulated bit by bit. He was evolving at every moment and becoming more and more terrifying. Countless wounds appeared on Yang Feng's body, his eyes became brighter and brighter, and his breath became more and more terrifying. The Heaven Holy is transforming, becoming stronger and stronger. How is this possible? When he was fighting with an emperor, he was actually continuously transforming and evolving. He devoured the life origin of many Empyrean powerhouses. Now he is truly absorbing their life origin. The eyes of the holy and great holy experts shimmered with incredulity as they watched Yang Feng transform and become stronger and stronger. A resplendent halberd ray flashed, knocked away the Silver Emperor's sword, and cut open a terrifying wound on the Silver Emperor, and a large amount of Empyrean blood sprinkled in the sky. The Silver Emperor was injured. He was finally injured for the first time. The Heaven Holy actually injured a flawless Empyrean in a head-on fight. What a terrible monster. The Heaven Holy is really terrifying. The spectating saints and great saints were dumbfounded by this scene, and they couldn't believe their eyes. A flawless Empyrean is an almost invincible existence. No matter how powerful a quasi-Empyrean is, it is impossible for them to injure an Empyrean. Yet Yang Feng, in a head-on fight, injured a flawless Empyrean, surpassing any existence recorded in the ancient records. Yang Feng, go to hell. An ashen face, the Silver Emperor slashed out with his sword, cut open Yang Feng's divine armor of dawn, and opened a huge wound on his chest. Not caring about the wound on his chest, Yang Feng frantically brandished the halberd in his hand, turned it into a series of afterimages, and stabbed at the Silver Emperor. Very well, let's see who dies first. A fierce ray flashed in the Silver Emperor's eyes, and he fought Yang Feng covered in silver light. Chapter 1298. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Feng is riddled with wounds, and a large amount of blood is dripping from his body. His left eye and left hand have been silverized, and silver blood is dripping from his body. The Twilight God armor he is wearing is also riddled with wounds. There were also countless wounds on the Silver Emperor's body, and drops of sovereign blood dripped from it. Its aura had also become much weaker. In the center of the battlefield, Yang Feng has been completely suppressed by the Silver Emperor and can only barely resist his attacks. It's over. The Heaven Holy can't stop the Silver Emperor after all. Now we can only hope that the sleeping Empyreans will wake up. The eyes of the Holy Spirit Warlocks and Great Holies watching this side through various spells shimmered with worry. The Silver Emperor is an invincible Empyrean. Unless the Holy Spirit Warlocks and Great Holies sacrifice their lives and burn everything to attack him, they may not be able to hurt him. Holy Spirit Warlocks and Great Holies are the guardians of a race. Their life and death are related to the rise and fall of a race. Naturally, they can't attack the Silver Emperor lightly. The Silver Emperor smiled ferociously and sent Yang Feng flying with a sword strike. Yang Feng, you are very strong. Unfortunately, you are not an Empyrean after all. The one who is going to die today is you. No, Silver Emperor, the one who is going to die is you. A large amount of silver blood sprayed out of Yang Feng's mouth, and he laughed heartily. The 12 sovereign holy apostles, who had been watching silently from the side, suddenly moved and attacked the Silver Emperor at a terrifying speed that surpassed the speed of light. When the Silver Emperor was at his peak, the 12 holy apostles were not his opponent. Now that the Silver Emperor and Yang Feng are both injured, the 12 holy apostles may be able to defeat or even kill the Silver Emperor. Following flashes of light, the 12 Ruler Series battle robots that have been hiding flew out and flew towards the Silver Emperor. Yang Feng, you want to kill me? I want to kill you as well. Since you have a backup plan, how can I not be prepared? The Silver Emperor smiled coldly and waved his hand, and a silver ball of light flew out. The silver sphere of light turned into a 1,000-kilometer-tall brilliant silver giant exuding wisps of eternal aura. The area around the giant changed into a silver world and sucked in the 12 holy apostles and holy rank ruler robots. The radiant silver giant gave off an incredibly terrifying aura as it swung its great sword, creating countless terrifying silver storms as it fought against the 12 divine apostles. The Silver Emperor smiled coldly and was full of confidence. This is the silver glory envoy that Lord Eternal Divine I refined for me. With him around, your subordinates won't be able to save you before I kill you. No, Silver Emperor, the one who's going to die is you. Covered in blood, Yang Feng smiled grimly, and a ray of light flew out from behind him, and Zero's figure appeared. The whip of the ruler flew out and smashed the Silver Emperor's magic shields like a poisonous dragon, slammed into the Silver Emperor, cracked his bones, and sprinkled his blood. Emperor! How could this be? How can you have an emperor as a guard? The Silver Emperor spewed out a large mouthful of blood and looked at the devastatingly beautiful Zero with a look of horror in his eyes, and he cried out. In the world of warlocks, there are many emperors with terrifying strength. However, virtually all of them are asleep, waiting for the time to wake up. Aware of this, the Silver Emperor dared to fight Yang Feng for a day and a night. He knows that apart from Yang Feng, no one else in the universe is his opponent. The fact that Yang Feng has an Empyrean guard by his side is beyond his expectations. An emperor. Who is that? How can a Heaven Holy have an emperor as a guard? That's an emperor. An invincible existence. How could he be willing to serve as a guard for Yang Feng? Who the hell is he? Haven't all emperors fallen into a deep sleep? How did an emperor suddenly appear? The eyes of the holy and great holy onlookers shimmered with incredulity. Many people were struck dumb, unable to believe their eyes. An emperor is an invincible existence at the pinnacle of the universe who can found a warlock dynasty. Even eternal sovereigns attach great importance to such an existence. For such an existence to become Yang Feng's guard is simply appalling. Seeing this scene, the divine I Great Holy breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes flashed with shock and joy. So that's how it is. He hid so deeply. There was a flash of excitement in the myriad star Great Holy's eyes. An emperor. He's willing to become his guard and obey his arrangements. This is simply a miracle. The Heaven Holy is really unfathomable. In the center of the battlefield, Zero brandished the whip of ruler and lashed at the Silver Emperor. Devour light flickered on the whip of ruler, crushed the Silver Emperor's barrier, and lashed at his body. With each strike, the Silver Emperor's flesh and blood were torn apart and devoured. Countless silver runes shone, and the Silver Emperor turned into a silver ray that soared into the sky and flew towards the outside. In an instant, the Silver Emperor flew hundreds of thousands of kilometers and turned into a huge silver sword that slashed at the astral boundary. Boom! An earth-shaking blare erupted, and the Star Seal barrier formed from 70% of the Star Imperial Court's Infinity Warlock rank power was slashed apart. The 12 star pagodas shook intensely and cracks appeared on the bodies of the pagodas. The myriad star Great Holy's face turned pale, and he spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and his body burst open. The myriad star Great Holy smiled bitterly, so strong. Sure enough, every emperor is a freak among freaks. They're not on the same level as us at all. For the Heaven Holy to be able to fight with such a freak to this extent, how fearsome. The Silver Emperor has been seriously injured. But even so, he still smashed the seal barrier formed by countless human warlocks of the Star Imperial Court with one strike. This battle prowess is simply heaven-defying. However, the star barrier formed by the Star Imperial Court blocked the Silver Emperor for an instant, and then a poisonous dragon-like whip of the ruler took advantage of the moment when the Silver Emperor was blocked and whipped the Silver Emperor's back, shattering its spine. A fearsome devour force erupted and glued the Silver Emperor to the whip of ruler. Zero crossed the void, appeared in front of the Silver Emperor, and slammed a meteor-like fist containing the essence of power into the Silver Emperor. The Silver Emperor burst apart, and his Empyrean blood sprinkled in the sky. Silver divine light enveloped him, allowing him to withstand Zero's attack. Scram! Eyes shot with blood, the Silver Emperor roared, countless runes shone on his body, and arrows shining with silver divine light shot toward Zero like meteors. Zero's eyes were cold. Without any intention of withdrawing the whip of ruler, he waved his small fist, slammed it into the silver divine light arrows, and smashed them one by one. The Silver Emperor gritted his teeth and waved his hand, and a dilapidated white jade disc exuding eternal aura appeared. Radiating dazzling runes, it flew out, and white jade divine light formed a white jade cage that locked Zero inside. The Silver Emperor is the hope of the Gumana universe. Since the Divine Eyes Eternal divided a part of his soul origin and gave it to him, he naturally didn't hesitate to give him a dilapidated treasure of eternity. Ling, who was trapped in the white jade cage, frowned slightly. He waved his fists and punched the white jade cage fiercely. Boom! Boom! Fearsome explosions reverberated in the white jade cage. Cracks appeared on the dilapidated white jade disc, and it tottered, ready to collapse at any time. Dilapidated treasures of eternity may be a powerful weapon against quasi-emperor step powerhouses, but for emperors, it is only a matter of time before they are destroyed. After the Silver Emperor sealed Zero for the time being, his blood boiled, and he turned into a giant silver sword that slashed at the defensive barrier set up by the Time Imperial Court. Boom! The defensive barrier set up by the Time Imperial Court was smashed by the Silver Emperor. The star engraved with countless runes crumbled and the earth quaked, looking like the end of the world. The Divine Eyes Great Holy felt pain in his forehead, and blood dripped down. Then, his body burst open, and he became covered in blood. At this moment, the Level 7 stronghold hidden in the third line of defense emerged, and the destruction cannon shone and fired a dazzling beam barreling towards the Silver Emperor. I've been guarding against this move for a long time. Heaven holy, no matter how powerful an attack is, it's useless if it can't hit its target. The Silver Emperor smiled coldly, and then was devoured and purified by the destruction cannon's beam. Ripples flickered, and the Silver Emperor emerged 10,000 kilometers away and evaded the destruction cannon's shocking strike. But in the next moment, the Silver Emperor's face turned unsightly. When the destruction cannon's beam slammed into the dilapidated white jade disc, it was blasted to pieces. Zero flew out of the white jade cage. Countless runes flickered, and the whip of the ruler slammed into the Silver Emperor, shattering his ribs in one blow. The ruler's whip coiled around the Silver Emperor's body like a terrifying serpent, and it shredded the Silver Emperor's body inch by inch. There was a flash in the Silver Emperor's eyes, and he roared, "Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Heaven holy, do you dare to fight me fairly? As long as you can defeat me in a fair fight, I'm willing to swear to serve you for eternity." Chapter 1299. I don't need a slave like you. Yang Feng walked out of the void and stabbed the Silver Emperor with the green sun halberd, and a fearsome devour force erupted and frantically devoured the Silver Emperor's origin force. He also killed the Silver Emperor. Now is the time when the Heaven Holy is at his weakest, but also when he is at his strongest. What a pity! Why didn't he die together with the Silver Emperor? It would have been perfect if the Silver Emperor died together with him. Among the spectating saints and great holy, many of them stared at Yang Feng with malice in their eyes, their gazes drifting over Zero from time to time. At this moment, Yang Feng was already close to the end of his rope, he was at his weakest. A great holy can slay him directly. But with Zero standing guard in front of him, she cut off everyone's greed and malice. In the universe, the soul imprint of the Silver Emperor imprinted in the depths of the universe collapsed. In an instant, the energy within millions of light years surged this way. Along with flashes of light, countless universe flowers containing various laws of the universe appeared and radiated resplendent light. The Silver Emperor died. The Silver Emperor was devoured by the Heaven Holy. Universe flowers, this is a phenomenon that only appears when an Empyrean promotes to a higher rank Empyrean. I didn't expect it to appear when the Silver Emperor died. It seems that our universe really hates the Silver Emperor. It seems that we love the Heaven Holy to the extreme. The eyes of the saints and great saints flickered with envy when they saw the universe flower appear in front of them. Originally, when an Empyrean dies, there should be a phenomenon of stars falling and a rain of blood. However, although the Silver Emperor advanced to an Empyrean in the world of warlocks, but his soul carries the mark of the Gumana universe, which is why he was rejected by the world of warlocks. The universe flowers turned into streams of light and entered Yang Feng. The large hole in Yang Feng's heart that was pierced by the Silver Emperor began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the Zhangji Plain and the 36 primary material planes, golden clouds churned and surged, and golden raindrops fell from the golden clouds to the ground. Gold rain sky. The Silver Emperor was slain. This is gold rain sky. The Silver Emperor was killed by a sky saint. As expected of the Heaven Holy, our human race's future 9th Warlock Emperor. You're truly boundlessly powerful. This is the 4th Emperor that has fallen at the hands of the Heaven Saints. He hasn't even become an Emperor, but he's already surpassed the King of Dawn. The Silver Emperor has fallen. That was an Emperor. He actually died at the hands of a Sky Saint. Looks like the Sky Saint's strength is comparable to an Emperor. In the Zhangji Plain, human warlocks were full of jubilation, full of excitement, and discussed spiritedly. The other races were silent. Apart from the races that were on good terms with the human race, not many other races were cheering. It's time. In a secret room on the Battle Demon Sect's branch floating continent, Regina opened her eyes, and saint-grade power fluctuation spread from her body. The golden rain within a radius of several million kilometers was swept away, turning into a vortex that entered Regina's body. Holy Spirit Warlock. The Battle Demon sect has another Holy Spirit Warlock. The foundation of the Battle Demon sect has become even stronger. When the forces monitoring the Battle Demon sect saw the vortex rising above the Battle Demon sect, their eyes shimmered with a complicated shade. These forces wished they could kill Regina. But because they were afraid of Yang Feng, none of them dared to do anything. Whirlpools rose in the Zhangji Plain, and the geniuses hiding in the Zhangji Plain broke through and advanced to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. With the death of the other race emperors and the golden rain filling the sky, this is the best time to promote to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Breaking through to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm at this time will bring you great benefits. Golden clouds emerged above Yang Feng, and a large expanse of golden rain fell on Yang Feng, nourishing his fleshly body and soul. An incomparably terrifying devouring black hole appeared and devoured the golden clouds in the sky in a frenzy. When Yang Feng opened his eyes, they blossomed with resplendent light. There's no chance. Curses, why didn't he die together with the Silver Emperor? The eyes of many holy and great holy flashed with hidden malice and disappointment, and they disappeared from this area. Along with flashes of light, the God I Holy and the Holy Ones of the Human Supreme Council flew to Yang Feng's side. Yang Feng looked into the void, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Except for you, no one else took action. Aren't they afraid that the Silver Emperor will wipe them out one by one after defeating me? When Yang Feng and the Silver Emperor fought fiercely, some powerhouses have already arrived nearby. But apart from the warlocks of the Human Supreme Council, no one came to support him. They just watched coldly from the sidelines. The God I Holy's eyes shimmered coldly. They have long been dissatisfied with our human race dominating the universe. I'm afraid that they are hoping that you and the Silver Emperor will die together. The Myriad Star Holy frowned slightly. The Gumana universe has 3 eternal sovereigns who unite the power of the entire universe, which is why they can send one expeditionary force after another to attack our universe. Our universe, on the other hand, is in a state of disunity. The future is not good. Since the human race dominates the universe and occupies many fertile lands, many races hope that the human race and the Gumana universe can fight to the bitter end. They are conserving their strength and waiting for an opportunity to rise. The Wind God Holy suddenly asked, Heaven Holy, can you advance to the Empyrean realm? The gazes of many human Holy Spirit warlocks focused on Yang Feng. I can't advance to the Empyrean realm in a short period of time. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and he looked towards the depths of the universe and observed the laws of the universe. After devouring the first true ancestor, as long as he refines the first true ancestor's life source, Yang Feng is confident that he can advance to the Empyrean realm perfectly. Unfortunately, the Silver Emperor advanced to the Empyrean realm in one fell swoop and occupied the only Empyrean realm position in this era. The eyes of many human Holy Spirit warlocks shimmered with regret. However, there was also a flash of joy in the eyes of some Holy Spirit warlocks. Yang Feng said flatly, 10 years later, I will establish the 9th Warlock dynasty, the Devour dynasty, in the Zhangji Plain. I will be the ruler of the Devour dynasty, and I will integrate the power of the human race. After leaving this sentence, Yang Feng and the huge fleet disappeared into the distance. The Heaven Holy wants to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty. 10 years later, he wants to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty. Is he crazy? He hasn't promoted to the Empyrean realm yet. What qualifications does he have to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty? Empyrean. Isn't there an Empyrean beside the Heaven Holy? With the support of that Empyrean, he naturally has the qualifications to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty. After all, that Empyrean isn't from the human race. I refuse to accept a warlock supported by a different race Empyrean ascending to the Empyrean realm. Even without relying on the other race Empyrean, the Heaven Holy is already invincible. What's wrong with establishing the 9th Warlock dynasty? The Heaven Holy is indeed invincible now. But when the sleeping Empyreans wake up, he is not the opponent of those Empyreans. They will only bring disaster to the human race. When the human race's 8 warlock dynasties were established, they went through countless battles. There were even Empyreans who wanted to destroy the human race's 8 warlock dynasties. What if the Heaven Holy isn't strong enough to resist the siege of those Empyreans? As soon as Yang Feng's words fell, the Cangji plains we've set off stormy waves. Countless human warlocks commented spiritedly. If Yang Feng established the 9th warlock dynasty after advancing to the Empyrean realm, then there would be no suspense. No one would be able to resist this momentum. But Yang Feng is just a quasi-Empyrean, after all. He is still half a step away from the Empyrean realm. If it wasn't for Zero's support, even a hardcore ally like the Divine I Great Holy wouldn't support Yang Feng establishing the 9th Warlock dynasty. Once the 9th Warlock dynasty is established, it will integrate the resources of the human race, occupy the essence of the world of warlocks, and expand outwards. There are only so many resources in the universe. If the human race occupies more, the other races will naturally occupy less. Once the 9th Warlock dynasty is established, it will plunder the resources of the universe for its own use. Even the sleeping Empyreans will have to intervene. At the time, the 8 Warlock Emperors fought fiercely against the awakened Empyreans. The 7 Warlock Emperors defeated the awakened Empyreans and obtained the title of Invincible Overlord. The Dawn Lord was defeated and forced to retreat to the Cangji Plain. 10 years later, when Yang Feng establishes the 9th Warlock dynasty, it will surely attract countless powerhouses. There will even be Empyreans who will awaken and come to fight Yang Feng and Zero. In the world of warlocks, there is a mysterious ancient celestial body hidden in layers of barriers. A group of 10-meter-tall ancient apes covered in golden fur knelt in front of a golden altar and prayed devoutly. The golden-furred ancient ape in the lead exudes quasi-Empyrean rank breath. The golden altar shone with countless runes and radiated golden light. Above it, there is a twisted torrent. In the torrent, there is a black stone egg floating, and wisps of Empyrean might slowly diffuse from the black stone egg and suppress the surroundings. A dignified voice came from the black stone egg, "Heaven Holy, you haven't even promoted to an Empyrean realm, yet you want to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty. How arrogant. 10 years is enough for me to form a fleshly body that can walk in the world." Chapter 1300. In the universe where the world of warlocks is located, in the deepest part of a celestial body covered by endless sea water, there is a beautiful blue palace. In the center of the blue palace, there is a blue altar. Below the blue altar, there are millions of handsome extraordinary life forms with fish tails, who look 80% to 90% similar to mermaid powerhouses kneeling. In the center of the blue altar, there is a blue lake, and in the middle of the lake, there is a blue lotus in full bloom. In the center of the lotus was a peerless beauty with long blue hair. She was an extraordinary beauty that could cause the downfall of cities and nations. Wisps of immortal Empyrean might slowly spread from the beautiful woman. The 9th Warlock dynasty. The Heaven Holy dares to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty at this time. How bold. Unfortunately, he is doomed to fail. No one wants to see him establish the 9th Warlock dynasty at this time. An incomparably powerful will reverberated in this area. The whole universe was shaken by the news that Yang Feng is about to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty. The sleeping emperors began to struggle to wake up. Emperors like the primal chaos mother spider who have lived since ancient times cannot wake up from their slumber. If they are careless, they will be devoured by the backlash of the order of time, and their soul will decay and die like the first true ancestor. However, emperors from the arch-god age who are closer to the modern era can barely wake up if they pay a certain price. After the Silver Emperor was slain by Yang Feng, the environment of the universe began to change dramatically. The whole universe is waking up. The Zhangji plane and the 35 primary material planes are waking up, and the elemental energy in the air has become extremely rich. This is enough to wake up the emperors. After Yang Feng decided to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty, the Human Supreme Council began to split. The Time Imperial Court, the Taboo Imperial Court, and the Star Imperial Court agreed to join the 9th Warlock dynasty and become a part of it. The Warlocks of the Transcendent Imperial Court, the Death Imperial Court, and the Magic Note Imperial Court chose to be independent, not planning to join the 9th Warlock dynasty. The Human Supreme Council is a place where the 7 major forces negotiate with each other to deal with various matters. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng is not qualified to order a Holy Spirit Warlock of the Human Supreme Council to do things. However, once the 9th Warlock dynasty is established, as the ruler of the 9th Warlock dynasty, Yang Feng has the right to order any warlock subordinate to him. Even a quasi-martial emperor would not be able to disobey his orders. When many powerful human warlock groups heard that Yang Feng was going to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty, they sent emissaries to discuss with Yang Feng about joining the 9th Warlock dynasty. In the boundless universe, there were countless stars. Many human warlock groups had no choice but to flee into the deepest parts of the universe to avoid being hunted down by their enemies due to their defeats in struggles. Among those warlock groups, there were even quite a few terrifying existences whose strength was second only to the 8 great warlock dynasties. In addition to human warlocks, there were also many powerful extraordinary races that sent envoys wanting to join Yang Feng's 9th Warlock dynasty. In each of the human clan's 8 great warlock dynasties, there were large numbers of other races active. Many other race experts were loyal and devoted to the 8 warlock emperors. They were the most loyal subordinates and comrades of the 8 warlock emperors. Yang Feng didn't refuse the extraordinary races who came to seek refuge. Instead, he let Wu Meiying negotiate with them about joining the 9th Warlock dynasty. The core world, a forbidden area shrouded in endless fog. The fog forbidden area was one of the core forbidden areas of the core world. Without permission, even quasi-emperor rank powerhouses couldn't enter it. Ripples flickered, and a figure walked out of the void and stepped into the fog forbidden area. This is the fog forbidden area. Only human warlock emperors can enter. Who are you? A furious shout came from the fog forbidden area, and a person dressed in a scarlet warlock robe and exuding great holy step fluctuations of power walked out of the void and barked. Heaven Holy! You are the Heaven Holy Yang Feng. When the Great Holy saw the figure, his face flickered, and his eyes shimmered with dignity. He bowed to Yang Feng and said, Heaven Holy, I'm very sorry. I am the guardian of the fog forbidden area, the Heaven Guardian Great Holy. This is the ultimate secret of the human race. Historically, only human warlock emperors can enter. Please forgive me. Yang Feng glanced at the Heaven Guardian Great Holy and said flatly, In 10 years, I will establish the 9th Warlock dynasty. I want to go in now, you can't stop me. The Heaven Guardian Great Holy smiled bitterly, Heaven Holy, in the fog forbidden area, there is a light demon battle ape sealed by the Time Lord. He has Warlock Emperor rank strength and has guarded the secret of the forbidden area for generations. If you want to go in, you have to defeat him. There is no other way. We Guardians guard this place because we don't want human elites to die in vain. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered brightly, and he exclaimed in admiration, to be able to seal in Warlock Emperor rank light demon battle ape, as expected of the Time Lord. Amazing! Any Warlock Emperor rank existence is an invincible existence in the same rank who has opened up their own path. Every single emperor was an extremely firm and resolute existence, and they were proud and arrogant existences. Yang Feng killed the Silver Emperor without hesitation because he knows that he can't subdue an Empyrean. As for Zero, she is an existence created by Yang Feng. As the creator, Yang Feng can trust her wholeheartedly. For the Time Lord to be able to subdue an warlock emperor and serve him for countless years, this is simply heaven-defying. Without any hesitation, Yang Feng stepped into the dense fog. The fog great holy smiled bitterly and followed him in. Sure enough, I can't stop him. How could I dissuade such an invincible figure? The fog contains a mysterious power. Even if it is a warlock emperor, they will be disturbed by the mysterious fog, unable to distinguish between north and south. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with brilliant light, and he looked at the fog and saw the truth behind it at a glance. In the thick fog, there was a path that led to a huge pagoda. The pagoda was engraved with countless profound runes that emitted a sacred and dazzling light. In front of the pagoda, there is a 10-meter tall transparent crystal. Inside the crystal, there is a white-furred demonic ape exuding an overbearing aura. Light Demon Battle Ape. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with scorching fighting spirit, and he strolled to in front of the pagoda. In front of the pagoda, the transparent crystal shone with countless runes, and then split into 12 pieces. The Light Demon Battle Ape opened its eyes, and overbearing Empyrean might diffused from it. What a comfortable sleep. Are you the challenger of this era, human? What's your name? The Light Demon Battle Ape stretched its body, sat on the ground, and asked indifferently, without the demeanor of an Empyrean. Yang Feng replied with a smile, Senior Light Demon Battle Ape, my name is Yang Feng. I am the Lord of the 9th Warlock Dynasty, the Devour Lord. The Light Demon Battle Ape grinned and uttered, the Lord of the 9th Warlock Dynasty? Amazing! You are just a quasi-emperor, yet you can establish the 9th Warlock Dynasty. That's amazing! The 9th Warlock Dynasty has been established. According to the Time Lord's prophecy, this should be the end of the universe. According to my agreement with the Time Lord, I will help him guard the Origin Tower one last time. Yang Feng, if you want to enter the Origin Tower, you must defeat me. Are you sure you want to fight me here? I won't go easy on you. Yang Feng replied, of course. But before that, I want to ask you something. Senior, if you leave this place, will you become an enemy of the human race? The Light Demon Battle Ape is an Empyrean, an invincible existence that can destroy a plane with a casual strike. If he becomes an enemy of the human race, it will be a disaster for the human race. The Light Demon Battle Ape uttered with a smile, if the human race doesn't provoke me. Naturally, I won't make things difficult for the human race for no reason. I have an agreement with your Time Lord. I will guard the Origin Tower for him. He will help me sleep until now, live to this era, and fight for the eternal opportunity. Since you are the 9th Warlock Emperor of the human race, apart from the eternal sovereigns, there is no one else in the world who is your senior. Just call me Luminous Demon. Although the Light Demon Battle Ape possesses heaven-defying battle prowess, but it isn't proficient in self-sealing spells. It can only rely on the Time Lord. In the long history of the world of warlocks, because many Empyreans aren't proficient in self-sealing spells, they can only exhaust their lifespan, and eventually their soul decays and turns into a pile of bones. Empyreans who can seal themselves and sleep in the river of time are extremely powerful and terrifying. Yang Feng uttered unhurriedly, but in this era, powerhouses are as common as clouds. There is only one eternal opportunity. The Light Demon Battle Ape's eyes radiated resplendent light, and a smile appeared on its monkey face. Even so, I still have to fight for it in this era. If I don't step into the eternal realm, once my lifespan is up, I will eventually turn into a pile of yellow soil. Even if I live for more than 100,000 years, what's the point? In any case, I will fight for the eternal opportunity and advance to the eternal realm. Besides, it feels great to be able to compete with the supreme geniuses of countless eras. Indeed. It's great to be able to compete with the supreme geniuses of countless eras. Light Demon, your first opponent in this era will be me. Infected by the light demon battle ape's boldness, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with scorching fighting spirit. Countless runes flickered on the twilight god armor, and he beckoned with his hand, and the green sun halberd appeared in his hand. Chapter 1301. Boy, you're bold enough, I like it. Eat my fist. I won't show any mercy, don't die. A scorching shade flashed in the eyes of the light demon battle ape, countless runes shone on its body, and a vast sea of light emerged. Anyone below the Infinity Warlock rank will be blinded once they see the sea of light. A terrifying fist that can run through the sky and easily destroy a world emerged from the mysterious sea of light and barreled towards Yang Feng. A copious amount of divine light radiated from the fist, blinding Yang Feng's eyes in an instant. The green sun halberd flew out, exuding a terrifying immortal emperor might as it slashed at the fist. Boom! Along with a loud noise, Yang Feng was blasted back 100 kilometers, and a fearsome shock wave spread in all directions. In front of the Tower of Origin, there is a small world that can accommodate a fierce fight between Empyreans. Countless runes diffused from the Tower of Origin and absorbed the shock wave from the fight between Yang Feng and the light demon battle ape. Hiding in a corner of the small world, the Heaven Guardian Great Holy watched this scene with shock in his eyes. How fearsome! The Heaven Holy is indeed the most peerless genius in the history of the human race. To be able to block an attack from the light demon battle ape in the Quasi-Emperor realm. It seems that the information that he can contend against Empyreans is true. What a monster! To be able to block my punch. That's the Emperor of the human race's 9th Warlock dynasty for you. Again. Smiling excitedly, the light demon battle ape sent one punch after another barreling towards Yang Feng while riding a sea of light. Yang Feng brandished the green sun halberd to resist, but was blasted away again and again, and blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth. Too weak. Yang Feng, you're too weak. If this is all you have, then you can't even compare to the weakest Dawn Lord. For such a waste to want to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty, what a pipe dream. I can guarantee that your 9th Warlock dynasty will be torn to pieces at the moment of its establishment. The light demon battle ape frowned slightly, disappointment shimmered in its eyes, and it stopped attacking and uttered flatly. Light demon, let's start the second round. I will fight you in my strongest state. The fourth form. The god armor of dawn shone, and a vague phantom emerged from the armor and merged with Yang Feng. A terrifying level 4 desolation and invincible aura diffused from Yang Feng and suppressed the surroundings. This is an Emperor-grade secret treasure that perfectly matches your path. What a great treasure! It can actually raise your strength to this level. This is great. In this state, you have the qualifications to fight me with your full strength. There was a flash of excitement in the eyes of the light demon battle ape. Surging with fighting spirit, it sent a fist barreling towards Yang Feng while riding a sea of light. Blood-colored light revolved around Yang Feng, and a blood domain emerged. Restless bloodline. You've obtained the power of the first true ancestor. It was a pity that he was far inferior to him. When the first true ancestor was at his peak, he was able to force me to use 1% of my power to suppress the agitation of my bloodline. Your ability can only make me consume half of my power to suppress the agitation of my bloodline. Surprise flashed in the eyes of the light demon battle ape, and it used a trace of power to suppress the agitation of his bloodline and sent a fist barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng sent a fist flying, and a gold horn extended from his right fist and turned into a gold beam that slammed into the fist of the light demon battle ape. Boom! The two extremely powerful forces collided and exploded. The terrifying shockwave sent the light demon war ape flying hundreds of miles away. Yang Feng, on the other hand, only shook slightly. Dumbfounded, the Heaven Guardian Great Holy couldn't believe his eyes. Amazing. His strength surpasses that of the light demon battle ape. The light demon battle ape is an Empyrean with a perfect immortal body. Again. With a flash of excitement in his eyes, the light demon battle ape rode a sea of light and sent a fist barreling towards Yang Feng. Countless runes appeared on Yang Feng's body, and a vast, almost endless silver sea emerged and swept towards the light demon battle ape. The light demon Warape's white fur started to turn silver as it was engulfed by the boundless silver ocean. What kind of essence is this? How weird. I've never seen it before. The eyes of the light demon battle ape shimmered, and countless mysterious runes appeared, and it slammed a fist into the silver sea. Fearsome light filled the sky and smashed the silver sea. At the moment when the silver sea was destroyed, the green sun halberd flew out and pierced the chest of the light demon war ape, piercing into its body and into its flesh. With a flash of madness in its eyes, the light demon battle ape punched the green sun halberd, and a fearsome force erupted and blasted the halberd away. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and the wound on the chest of the light demon battle ape healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the light demon battle ape, and it brandished its fists and sent a sea of light barreling towards Yang Feng. No matter what spells Yang Feng cast, they were shattered by the sea of light controlled by the light demon battle ape. The eyes of the light demon battle ape flickered fiercely, and it barked and smashed Yang Feng's halberd ray with a punch. Yang Feng, what else do you have? If this is all you have, then you're doomed to be defeated by me today. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Countless runes flickered, and he turned into a black hole that can devour everything and swept towards the light demon battle ape. In an instant, the light demon battle ape was drawn inside. Essence of Devour. Open. A dignified look in its eyes, the light demon battle ape bellowed and sent its fists barreling towards the black hole that can devour everything. A sea of light erupted, as if to smash the black hole. Mysterious runes appeared in the middle of the black hole, devouring all power and the endless sea of light. Mysterious runes appeared on the luminous demon war ape's body, firmly locking its life source. It brandished its fists and sent out dozens of punches in a row in an attempt to smash the black hole. But no matter how the light demon battle ape attacked, it couldn't smash the black hole. The light demon battle ape stopped attacking, and its eyes shimmered with admiration. Amazing. Yang Feng, I admit defeat this time. The black hole collapsed and disappeared, revealing Yang Feng's figure. Yang Feng looked at the light demon battle ape shrouded in mysterious runes and uttered flatly, "You haven't lost. Keep fighting. I'm going all out. I just promised the Time Lord to test my qualifications. I don't intend to risk my life for this trivial matter. My contract with the Time Lord ends here. Goodbye, Yang Feng." The light demon battle ape smiled, turned into a ray of light, tore through the sky, and disappeared from this place. Yang Feng watched the light demon battle ape disappear into the distance with a dignified look in his eyes. Light demons can already walk in this world. It seems that it won't be long before all emperors awaken. The light demon battle ape is a powerhouse of the same era as the Time Lord. It is also one of the emperors closest to the modern era. It is because of this, coupled with the Time Lord's time manipulation spells, that he can walk in the world. However, this also means that some emperors very close to the modern era can already awaken and walk in the world. Yang Feng threw all his worries to the back of his mind. Looking at the Tower of Origin, his eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he strode towards it. Countless runes shone inside the Tower of Origin, fearsome ripples diffused, and a powerful repulsive force enveloped Yang Feng. Even a quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouse will be shrouded by the repulsive force, unable to approach the Tower of Origin. With a calm expression on his face, Yang Feng walked forward under the fearsome repulsive force and stepped into the Tower of Origin. The Heaven Guardian Great Holy's eyes flashed with shock. He went in. He entered the Tower of Origin that only warlock emperors can enter. Amazing. That's a Heaven Holy for you. Only warlock emperors of past dynasties can enter the Tower of Origin. In the history of the human race, there have been many peerless quasi-empyreans who have attempted to enter the Tower of Eternity. Those quasi-empyreans were seriously injured by the light demon battle apes guarding the tower. Only Yang Feng in the quasi-empyrean realm can step into the Tower of Eternity. Inside the Tower of Eternity, there is a jade table with 13 jade plates placed on it. Rays of light flickered, and the projection of the Time Lord appeared in the Tower of Eternity. He held black stones that exuded the aura of eternity and placed them on the 13 jade plates. The Time Lord smiled and said, "I am the Time Lord. I searched the world and found 13 eternal source stones. They will be left here as the foundation of the human race. Future martial emperors could take these eternal origin stones. However, I hope that you can leave some treasures for the future emperors, so that we humans won't be bullied by other races without a foundation." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with bright light, and he praised, as expected of the Time Lord, "Your bearing is extraordinary. Eternal source stones are rare treasures left from the eternal era. Only eternal sovereigns can create them. They are extremely precious and possess extraordinary power. For emperors, who are already at the pinnacle of the universe, it is very difficult for them to extend their lifespan. Even some eternal fruits cannot extend their lifespan. However, eternal source stones are different. With an eternal source stone, even if the soul of an emperor has decayed and is extremely weak, they can still extend their lifespan by 100 years. Chapter 1302. Of the human 8 warlock emperors, the Time Lord has been alive for the shortest time. Since the Arch-God age, when powerhouses were plentiful, he slaughtered his way to the top. In the Arch-God age, powerhouses were plentiful. After the Time Lord advanced to an Empyrean realm expert, he suffered many origin injuries. After he refined the Wheel of Time, he became invincible, defeating, suppressing, sealing, and killing opposing Empyreans one by one. Although the 13 eternal source stones cannot heal the Time Lord's origin injuries, but they can let him live for another 1,300 years. With the Time Lord's proficiency in the essence of time, he can even live for another 10,000 years like a zombie in a half-asleep, half-awake state. However, the Time Lord has an extraordinary bearing. He left the 13 precious eternal source stones for the benefit of future generations. Yang Feng feels ashamed of his inferiority. Ripples flickered, and the Taboo Lord, who is covered in armor and whose face cannot be seen, appeared and took away the 13 eternal source stones without a trace of politeness. After the projection disappeared, another projection appeared. The Taboo Lord picked up the 10 eternal source stones and placed them on a jade plate. At the same time, he placed 3 black ores on the jade plate. An extremely arrogant voice came from the Taboo Lord's projection. "I used 3 of the 13 eternal source stones. The parts that I used will be replaced with these 3 true dragon raw dragon stones. True dragon raw dragon stones are a kind of universe treasure. According to legend, the first true dragon in the world was born from a true dragon raw stone. In theory, a true dragon stone can cultivate an Empyrean rank true dragon. Of course, even with the means of human warlocks, it is almost impossible to cultivate an Empyrean rank true dragon with true dragon stones. But even so, true dragon stones are one of the most precious ores in the universe. Any one of the 3 true dragon stones can become an invincible Empyrean secret treasure or even an eternal treasure core material." After the Taboo Lord's projection disappeared, another projection flickered. The heroic and domineering demonic lord walked over. Looking at the treasures on the jade plate, he smiled proudly. "Even without the gifts from the predecessors, I can still be invincible in this world." There was a flash of green light, and the handsome Star Lord dressed in a green star warlock robe walked out, arrived in front of the jade plate, and said with a bitter smile, "My talent can't compare to that of the predecessors. I'll accept these treasures." The Star-Lord didn't hesitate to take all the treasures on the jade plate, and then he turned around and left. Not long after, a Lord of the Stars appeared in the projection once again. However, this time, he was in high spirits, exuding the confidence and elegance of an invincible overlord. Of the 10 eternal origin stones, I used 6 to repair my foundation. I also used a true dragon raw stone to create my exclusive artifact. I've wandered the world these past few years and I've gained some things. I've come to find them and leave them for future generations. The Star-Lord smiled slightly, put the 4 eternal origin stones and the 2 true dragon raw stones back, and then placed 20 precious treasures of heaven and earth on the jade plate. Although the value of each of the 20 treasures of heaven and earth couldn't compare to that of the eternal origin stones, but their combined value far exceeded that of the star origin stones and true dragon raw stones the Star-Lord used. With a flash of distorted light, the Death Lord, shrouded in the aura of death and with a gloomy expression, walked in. Although the treasures are good, but they aren't what I want. 2 Life Flower. Where is it? The Death Lord swept the treasures on the jade plate with a glance, sighed faintly, and strode away. With a flash of light, the Magic Note Lord, who is covered in all kinds of mystical secret treasures, came to the jade plate and looked at the materials on the jade plate. His eyes lit up and revealed a look of excitement. Eternal Origin Stone, True Dragon Raw Stone, True Phoenix Blood Essence, Immemorial Flower, Ice Realm Tear, these are all alchemy materials that are already extinct in the outside world. That's great. With a look of excitement in his eyes, the Magic Note Lord swept the treasures on the jade plate clean, turned around, and left. With a slight flash of light, the projection of the incomparably handsome Magic Note Lord, who was exuding the light of a secret treasure, appeared again. Of the 4 eternal origin stones, I used 1 and dissected 1 for research. The other 1 and the true dragon raw stone, along with various treasures of heaven and earth, refined this unbreakable shield. This is my greatest masterpiece, an emperor-grade secret treasure refined with countless treasures of heaven and earth. My descendant, this is my greatest masterpiece, a secret treasure with the potential to advance to the eternal realm. Its value is far above those materials. With this shield, you will have an extra life. If we can meet in the future, you must thank me. Ha! The Magic Note Lord laughed heartily and placed an eternal origin stone and a palm-sized platinum shield inscribed with countless mysterious runes on the jade plate. Sure enough, the Golem Lord and the Dawn Lord aren't here. The Dawn Lord might have been blocked by the Light Demon. But why is the Golem Lord nowhere to be seen? Yang Feng waited for a while, but no other projections appeared. His eyes shimmered with doubt, and then he stepped forward and took the Eternal Origin Stone and the Platinum Shield Unbreakable Shield. As soon as the Eternal Origin Stone fell into Yang Feng's hand, a steady stream of power poured into him and healed the injuries to his body and soul. In the fight with the Silver Emperor, Yang Feng was seriously injured, a serious injury close to the origin. That injury hasn't fully healed, but was hidden as an internal injury. Now, under the nourishment of the Eternal Origin Stone, Yang Feng's internal injury began to heal slowly. When Yang Feng grasped the unbreakable shield, a fearsome will came from the unbreakable shield and crushed towards Yang Feng. The fearsome will contained in the unbreakable shield surpasses that of any Empyrean-grade secret treasure Yang Feng has ever come into contact with. Ordinary quasi-emperors can't resist the will of the unbreakable shield. They will be crushed and become prisoners of the unbreakable shield. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and Yang Feng operated a secret method recorded in the Eternal Soul text, condensed it in his sea of knowledge, and unleashed a powerful offensive secret method barreling towards the giant shield formed from the unbreakable shield. Boom! 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 Loud sounds erupted in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge, and the giant shield formed from the unbreakable shield trembled and flickered with ripples. After Yang Feng devoured the Silver Emperor, his battle prowess is comparable to that of an ordinary Empyrean, and his spirit-offensive secret method is even more terrifying. But no matter how he attacks, he can't smash the giant shield formed from the unbreakable shield. Although the unbreakable shield's defense is heaven-defying, but without a master to control it, it can't provide a steady stream of power. 4 hours later, traces of taming intent came from the unbreakable shield, acknowledging the existence of Yang Feng as its master. Holding the unbreakable shield in his hand, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with joy. What the Magic Note Lord said is true. With this unbreakable shield, it's equivalent to having an extra life. The Magic Note dynasty is also known as the Secret Treasure dynasty. The Magic Note Lord is the most powerful alchemist among the 8 warlock emperors. In terms of fighting strength, the Magic Note Lord is not a match for the other 6 invincible overlords. But in terms of alchemy, the other 6 invincible overlords are no match for him. If it weren't for the limitations of the universe's energy level and various materials, the Magic Note Lord might even be able to refine an eternal treasure. The unbreakable shield is one of the Magic Note Lord's greatest masterpieces. Not only does it have a terrifying defense, but it also has the potential to advance to an eternal treasure. Yang Feng was just about to put away the unbreakable shield, when it shrank, turned into a platinum ring, and flew to Yang Feng's index finger. Yang Feng said with a smile, "What a treasure with a personality." Many treasures with a spirit don't like to be put away in the storage space. Instead, they like to be carried by their masters, or put in places with abundant life magic energy or elemental energy. In this way, they can absorb life magic energy, elemental energy, and the power of their masters to evolve. As Yang Feng's exclusive secret treasure, the God Armor of Twilight will only leave his body under very few circumstances. The God Armor of Twilight continuously absorbs universe energy to strengthen Yang Feng, and at the same time, it will also absorb his power to strengthen itself. Behind the jade table, there is a gate made of white jade. Yang Feng pushed the gate open and walked inside. Behind the gate, there is a world filled with tremendous origin force. The Time Lord used a heaven-defying method to refine this Tower of Origin by locking a small part of the universe origin force. This divine pagoda contained traces of the terrifying power of the origin source of the universe. Yang Feng looked into the distance and saw that there are 6 stars in the void, each of which has countless mysterious runes suspended in the air, which contain traces of the path of the 6 invincible overlord rank human Empyrean path. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into a huge devour star and appeared in the void at once. A steady stream of universe origin force was devoured by Yang Feng and repaired the hidden injuries he suffered during the fight with the Silver Emperor. The universe's favor on Yang Feng disappeared continuously. At the same time, with every breath of time, he is evolving and transforming, becoming more and more terrifying. A figure flew out from behind Yang Feng and revealed itself. It is Zero. Countless mysterious runes appeared in her eyes, and she evolved into a star and frantically absorbed the universe origin force contained in the Tower of Origin. At the same time, she is evolving and transforming. Chapter 1303. Time passed, and 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. In a desert of the Zhangji Plain, blue seawater suddenly gushed out, filled the blue desert, and formed a blue sea. Countless powerhouses who are 70% similar to mermaid powerhouses are active in the sea. The Blue Moon Sea Empress has awakened and descended upon the world. A peerlessly handsome half-step emperor powerhouse walked out of the ocean and announced to the world, causing a huge storm in the world. The Blue Moon Sea Empress is an empress from the Arch-God age. The Sea Empress of the Blue Moon was an emperor from an era before the Lord of Time, and she was an empress. An empress has finally descended upon the world. It turns out that Lady Shui isn't the Blue Moon Sea Empress. I thought that Lady Shui was the reincarnation of the Blue Moon Sea Empress. When the Blue Moon Sea Empress emerged, she shocked the world. In the weave, a terrifying storm was set off, and countless powerhouses discussed animatedly. A different race powerhouse said, "The Blue Moon Sea Empress has awakened, and the other emperors are not far from awakening. This era is no longer the era of the human race." A different race powerhouse also spoke in the human weave. "In this era, the Silver Emperor has occupied the only spot to advance to the Emperor realm. If the Heaven Holy can't advance to the Emperor realm, then no matter how strong he is at most the strongest person under the Emperor realm." A human powerhouse retorted, "The human Heaven Holy is not only powerful, but also has an emperor assisting him. Even if he isn't an emperor, but he surpasses an emperor, enough to establish the human race's 9th warlock dynasty." A different race powerhouse said, "That emperor is just another person, after all. The Heaven Holy is too weak to be the human race's 9th warlock emperor. If he establishes the 9th warlock dynasty, he will only bring disaster to the human race." In the weave of the human race, countless experts of the foreign races and the human race were arguing with each other endlessly. Although the other races are hostile to the human race, but the human race has Yang Feng and Zero, two terrifying existences, after all. Moreover, Yang Feng is ruthless. Along the way, who knows how many powerful enemies he has killed. Countless saints and great saints had become his stepping stones, and most of the outsiders' faces had changed at the mention of Tiansheng's name. Before the Blue Moon Sea Emperor had made a move, no one had dared to make an enemy out of him. The experts of the other races quarreled with the humans in the weave. Many experts from different clans chose to submit to the Blue Moon Sea Emperor, making the Blue Moon Sea tribe's power grow day by day. Time flew, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. In an extremely vast mountain range, the ground suddenly shook violently and split open. A gigantic mountain range that was tens of thousands of miles tall and seemed to pierce through the clouds appeared, emitting a brilliant golden light. At the very top of the enormous mountain range that was like a star was a layer of dense fog that was filled with a divine aura, and a sacred ancient tree that was covered in golden leaves and inscribed with countless mysterious runes was rooted at the top of the mountain. Countless golden-haired primates were jumping happily in the sacred ancient tree. Golden-furred Ape Emperor revives the world. A pseudo-emperor golden-haired ancient ape spoke, causing a terrifying storm in the universe once again. The Gold-Fur Ape Emperor was a fearsome emperor of the Arch-God era. According to legend, he once killed a true spirit rank Qilin. Another emperor has awakened. The position of overlord of the human race is finally going to be shaken. Finally, someone can restrain the Heaven Holy. With the awakening of the Empyreans, this era is no longer the era of the Heaven Holy. When the other race experts heard that the Gold-Fur Ape Emperor had awakened, their eyes flashed with excitement, and they cheered. The human 8 warlock dynasties suppressed the universe and plundered countless resources from it. The human warlocks covered the universe, forcing the other races to make concessions. It is because of this that when the human race faced danger, the other races just watched with folded arms. They let the humans and the Gumana universe's powerhouses fight. After the collapse of the 8th warlock dynasty, the human race declined. But after Yang Feng's rise, the other races felt suffocated again. Now that all the monarchs had awakened and experts had risen, the weaker races had the chance to take advantage of the situation and rise up. At the time, under the leadership of the Time Lord, the human race took advantage of the contradictions between the Empyreans to fight and reap benefits, and finally rose. Many other races have the same idea, eager to take advantage of the contradictions between the Empyreans to rise. 2 Empyreans have awakened. Will the Heaven Holy still dare to establish the 9th warlock dynasty? Those are 2 Empyreans. If the Heaven Holy doesn't establish the 9th warlock dynasty, they can coexist peacefully with the Heaven Holy. But once the Heaven Holy establishes the 9th warlock dynasty, they will never allow it. Those are 2 Empyreans. Even if the mysterious Empyrean beside the Heaven Holy can block one of them, but who can block the other? In the Magic Net forum, countless powerhouses discussed spiritedly, and many of them revealed worry in their words. Some powerhouses who have been supporting Yang Feng before wavered. After all, 2 Empyreans have awakened. Each Empyrean is a terrifying existence who is invincible in the same rank and can run amok in the universe. When the Silver Emperor just advanced to the Empyrean realm, he defeated Yang Feng. If it wasn't for Zero, Yang Feng would have been killed by the Silver Emperor. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor and the Gold Fur Ape Emperor are both veteran Empyreans. Although they aren't invincible overlord rank existences, but they are still fearsome existences who are stronger than the Silver Emperor. At the time, the Silver Emperor has just advanced to the Empyrean realm, and has yet to fully grasp the power of an Empyrean. As for the Blue Moon Sea Emperor, they are old freaks who have lived for countless years. They can even seal themselves and survive to this day. Their strength is simply terrifying. Under the attention of countless powerhouses, the preparations for the 9th Warlock Dynasty are still going on. A year passed in a flash. On September 13th next year, the human race's 9th Warlock Dynasty will be officially established. A piece of news came from the Battle Demon Sex Branch floating continent and spread throughout the universe at an astonishing speed. He actually dares to establish the human race's 9th Warlock Dynasty. He's just a quasi-Empyrean. That's crazy. He's probably the weakest Warlock Emperor in the history of the human race. He's even weaker than when the Star Lord established the Star Dynasty. Unfortunately, the Silver Emperor occupies the only position in this era to advance to the Empyrean realm. Otherwise, he would be able to advance to the Empyrean realm and become a fearsome Empyrean. Discussions emerged in the human weave. Many other races aren't optimistic about the 9th Warlock Dynasty founded by Yang Feng. Even among the humans, there are many dissenting voices. However, no matter how much quarrels there are in the weave, the establishment of the 9th Warlock Dynasty is still proceeding in an orderly manner. In the center of a mysterious ancient celestial body, there is a beautiful and luxurious palace. An old man in a silver warlock robe stared at the weave with an enigmatic gleam in his eyes. Exuding quasi-Empyrean rank fluctuations of power, he said in a low voice, "The 9th Warlock Dynasty. The Heaven Holy is really bold. If the 9th Warlock Dynasty can really be established, then we humans may have hope to survive the universe's end tribulation." There was a flash of light, and the old man dressed in a silver warlock robe disappeared from where he stood. In a mysterious ancient celestial body, there is a dense jungle full of poisonous insects exuding fearsome fluctuations of power. Among them, there is no lack of 100-meter-long poisonous insects shuttling through the jungle and fighting each other. A 1,000-kilometer-long golden bat that covers the sky flew over from afar, opened its maw, and golden ripples enveloped the earth. The extraordinary venomous insects exuding terrifying fluctuations of power above the glorious sun realm were directly swallowed by the golden bat. The 9th Warlock Dynasty. Heaven Holy, even if you're an existence invincible under the Empyrean realm. In the end, you're just an Empyrean. To dare to establish the 9th Warlock Dynasty, let's see how you die. The eyes of the golden bat shimmered fiercely, and it turned into a stream of light and disappeared. In the vast universe, countless rays of light shone, and one holy expert after another used various secret methods to cross the void and fly towards the Tsangji plane. Only holy experts, who are pinnacle powerhouses of the universe, can cross millions or even tens of millions of light-years and arrive at the Tsangji plane with the help of secret treasures. The establishment of the 9th Warlock Dynasty is related to the changes in the forces of the universe. Once the 9th Warlock Dynasty is established, the human race will gain the upper hand and receive more favor from the universe. After all, the universe needs a powerful unified force to contend with the Gamana universe. Time passed, and 1 year went by in a flash. September 13th. The Battle Demon Sex Branch floating continent. Bell tolls came from the continent and spread in all directions. The entire Cangji plain heard the magnificent bell tolls. It's begun. The founding ceremony of the 9th Warlock dynasty. This is the day that will decide the fate of the universe. Whether the human race can continue to dominate the universe or be knocked down to the mundane world will depend on this day. The human race is bound to fail. The collapse of the 9th Warlock dynasty would be for the best. We can take this opportunity to take a bite out of the human race. The gazes of countless experts in the Cangji plain focused on the weave, paying attention to the live broadcast of the 9th Warlock dynasty's founding ceremony. Only holy experts or the leaders of major forces and major races are qualified to enter the Battle Demon Sex Branch floating continent to participate in the official founding ceremony. Ordinary powerhouses, even Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, are not qualified to enter the Battle Demon Sex Branch floating continent. Chapter 1304. In the center of the Battle Demon Sex Branch floating continent, in the center of a huge palace that covers an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers, there is a magnificent Devour Temple engraved with countless mysterious runes. In the Devour Temple, there is an Empyrean-grade secret treasure throne, the Magic Note Throne. There is a person sitting on the throne, it is Yang Feng. Wisps of incomparably terrifying emperor might permeated the Magic Note Throne, blooming with incomparable brilliance. After the Great Cloud Dynasty withdrew from the stage of history, this Empyrean-grade secret treasure finally fell into Yang Feng's hands. Inside the Devour Temple, the leaders of the major warlock groups looked at Yang Feng sitting on the Magic Note Throne with enigmatic light in their eyes. Once the 9th Warlock dynasty is truly established and recognized by the universe, the Magic Note Throne, this Empyrean-grade secret treasure, will be able to exert terrifying power. When a warlock dynasty is at its strongest, the Magic Note Throne can even confer the title of an Empyrean, for quasi-emperors, 16 great holies, and 48 Holy Spirit warlocks. Although the Empyreans conferred the title of Magic Note Throne are far inferior to true Empyreans in terms of lifespan, use of power, and other aspects. But after all, they are Empyrean rank powerhouses with fearsome battle prowess that can threaten true Empyreans. The Magic Note Lord's alchemy is known to be unparalleled in the world. He is recognized as the #1 alchemist of the human race. Not only does he surpass the human warlock emperors, but he also surpasses any human alchemist. Only the legendary eternal sovereigns can surpass him in alchemy. It is thanks to all kinds of incredible and powerful secret treasures that the Magic Note Lord was able to run amok in the world and remain invincible for an era. I didn't expect that a minor character of the Great Cloud Dynasty in the past would become a legendary warlock emperor. In a corner of the Devour Temple, the former emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty Bai Wuxing looked up at Yang Feng sitting on the Magic Note Throne with a complicated look in his eyes. At the time, Bai Wuxing was the emperor of the Eastern World's Great Cloud Dynasty, a fearsome pinnacle infinity warlock rank powerhouse. When Yang Feng first rose to prominence, he was just a moonlight warlock. But now Yang Feng is the founder of the 9th Warlock Dynasty, while the ambitious Bai Wuxing is just a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. In the past, a warlock monarch rank powerhouse was virtually invincible. But in the universe war, a warlock monarch doesn't even have the qualifications to participate in a fight between two emperors. The huge difference naturally caused Bai Wuxing to feel extremely complicated. Below the Magic Note Throne sat Mykelia and Shiryu. Below them, there are quasi-emperors subdued by Yang Feng. Below the quasi-emperors, there are great sages and holy ones subdued by Yang Feng. Incomparably terrifying auras emanated from the bodies of those experts, pressuring many experts to the point of suffocation. Huang Yihe sat between the great sages and sages, looking down at the experts below with an incomparably joyous smile on his face. Among the experts below, many of them were legendary existences to Huang Yihe. But now, those legendary human almighty beings could only sit below the throne and look up at him, which made him feel extremely good. So strong. There are so many quasi-emperors, great sages, and holy ones. To subdue so many powerhouses, as expected of the heaven holy. In terms of the number of holy ones alone, the 9th warlock dynasty doesn't lose to the 8 warlock dynasties of the past. Unfortunately, the position of emperor of this era was occupied by the Silver Emperor. If the heaven holy can ascend to the position of emperor, he will be able to become the 9th warlock emperor. Inside the temple sat the leaders of the universe's various human warlock groups. They looked at Yang Feng sitting on the throne with regret in their eyes. After Yang Feng returned from the eternal path, he became invincible and swept away all enemies. Even Empyreans such as the Red Caltrop Lord and the first true ancestor died at his hands. Both enemies and allies admit that as long as Yang Feng doesn't die, he will be able to surpass everyone in the universe, advance to the Empyrean realm, and become the 9th warlock emperor. But no one expected that the Gumana universe's divine eyes eternal would be willing to split his eternal origin and let the Silver Emperor cross the universe, descend to this world, and forcibly advance to the Empyrean realm and occupy the position of emperor in this era. Even though Yang Feng has the support of the Empyrean rank powerhouse 0, but not many people are optimistic about the 9th warlock dynasty he founded. The transcendent dynasty's wind god holy is here. Greetings, Devour Lord. Congratulations to the Devour Lord for establishing the Devour dynasty. This is a small gift, please accept it. The wind god Great Holy came in with 2 Great Holy and 8 Holy Ones of the transcendent imperial court, bowed to Yang Feng, presented him with a big gift, and then sat down on a seat. The Death Dynasty's heavenly corpse holy is here. A heavenly corpse great sage, who was shrouded in a dense death chi and looked like a corpse, but emitted a trace of quasi-emperor power fluctuation, walked into the hall with a great sage and 2 saints from the Death Empire. Greetings, Devour Lord. Congratulations on the establishment of the Devour dynasty. With an expressionless face, the heavenly corpse holy saluted Yang Feng, offered a big gift, and then sat down on his seat. The Magic Note dynasty's 1,000 treasures holy is here. A handsome young man dressed in countless secret treasures, looking 60% similar to the Magic Note Lord, stepped into the hall, followed by 1 great sage and 6 holy ones. The Magic Note Lord? When Yang Feng saw the handsome young man, his eyes congealed slightly, and for the first time, he revealed a dignified look, and stormy waves set off in his heart. In the Eternal Wall and the Tower of Origin, Yang Feng has seen the soul projection of the Magic Note Lord twice. He is very familiar with the soul fluctuations of the Magic Note Lord. The soul fluctuations of the handsome young man, who looks 60% similar to the Magic Note Lord, are 90% similar to the Magic Note Lord's soul fluctuations. Greetings, Devour Lord. Congratulations on the establishment of the Devour dynasty. This is a small gift from the Magic Note dynasty, I hope you like it. This is the last component of the Magic Note throne. The 1,000 treasures holy smiled and spread the fingers of a hand, and a blue crystal appeared, turned into a stream of light, and flew into Yang Feng's hand. Yang Feng took the blue crystal and looked at it carefully, and his eyes shimmered with admiration. The blue crystal contains endless mysteries, and it is completely compatible with the Magic Note throne. Once the blue crystal was added to the Magic Note throne, the Magic Note throne would be upgraded to the next level. Originally, the Magic Note throne can only confer the title of an Empyrean rank Imperial Preceptor. Once the blue crystal was fused, the limit of the Magic Note throne would be able to confer the title of 2 Emperor-level Imperial Advisors to the Empire. 2 Empyrean rank Imperial Preceptors are enough to contend against an ordinary Empyrean. Yang Feng replied, "Thank you. It's nothing. Besides, only you can use this treasure." The 1,000 treasure great sage smiled and led the experts of the Magic Note dynasty to their seats in a carefree manner. The Nebula Patriarch is here. After the quasi-emperors of the 3 warlock dynasties entered, the leaders of powerful races appeared in the Devour Temple and presented Yang Feng with congratulatory gifts. Myriad races gathered. The Dawn Lord is here. A voice suddenly rang out, and Ahimiro, who was giving off traces of Emperor's might, stepped into the devouring temple. A boundless and terrifying immortal Emperor's might slowly spread out from his body and swept out in all directions. Behind Ahimiro, there are two blazing angels, one male and one female. Each blazing angel exudes quasi-Empyrean rank might. The Dawn Lord. The eighth human warlock emperor, the Dawn Lord. He finally awakened through a secret method. The divine son Ahimiro is indeed a vessel for the resurrection of the Dawn Lord. It's the ninth human warlock emperor versus the eighth human warlock emperor. This is going to be a world-shaking collision. There can't be two tigers on the same mountain. Since the Dawn Lord is here, it seems that there's going to be a good show. The two invincible human warlock emperors are finally going to collide. Inside the palace, the eyes of many human warlocks shimmered with worry. The experts of the foreign races all revealed looks of schadenfreude. The eyes of the Dawn Lord flickered, and he uttered, "Yang Feng, you haven't promoted to an Empyrean realm yet. You aren't qualified to sit on that throne. End this farce and come down. As long as you join the Dawn dynasty, I can promise to make you the sole heir of the 8th Warlock dynasty and help you ascend to the Empyrean realm in the future." Yang Feng spoke, "Dawn Lord, I appreciate you very much. As long as you join my Devour dynasty, I can give you the position of an Imperial Preceptor. Your position will be just below Zero and me." So the name of the Emperor behind him is Zero. Zero? Who was he? How come I've never heard of this name? Zero, could it be that he is an emperor that has not been recorded in the ancient books? When the powerhouses in the Devour Temple heard Yang Feng's words, they speculated in their hearts. There was a flash of anger in the eyes of the Dawn Lord. An immortal Empyrean might far beyond that of the Silver Emperor spread from him and swept in all directions. Human warlock emperors must be Empyreans. Otherwise, it would only bring disaster to the human race. Yang Feng, if you don't end this farce. As such, I have no choice but to suppress you and save the human race from a calamity. Chapter 1305. Sitting on the magic note throne, Yang Feng uttered domineeringly, "Then let's go to the battlefield of Empyreans. Let's see who suppresses who." The Dawn Lord smiled coldly, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared. "What big talk. I hope you won't regret it." Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he entered the void. In a vast void without any life stars within millions of light years, two rays of light flickered, and two figures appeared. They are the Dawn Lord and Yang Feng. Numerous terrifying sage wills descended and hid in the distance, watching the battle from afar. The Dawn Lord radiated dazzling divine light of dawn and said indifferently, "Yang Feng, the fight between us is a fight between men, a one-on-one duel in a struggle for the position of Empyrean. Outsiders are not qualified to participate. The Empyrean rank powerhouse Zero, who suppressed the Silver Emperor together with Yang Feng 10 years ago, showed extremely terrifying battle prowess. The Dawn Lord doesn't want to be enemies with Yang Feng and Zero at the same time." Yang Feng said indifferently, "No problem. It's a fair one-on-one duel. She won't interfere." "Very well. In that case, you're going to lose." A cold ray flashed in the Dawn Lord's eyes, and he silently recited an incantation. Countless wisps of dawn divine light emerged and formed a giant hand that stretched for 10,000 kilometers and pressed towards Yang Feng. The void was filled with the power of all kinds of laws. The entire void was frozen, and all kinds of evasive secret techniques were restricted. Only powerhouses most proficient in the essence of speed may be able to escape the strike of the giant hand. "Dawn Lord, you're too weak." Yang Feng's eyes shone brightly, and he smiled coldly and beckoned with his hand. Silver light shone brightly and formed a boundless silver sea, and a dense swarm of silver arrows barreled towards the 10,000-kilometer-long giant hand like meteors. Under the bombardment of the terrifying silver arrow, the terrifying giant hand that was thousands of miles long was directly smashed into pieces. The silver light that filled the sky turned into silver arrows that shot straight towards the King of Dawn. That's the essence of the Silver Emperor. So strong. The Heaven Holy actually grasped the essence of the Silver Emperor. How terrifying. This was the peak of the devouring power Upanishad. It can devour the power of the one being devoured for its own use. As expected of the Master Devourer. That's a terrifying power comparable to an emperor. The spectating saints and great saints stared at the boundless and terrifying silver ocean with their mouths agape and eyes filled with shock. Any human warlock emperor will master countless secret methods to deal with all kinds of complicated situations. However, their strongest secret technique was still a secret technique that was compatible with their own path. Only a secret technique that was compatible with one's own path could unleash the terrifying power of an emperor. Yang Feng can freely control the essence of the Silver Emperor and exert Empyrean rank power. This is simply heaven-defying. A look of anger flashed in the King of Dawn's eyes. He spread his fingers, and the divine light of dawn that filled the sky formed a terrifying boundary of dawn in front of him. The countless silver arrows struck the glimmer of dawn boundary, causing ripples to form. Open. Among the countless silver arrows, Yang Feng suddenly appeared and slashed down with the green sun halberd. Carrying an overbearing aura, the halberd split open the glimmer of dawn boundary, and then slashed towards the Dawn Lord. The Dawn Lord's face fell, and he cast countless secret methods, and defensive barriers appeared one after another. The green sun halberd pierced through the sky, destroying everything in its path. It shattered the terrifying defensive barrier and slashed at the Dawn Lord's body, leaving behind a terrifying wound. It was as if the Dawn Lord was going to be split apart, and a large amount of Emperor's blood dripped from the wound into the sky. The Dawn Lord was actually injured first. How is this possible? That's the Dawn Lord. The 8th Warlock Emperor of the human race. That's terrifying. The Heaven Holy has undergone such a terrifying evolution in the past 10 years. That's terrifying. His battle prowess is comparable to that of a true Empyrean. That's terrifying. As expected of a peerless genius who founded the 9th Warlock dynasty. He's so powerful. Devourer Lord. The eyes of the surrounding holy and great holy experts shimmered with incredulity. At the time, when Yang Feng contended against the Silver Emperor as a quasi-emperor, it was already unbelievable. But now, Yang Feng can even suppress the Dawn Lord, the 8th Warlock Emperor of the human race. This is simply a miracle. In the starry sky, countless rays of dawn light shone and sent the green sun halberd flying. As if an invincible god of war, Yang Feng brandished the green sun halberd and slashed at the Dawn Lord from all directions. The Dawn Lord cast various top-notch secret methods that have been lost, yet they were still broken by Yang Feng one after another. Wounds appeared on his body, and drops of Empyrean blood dripped down. Amazing! Even the legendary Empyrean like the 8th Warlock Emperor isn't his opponent. That's amazing! Inside the Devour Temple, Bai Wuqing looked at the projection in the hall with shock in his eyes. Amazing! So strong! Worthy of the ruthless person who founded the 9th Warlock dynasty. That's the legendary 8th Warlock Emperor. In the hall, the leaders of the human warlock groups looked at the scarred Dawn Lord bathed in Empyrean blood with an enigmatic gleam in their eyes. Although the Dawn Lord is known as the weakest Warlock Emperor among the 8 Warlock Emperors. But after all, he is an Empyrean who can suppress the universe. When the Dawn Lord was alive, no other race Empyrean set foot on the Zhangji plain. This shows how powerful he is. But now the legendary 8th Warlock Emperor is being suppressed by Yang Feng, which naturally shocked everyone. Yang Feng, give up. A fierce ray flashed in the Dawn Lord's eyes, and he took out a scepter full of holy fluctuations. Countless runes flew out of the scepter and entered the void. The void split open, and a holy mountain filled with the light of dawn and filled with countless angels and light life forms, Mountain Paradise, emerged. Dazzling divine light of dawn burst out from Paradise Mountain and pressed down on Yang Feng. Mountain Paradise. The ultimate secret treasure of the Dawn Lord. Legend has it that Mountain Paradise is a broken eternal treasure. At the time, the Dawn Lord obtained this broken eternal treasure, which is why he chose dawn as his path, became invincible, and advanced to the Empyrean realm. The Dawn Lord is really going all out. Inside the Devourer Temple, when many human warlocks saw Mountain Paradise, their eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Mountain Paradise is the core secret treasure for the Dawn Lord to advance to the Empyrean realm, as well as his most powerful trump card. It was because they were afraid of the power of Mountain Paradise that many Empyreans acquiesced to the establishment of the 8th Warlock dynasty. As soon as Mountain Paradise appeared, the light of dawn sprinkled the sky, and the space within millions of years turned into a huge dawn divine country. Amidst the dazzling light of dawn, countless angels of dawn formed from divine light attacked Yang Feng from all directions. At this moment, Yang Feng feels like he has broken into the divine country of a supreme god. He is suppressed by the divine country in various ways. At the same time, he has to face an endless stream of divine legions. In the divine country of a supreme god, even an Empyrean will be suppressed by the power of the divine country. At the same time, it is difficult to absorb outside force, and there is the possibility of being exhausted to death. At the Time Lord once suffered a great loss in the divine country of an ancient supreme god. What an amazing secret treasure! This eternal treasure has been repaired by 80%. Unfortunately, it was repaired with faith force, which has huge flaws. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and the dawn god armor shone, and he entered the second form. Countless runes shone, and Yang Feng turned into a black hole and flew towards Mountain Paradise in the center of the divine country. Countless dawn angels flew out, were swallowed by the black hole, and then spat out and fell into the distance. The dawn angels, which are made of dawn divine light, are highly toxic to Yang Feng. When Yang Feng devours a dawn angel, he needs to consume more power to refine it before he can truly use it. Otherwise, he will hurt himself. Sure enough, I can't stop you, Yang Feng. However, you're going to lose. Standing on Mountain Paradise, the Dawn Lord's eyes shone coldly, and he silently recited an incantation, and countless mysterious runes appeared on his body. On Mountain Paradise, countless mysterious runes shone, fearsome dawn divine light gathered, and a heaven battle spear capable of slaying Empyrean powerhouses appeared on the mountain, turned into a stream of light, and shot towards Yang Feng. Countless runes shone on Yang Feng, and he brandished the green sun halberd, and 1,000 green suns appeared and merged into one that slashed at the heaven battle spear. Boom! Along with a heaven-shaking blare, the heaven battle spear was smashed by Yang Feng's halberd. A torrent of time emerged, and Yang Feng appeared on Mountain Paradise in a step and slashed with his halberd. Boom! Following a loud explosion, empty paradise trembled slightly, and a huge hole appeared halfway up the mountain. The entire divine kingdom was trembling at a terrifying rate. Seeing this scene, the Dawn Lord's eyes flashed with pain, and he shouted, "Stop! Devourer Lord, I lost this fight." Hearing that, Yang Feng stopped his attack on Mountain Paradise. Countless rays of dawn divine light shone, and Mountain Paradise crossed the void and disappeared. "I lost this fight. I wish you good luck." The Dawn Lord took a deep look at Yang Feng with complicated emotions in his eyes, and then sighed, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared. Chapter 1306. The Dawn Lord has been defeated. The Devourer Lord defeated the Dawn Lord. From today on, the Heaven Holy is the true Devourer Lord. To defeat an Empyrean as a quasi-emperor, that's really terrifying. The Devourer Lord. In the world of warlocks, countless people watched the battle between Yang Feng and the Dawn Lord through various spells, and their eyes shimmered with shock. As expected of the Devourer Lord. The strongest warlock emperor of the human race in the future. The Devourer Lord can contend against Empyreans now. When he steps into the Empyrean domain in the future, he will definitely be an invincible overlord rank existence. The Devourer Lord is really strong. The establishment of the human race's 9th warlock dynasty will be smooth. In the human webs, countless human warlocks cheered for Yang Feng's victory. The defeat of the Dawn Lord means that the human race has given birth to an even more terrifying powerhouse. The human 9th warlock dynasty will only become more powerful and awe the world. The eyes of the other race experts shimmered with disappointment, and they kept silent, not daring to speak carelessly. Once the human 9th warlock dynasty is truly established, the entire universe will belong to the human race, and the human race will become more prosperous and occupy more resources. The other race experts who have emerged now will become the focus of the human 9th warlock dynasty's attack in the future. There was a flash of light, and Yang Feng's figure appeared on the throne of the Devour Temple. Many other race leaders came here with the intention of watching a good show. As such, they don't really respect the quasi-emperor Yang Feng. After the Dawn Lord was defeated by Yang Feng, the hearts of the other race leaders turned cold, and they looked at him with awe in their eyes. Lan Yu, the Sea Emperor has arrived. A slightly trembling voice came from outside the door. A boundlessly vast and terrifying aura that was like a sea of stars surged over from the outside world. Amidst a wisp of blue divine radiance, the peerless empress with a peerless appearance and extraordinary bearing stepped directly into the palace. This peerless empress with a peerless appearance and extraordinary temperament was an incomparably powerful empress, the Blue Moon Ocean Empress. She was also known as the strongest expert in this world. In terms of appearance, the Blue Moon Sea Emperor was slightly inferior to the Charm Demon Queen, but she had an emperor's aura around her. Overall, she exuded an amazing charm that far surpassed the Charm Demon Queen. Behind the Blue Moon Oceanic Emperor was a man and a woman from the Blue Moon Oceanic race. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. Blue Moon Ocean Emperor. He really did come. Of course. Once it was devoured, the dynasty would be established. The human race has taken over this universe. Just the demon note throne alone can give the human race another emperor-level expert. Coupled with Lord Devourer and Lord Zero, there are 3 emperors. When the foreign race powerhouses saw the Blue Moon Poseidon, their eyes revealed traces of excitement. A copious amount of blue sea water intertwined and formed a blue throne in the void. Sitting on the blue throne, the Blue Moon Poseidon looked at Yang Feng. In the Devour Temple, only the Blue Moon Poseidon has the same position as Yang Feng. Before the establishment of the human race's 9th warlock dynasty, emperors were on equal footing with Yang Feng, or even higher. But after the establishment of the 9th warlock dynasty, even emperors are inferior to Yang Feng in the Devour Temple. Yang Feng spoke, "Blue Moon Poseidon, what brings you here?" The beautiful eyes of the Blue Moon Poseidon flickered with bright light, and she uttered flatly, "Lord Devourer, I don't think the human race's 9th warlock dynasty should be established here. After you promote to an emperor, it will be the best time to establish the 9th warlock dynasty." Yang Feng looked at the Blue Moon Poseidon with an enigmatic smile. "What if I want to establish the 9th warlock dynasty now? Then I'll destroy your 9th warlock dynasty." A ruthless voice erupted above the battle demon sex branch floating continent, and a huge star 100,000 kilometers in diameter dropped from the sky and barreled towards the Devour Temple. Standing behind Yang Feng, Zero's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of the celestial body and punched the huge celestial body 100,000 kilometers in diameter. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the huge star with a diameter of 50,000 kilometers was shattered by Zero's punch. Countless fragments shot back like cannonballs towards the golden-haired ape emperor, who was radiating golden divine light. The gold fur ape emperor's eyes narrowed slightly, and he waved his hand, and resplendent golden light shone and sent the golden fragments flying. Yang Feng. Do you dare to fight me in the eternal duel arena? If you don't dare, then immediately cancel this nation's founding ceremony. A quasi-emperor like you can't establish a dynasty. The gold fur ape emperor's eyes radiated a fierce ray, and he barked. Fearsome sound waves reverberated on the battle demon sex branch floating continent and suppressed in all directions. Within the battle demon sex branch floating continent, countless warlock towers shone brightly and activated a powerful barrier to resist the gold fur ape emperor's sound waves. Without the barrier, all existences below the great warlock rank on the battle demon sex branch floating continent would be shaken to death by the gold fur ape emperor's roar. Yang Feng said frigidly with a cold look in his eyes, "What will you do if I don't agree?" The gold fur ape emperor's eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he uttered frigidly, "If you don't agree. Every day, I will destroy a planet that you humans live on, until all of you are dead." When the gold fur ape emperor's ferocious words came out, a chill welled up in the hearts of the human powerhouses. If an Empyrean disregarded face and put aside all dignity, they can destroy a celestial body every day. Any grade 4 plane or below can't withstand an all-out blow from an Empyrean. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he uttered frigidly, "Fine. I'll fulfill your wish. I'll kill you in the eternal duel arena." With a flash of light, Yang Feng disappeared from the Devour Temple. The eternal path collapsed, and the eternal path merged with the world of warlocks. Various eternal relic sites on the eternal path appeared in the world of warlocks. The eternal duel arena is the most famous one. In a duel to the death in the eternal duel arena, even if it is two warlock emperor rank powerhouses, only one can survive in the end. With a flash of blue light, the Blue Moon Sea Monarch disappeared and flew towards the eternal duel arena. The Devour Lord and the Gold Fur Ape Emperor will enter the eternal duel arena to fight to the death. The eternal duel arena, this is a fight to the death. Of the two powerhouses, only one can survive in the end. The one who can survive must be the Devour Lord. He is an existence who defeated the Dawn Lord. The Dawn Lord reincarnated through a secret method and was reborn in this era, but he was suppressed by the Devour Lord. He hasn't recovered his full strength, which is why he was defeated by the Devour Lord. The Gold Fur Ape Emperor is at his peak. His battle prowess is heaven-defying, far surpassing that of ordinary emperors. I'm afraid that the Devour Lord is in grave danger this time. Unfortunately, the Silver Emperor has occupied the only seat of Emperor in this era. Otherwise, the Devour Lord is bound to advance to an Emperor and become invincible. Many human warlocks on the Weave discussed spiritedly, their words revealing traces of unease and unwillingness. If the Silver Emperor hadn't occupied the only seat of Emperor in this era, Yang Feng will definitely advance to an Emperor. With Yang Feng's underlying strength, once he advances to an Emperor, he will be comparable to an invincible overlord like the other 7 warlock emperors. An invincible overlord rank Emperor, even if other emperors awaken, can suppress other emperors and forcibly establish a warlock dynasty. The eternal duel arena, surrounded by starlight and exhaling cosmic energy, exudes a mysterious and mighty aura. This is a relic site refined by an eternal sovereign. If an emperor wants to destroy the eternal duel arena, they will have to go to great lengths and spend 1,000 years. Once they enter the eternal duel arena, even an emperor won't be able to escape the shackles of the eternal duel arena. 2 terrifying figures appeared in front of the eternal duel arena. It is Yang Feng and the Gold Fur Ape Emperor. The two looked at each other, and their eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. Without saying any nonsense, they turned into two streams of light and entered the eternal duel arena. Yang Feng, you're doomed to die here today. Do you think you can hide the act you put on with the King of Dawn from the world? For a trifling quasi-emperor like you to be able to defeat a veteran emperor like the Dawn Lord, that's too fake. Go to hell and become a stepping stone on my path of evolution. The eyes of the gold fur ape emperor shone fiercely, and countless golden rays shone brightly, and he took out a 100-meter-long, crystal-clear eternal leg bone and barreled towards Yang Feng. Countless runes shone, and sacred voices emanated from the eternal leg bone. Containing the essence of power, the eternal leg bone crushed everything in its path and crushed towards Yang Feng. Although the 100-meter-long eternal leg bone is not an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, but its power is not the slightest bit inferior to that of many Empyrean-grade secret treasures. Only invincible Empyrean-grade secret treasures can surpass it. A play? What a fool! It's you who's going to die. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he brandished the green sun halberd in his hand. The halberd tore through the sky, and 1,000 suns merged into one, and slashed at the resplendent eternal leg bone. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering explosion, the golden-furred ape emperor was blasted thousands of miles away. Chapter 1307. The eyes of the gold-fur ape emperor shimmered with incredulity, and he exclaimed, "How can you be so strong? The Silver Emperor has already occupied the only Empyrean position in this universe. The Gold-Fur Ape Emperor has determined that Yang Feng hasn't advanced to the Empyrean realm, which is why he came to fight Yang Feng. But Yang Feng is far more powerful than he imagined. Gold-Fur Ape Emperor, thank you for coming to die today. I'll use your head to shock the world." Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely. Countless runes shone on the divine armor of dawn, and he entered the second form. With a flash of an afterimage, Yang Feng appeared in front of the gold-fur ape emperor as if teleporting, and green halberd rays stabbed towards the gold-fur ape emperor like a storm. Boom! 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 The golden-haired ape emperor's body shone with golden divine light as he brandished the eternal leg bone violently, forcibly blocking the green halberd light. However, the terrifying power of the halberd continued to send him flying. Within the green halberd radiance, there were traces of the terrifying devouring ultimacy that continuously devoured the energy of the golden fur ape emperor. Yang Feng, die. The eyes of the gold fur ape emperor flickered fiercely, countless runes shone, and he blurred into motion and grew 3 heads and 6 arms. Each of the 6 arms is holding 6 eternal bones. Countless runes shone, and the gold fur ape emperor brandished his 6 arms and controlled the eternal bones to attack Yang Feng. In an instant, thousands of collisions erupted in the eternal battlefield, and the gold fur ape emperor tore apart Yang Feng's defenses and slammed a blow into his left shoulder, causing the Twilight God armor and Yang Feng's left shoulder to collapse. Amazing! True Empyreans are really powerful. However, you're going to die here today. Yang Feng spewed out a mouthful of blood, and a cold ray streaked past his eyes. The gold fur ape emperor with 3 heads and 6 arms possesses heaven-defying battle prowess, surpassing that of the Dawn Lord. Fourth form. Countless runes shone on the divine armor of dawn, and a blurry projection emerged and merged with Yang Feng. The Kunmo Dusk Stone, which has never stopped absorbing energy, spewed a tremendous amount of power into Yang Feng. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the halberd of the god of battle appeared and slashed towards the gold fur ape emperor. In an instant, 2 emperors appeared from the river of time. One of them had a green face and fangs. He was 10 meters tall and carried a terrifying saber on his back. The other emperor was 2 meters tall. He looked really handsome and gave off an extraordinary aura. He held a giant spiked club in his hand. As soon as the 2 Empyrean rank projections appeared, they frantically extracted the energy inside Yang Feng. If it wasn't for the Kunmo stone supplying him with power, Yang Feng wouldn't have been able to withstand the arrival of the two Empyrean sovereigns. I never thought that I would see this world one day. Old ape, eat my blade. A wisp of emotion flashed in the Emperor's eyes. He drew the saber in his hand and a burning gaze flashed in his eyes. He burned his life force and slashed down. In an instant, the only thing that was left in the world was that dazzling saber light. It brought with it a terrifying might that could destroy and pierce through everything as it slashed towards the golden-furred ape emperor. Not good. A hair-raising feeling welled up inside the golden-furred ape emperor, and he waved the bone of eternity to block. With a flash of a fearsome saber ray, the golden-furred ape emperor was split in two, and a large amount of Empyrean blood spilled. Countless runes flickered, and one of the golden-furred ape emperor's heads exploded, and the severed body automatically healed in an instant. The 3 heads and 6 arms secret method is an origin secret method of the golden-furred ape emperor race. Once it is cast, it is equivalent to having 2 more lives. Along with flickering afterimages, the handsome Empyrean rank projection jumped out of the shadows, silently brandished the giant spiked club, and slammed it into the back of the golden-furred ape emperor. A terrifying force erupted in an instant, and stars containing shadow energy erupted and broke the golden-furred ape emperor's spine, and a large amount of Empyrean blood spilled in the sky. Go to hell. The eyes of the golden-furred ape emperor shimmered fiercely, and he slammed the bone of eternity into the Empyrean rank projection that jumped out of the shadows and smashed it into pieces. The law of karma extended along the way and slammed into Yang Feng, causing him to tremble slightly and spit out a mouthful of blood. Countless drops of bloody light mixed with the river of time, looking strange and mysterious. Riding the strange river of time, Yang Feng appeared in front of the golden-furred ape emperor and brandished his halberd to attack the golden-furred ape emperor. The golden-furred ape emperor roared and brandished the bone of eternity to fight Yang Feng. Mysterious runes flickered, and the wounds on the golden-furred ape emperor's body can hardly heal. Drops of Empyrean blood entered the void and disappeared. When the golden-furred ape emperor saw this scene, shock flashed in his eyes. Essence of blood, you actually grasped the ability of the first true ancestor. Your essence of devour has reached this level. After the essence of devour evolves to the apex, it can easily grasp the essences of those it devours. This has always been a legend, because no powerhouse who has grasped the essence of devour has ever reached this level. Yang Feng smiled and pointed with a finger, and silver arrows shot towards the golden-furred ape emperor like raindrops. The golden-furred ape emperor brandished the bone of eternity and smashed the silver arrows one by one. However, his gold fur has been strangely silverized, and his body has been eroded by the silverized force, weakening him continuously. Like an invincible god who descended into the secular world, Yang Feng suppressed everything and unleashed all kinds of incredible essences barreling towards the golden-furred ape emperor. The eyes of the gold-fur ape emperor shone fiercely, golden light shone, and he roared again and again. Exuding a domineering and invincible aura, he exchanged blows with Yang Feng, exchanging blow for blow. In the eternal arena, the earth cracked, the stars shattered, and fearsome fluctuations spread in all directions. A large amount of Empyrean blood sprinkled in the sky. Golden-furred ape emperor, you're really amazing. That's an Empyrean for you. I really want to have a fair fight with you. However, today is a great day for me to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty. If I can't take care of you as soon as possible, how can I show the means of the 9th Warlock Emperor? A cold ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, countless runes flickered, and spatial portals appeared. The 12 holy followers walked out of the spatial portals and attacked the golden-furred ape emperor with various offensive secret methods. Although the 12 holy followers have soul fluctuations, but in fact, they are mechanical creations, which fall under the category of alchemy. As such, they can be brought into the eternal arena. Countless spaces flickered, and holy step mechanical rulers appeared and resonated with the mechanical rulers who have advanced to the quasi-Empyrean rank. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he joined the battle and besieged the golden-furred ape emperor together with the 12 holy followers. Spatial blades, lightning spears, fearsome blade rays, and other attacks barreled towards the golden-furred ape emperor, riddling him with wounds. Yang Feng, you're despicable and shameless. To use golems, what kind of hero are you? Do you still deserve to be the 9th Warlock Emperor? If you have the guts, then fight me fairly. Furious, the golden-furred ape emperor roared wildly and tried to blast the 12 holy followers and holy step mechanical rulers to pieces. Although the 12 holy followers are far weaker than the golden-furred ape emperor in terms of strength, but they cooperate with each other to block the golden-furred ape emperor's attack. I'm proficient in alchemy, and these golems are part of my strength. Just like the Golem Lord, every time he fights, there will be countless golems. Yang Feng smiled coldly. Taking advantage of the moment when the golden-furred ape emperor was distracted, he slashed down with his halberd and beheaded the golden-furred ape emperor. Countless gold runes shone, and the golden-furred ape emperor recovered, and the severed heads grew back one by one. It was just that the heads that grew out no longer had the extraordinary power that could take the place of death. Riding a torrent of time, Yang Feng brandished his halberd and slashed at the golden-furred ape emperor. Besieged by the 12 holy followers and 1,000 holy step mechanical rulers, the golden-furred ape emperor destroyed more than 30 blade rulers, and then was cut in two by Yang Feng's halberd. A devour black hole appeared and devoured the golden-furred ape emperor, and fearsome life force gushed out of the golden-furred ape emperor and nourished Yang Feng's body and soul. The golden-furred ape emperor died. The devourer lord actually killed the golden-furred ape emperor. Outside the eternal arena, the blue moon sea monarch's beautiful eyes shimmered with shock when she saw this scene. The golden-furred ape emperor is a veteran Empyrean with tyrannical strength. Yet Yang Feng killed him, which is completely beyond the blue moon sea monarch's imagination. The devourer lord killed the golden-furred ape emperor. We humans are destined to be invincible in the world. A message was sent in the weave and set off another uproar. The golden-furred ape emperor died. That's great. He's so stupid. The devourer lord is an invincible overlord who defeated the Dawn Lord. For him to go to the eternal arena to fight the devourer lord, he's simply courting death. After today's battle, we humans will rise again and become invincible in the universe. The devourer lord is eternal. There was jubilation in the weave. Most of the human warlocks were excited. Once the 9th Warlock dynasty is established, the power of the human race will take a terrifying leap. Just the magic note throne alone will enable the human race to produce many venerables and great holies. Chapter 1308. Countless stars fell from the sky and landed on the Zhangji plain. Countless blood-colored dark clouds emerged and rained down on the 36 primary material planes. Stars fell, a rain of blood filled the sky. The Golden Ape Emperor really died. Another emperor has fallen in our universe. Why can't they get along? Fight against the Gumana universe's powerhouses together? Get along? That's too difficult. In this era, our universe only has one chance to advance to the Eternal Warlock realm. How can emperors unite in order to compete for the opportunity to advance to the Eternal Warlock realm? The experts in the cosmos sighed when they saw the falling stars and the rain of blood filling the sky. If it wasn't for the opportunity to advance to the Eternal Warlock realm in this era, the emperors wouldn't have fought with a powerhouse like Yang Feng for no reason. However, countless prophecy masters and warlocks have prophesied that there will be an opportunity to advance to the Eternal Warlock realm in this era. Naturally, the emperors can't unite. They are fighting endlessly for the opportunity to advance to the Eternal Warlock realm. Yang Feng founded the 9th Warlock dynasty in order to use the general trend of the human race to gather the power of all human warlocks and make himself stronger and more perfect. All of a sudden, the infernal planes separated from the endless abyss shook violently. The infernal planes exploded, and mountains crumbled and the earth cracked, as if the end of the world has arrived. Looking at the collapsed plane, a devil Grand Duke's eyes shimmered with panic, and he roared wildly, "What happened?" An ancient devil as large as the sky, blind in one eye, and ferocious as hell slowly crawled out of a plane, and terrifying demonic might suppressed the surroundings. That's the legendary Sky Devil Gu. The primogenitor of our race. The emperor of our devil race. In the hell plane, the eyes of many devil overlords flashed with excitement when they saw the devil overlord, who was covered in countless shackles and exuded a fierce aura. The Sky Devil exuding a fearsome aura is Gu, who once defeated Taboo Lord, who has yet to ascend to the Empyrean realm. This is an extremely fearsome Sky Devil. At the time, he was once chased by the invincible Taboo Lord, yet he managed to escape from him. His battle prowess is heaven-defying. Gu struggled wildly, and the countless shackles entangling him collapsed. In the instant that the countless shackles collapsed, the entire hell plane collapsed. Gu opened his mouth and inhaled. A terrifying black aura came out of his mouth and swept towards the layers of hell. No! No! A Grand Devil Duke's expression suddenly changed. All of the energy in his body was sucked dry, and he turned to ash and disappeared. Why? Aren't you the ancestor of us demons? A devil viscount roared in GE's direction. In a single breath, he was sucked dry and turned into ashes. That's right, I'm your ancestor. Therefore, your lives are bestowed by me. Now, return all of your lives to me and become nutrients for my recovery. A cruel and domineering voice echoed in the layers of hell. Rays of black demonic light sprinkled down from the clouds of the hell plane, descending upon the hell plane. Enveloped by the black demonic light, the god-rank devil overlords had their bloodline power sucked away without any resistance. They turned to ashes and disappeared without a trace. A copious amount of black light entered Na Gu and restored his aura, making him fearsome. I'm here. Devourer Lord. GE's eyes shimmered with a ferocious gleam, and he tore apart space with his hands and rushed into the spatial rift. In the blink of an eye, a humongous portal appeared in the outer space of the eternal battle arena. When the portal opened, Gu walked out of it. Sky Devil Gu. When the Blue Moon Sea Monarch saw the Sky Devil Gu exuding distorted demonic light, her pretty face flickered at once. Every single emperor was a monster amongst monsters. They were peerless geniuses of an era and were boundlessly strong. But at the same time, there are different ranks among emperors. The strongest are naturally invincible overlords like the Time Lord and the other 6 warlock emperors. The weakest is the Silver Emperor who has just advanced to the Emperor realm. The Sky Devil Gu is an emperor infinitely close to the invincible overlord rank, his strength far surpassing that of the Blue Moon Sea Monarch. Gu glanced coldly at the Blue Moon Sea Monarch, then his figure fluttered, and as if a demonic star descended, he fell into the eternal arena in an instant. Devourer Lord, come and fight me to the death. The winner can plunder everything from the loser. I'm going to kill you, plunder all your treasures and resources, and set foot in eternity. If you don't fight me, I'll destroy the stars you humans rely on in the outside world. GE's eyes flashed fiercely, and he radiated demonic light. Like a demon ancestor, a fierce and berserk aura slowly spread from him. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he uttered decisively, "Fine. I'll fight you to the death." Countless mysterious runes appeared, and the eternal duel arena, which had just opened, closed again. Countless runes flickered on Yang Feng's god armor of dawn, and a blurry projection merged with him, allowing him to enter the 4th form in an instant. In an instant, a terrifying silver ocean appeared and swept towards Gu. Silver transformation. Don't use such petty tricks. Gu glanced at the silver sea, which can easily silver a star, smiled coldly, and blurred into motion. He turned into a beam of light, tore through the silver sea, appeared in front of a holy rank blade ruler, and slapped the blade ruler. In an instant, the sharp blade ruler was blasted into pieces by Gu. Boom! 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 Gu was like an invincible devil, his entire body emitting black demonic light. He casually bombarded the Saint-class mechanical rulers, tearing them apart one by one. Ge's battle experience was extremely rich. He immediately attacked those sacred-grade mechanical rulers, destroying them one by one. Although the attacks of the holy rank mechanical rulers can't be fatal, but they can still injure him and pose a certain threat to him. Yang Feng's eyes flickered coldly, and he brandished his halberd, and 2 Empyrean rank brave souls emerged from the river of time and attacked Gu. The 12 hegemonic apostles launched their own attacks at Gu. It's no use. The brave souls summoned from the river of time are nothing but dead people. How can dead people be my opponent? Gu smiled ferociously, shone with demonic light, and sent a punch flying. In an instant, the soul phantoms of countless devils, fiends, angels, elves, dragons, and other powerful extraordinary life forms appeared, roared mournfully, their eyes shot with blood, and unleashed various offensive secret methods barreling towards the 2 Empyrean rank brave souls and the 12 holy apostles. Besieged by the endless soul phantoms, the 12 holy apostles were blasted away by 10,000 kilometers. The 2 Empyrean rank brave souls were entangled by the countless extraordinary life forms soul phantoms, and they fought each other. Gu shone with demonic light, chased after the holy rank mechanical rulers and smashed them one by one. He didn't even let their core microchips escape. So strong. This is the ancestor of the devils, Sky Devil Gu. As expected of a fearsome existence who once fought Taboo Lord and didn't die. A cold ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. Countless runes flickered, and he frantically extracted the power of Kunmo Dusher and slashed at Gu with his halberd. A torrent of time, a spatial portal, a power star, and a devour black hole emerged, suppressed the void, and slashed towards Gu. Devour Lord, are you finally going all out? Unfortunately, you're too weak. You're too weak. Even if you go all out, you'll be the one to die. Gu smiled ferociously. His remaining demonic eyes flickered with countless mysterious runes, and a fearsome demonic head composed of countless eyeballs flew out. The eyeballs opened, shone with demonic light, converged, and barreled towards the 4 images in the sky. Under the bombardment of the terrifying demonic light, the torrent of time disintegrated, the spatial portal collapsed, the power star shattered, and the devour black hole was annihilated. The remaining demonic light slammed into Yang Feng. In an instant, Yang Feng felt a sharp pain in his head, weakness in his limbs, the flow of power in his body became sluggish, and all kinds of incredible curses entangled him. Yang Feng's fleshly body has evolved into a perfect immortal body, which is comparable to that of a true Empyrean. Only his soul is slightly inferior to that of a true Empyrean. Originally, it would be difficult for any curse to hurt him. However, devils are innately proficient in all kinds of curses. As the ancestor of devils and one of the 6 sky devils, Ge's curses have reached the pinnacle. Even an Empyrean can't resist his curses. Go to hell. Ge's eyes shone fiercely, and he appeared in front of Yang Feng with a teleport and sent a claw stabbing at Yang Feng's heart. Now that Yang Feng is at his weakest, it is a great opportunity for Gu to inflict a heavy blow on Yang Feng in one fell swoop. Ripples flickered behind Yang Feng, and Zero emerged from behind him and slammed the whip of the ruler in her hand into Gu like a poison dragon capable of tearing apart the sky and suppressing everything. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering blare, Ge's body caved in, and blood sprinkled in the sky. Chapter 1309. Ge's countenance changed dramatically, and he roared wildly, "It's you. You're Zero. How can you appear here?" Even though he was asleep, Gu split off a wisp of his consciousness to walk the world and collect all kinds of information. Naturally, the information on the Empyrean rank powerhouse Zero couldn't escape his collection. He never thought that he would see Zero here. Golem, you're a secret treasure golem refined by the Devourer Lord. After all, Gu is one of the 6 sky devils. He's extremely smart. With a thought, a chill welled up in his heart, and he roared wildly. A cold look in his eyes, Zero didn't say a word. He brandished the whip of the ruler, tore apart the sky, and lashed at Gu. Ge's bones cracked, and Empyrean blood sprinkled in the sky. If Zero entered the eternal arena, then who is this? When the Blue Moon Sea Monarch saw this scene, a chill welled up in his heart, and he looked at the other Zero standing not far away. The other Zero smiled at the Blue Moon Sea Monarch, and fearsome Empyrean might exuded from him. A second Empyrean. The Devourer Lord has 2 Empyrean followers. That's terrifying. Moreover, the 2 Empyrean rank powerhouses are golems he refined. How heaven-defying. When the Blue Moon Sea Monarch thought of this fact, a chill welled up in his heart. Any Empyrean rank powerhouse is an invincible existence in the universe. It is virtually impossible to refine them with alchemy. At the time, the Golem Lord used the living Golem's secret method to transform the Empyrean rank powerhouses he suppressed into Empyrean rank golems. The Magic Note Lord was the #1 alchemist of the human race, yet he had never refined an Emperor-grade alchemy golem. For Yang Feng to refine an Empyrean rank mechanical golem with alchemy, this was simply incredible and beyond everyone's imagination. Within the eternal arena, countless mysterious runes flickered on the divine armor of Don Yang Feng, and devour black holes emerged and devoured the curses on him. In an instant, Yang Feng recovered his full strength and slashed at Gu with the halberd of the god of battle. A torrent of time appeared, containing countless mysterious runes that enveloped Zero and Gu. In the torrent of time, Zero's speed was increased by 300 times, while the time around Gu slowed down by about 2 times. All of a sudden, Zero seemed to have split into 300, leaving behind countless afterimages as he controlled, whip of the ruler, and lashed out at Gu from all directions. Countless mysterious runes shone, and a hexagram barrier appeared around Nagu. The whip of the ruler shattered the hexagram enchantments one after another, and it lashed at Ge's body, leaving one wound after another on his body. Countless rays of demonic light flickered, and the wounds on Ge's body strangely healed at a rapid pace. The devil race's regenerative abilities were second only to the true blood races. Even if some grand dukes were beheaded and only their hearts were left, they could still be reborn. Some saints of the devil race could even be reborn with a drop of devil blood. As the ancestor of the devil race, Ge's defense and recovery ability can be rated as heaven-defying. Even though he was continuously injured, but he still healed his injuries at an astonishing speed. Lord! Zero barked, and Yang Feng flew out from the side, brandished the halberd of the god of battle, and slashed at Gu. A cold look in his eyes, demonic light surged all over Gu, and he brandished his fists. Fighting 1 versus 2, he forcibly blocked the siege of Yang Feng and Zero like a fortress with invincible defense. In the void, ripples emerged, and the level 7 stronghold emerged. The destruction cannon locked on Gu, flashed, and fired a beam capable of destroying emperors barreling towards Gu. Shit! Ge's face fell, and he was just about to cast a spell to escape, when he found that the void has been sealed by Zero and Yang Feng, making it impossible for him to escape. Ge's eyes flashed fiercely, and his remaining eye shone, and a strange head formed from countless eyes appeared, radiated strange light, and blessed him. Boosted by the strange light, Ge's fluctuations of power suddenly doubled, and he sent a fist barreling towards the beam capable of destroying emperors. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering explosion, the beam of light that could annihilate emperors was shattered by Ge's punch, and his right hand was vaporized by the blow and completely disappeared. For visions of a torrent of time, a spatial portal, a power star, and a devour black hole emerged, and Yang Feng walked out of the river of time and slashed at Ge's back with his halberd. Gu, who smashed the destruction cannon's attack head-on, is at his weakest. When the halberd slashed at him, his body split open, and a large amount of blood spilled on the ground. Zero also brandished the whip of the ruler and slashed at Gu, and his body caved in. Countless twisted devilish heads flew out of Ge's wounds, opened their bloody maws, and mercilessly bit at Yang Feng and Zero. Die! Gu bellowed, and a fearsome demonic head formed from countless demonic eyes flew out of his single eye, radiated fearsome demonic light, and barreled towards Yang Feng and Zero. Yang Feng appeared in front of Zero, and an unbreakable shield appeared in his hand. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and the unbreakable shield activated a formidable barrier that absorbed the light of the curse of the demonic eye. Zero retreated behind Yang Feng, and the 12 holy apostles flew to his side. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the 12 holy apostles, radiated resplendent light, and entered Zero. The level 7 stronghold floating in the void radiated resplendent light, and a steady stream of power entered Zero's body. This is a very powerful spell. I can't let it finish. An ominous glint flashed in Ge's eyes, and he no longer consumed power to repair himself. Instead, he frantically burned his origin force and poured it into his remaining eye. Ge's remaining demonic eye burst out with fearsome demonic light. The power absorbed from the sacrifices of countless devils over the past hundreds of millions of years erupted and turned into a beam that can destroy everything and even seriously injure eternal sovereigns barreling toward Zero. With the unbreakable shield in hand, Yang Feng used all his power to activate a powerful barrier and blocked in front of Zero. Boom! The demonic light that erupted from Ge's demonic eye slammed into the barrier of the unbreakable shield, causing the barrier to tremble unceasingly, as if it would collapse at any time. Yang Feng clenched his teeth and frantically extracted the power of the Kunmo stone and the small world inside him to maintain the unbreakable shield's barrier. Zero floating in the void opened her eyes, which are filled with majesty. She brandished the whip of the ruler and tore through the sky and barreled towards Gu. Damn it! With a flash of anger in his eyes, Gu clenched his teeth, brandished his remaining left hand, and sent a fist barreling towards the whip of the ruler. The whip of the ruler, which is surrounded by countless mysterious runes, mercilessly slammed into Ge's right hand, smashed it, and then devoured it. After smashing Ge's right hand, the whip of the ruler slammed into Ge's head, and a fearsome power erupted and blasted Ge's head apart. Boom! 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 The ruler's whip was like a terrifying poisonous dragon as it smashed into Ge's body. Ge's bones cracked, and his demonic blood splattered everywhere. After being struck tens of thousands of times in a row, Ge's body is twisted, and there isn't an inch of good bone left. The source of your power is this demon eye. Since the Taboo Lord destroyed one of your eyes, I'll destroy the second one. Floating in the void, Zero's pretty face shimmered with enchanting charm, and she uttered coldly. The whip of the ruler flew out and stabbed towards Ge's remaining eye. No! Gu roared, and the remaining eye erupted with a fearsome aura, and countless runes flickered and formed a black barrier. The progenitor eye is the name of Ge's remaining eye, and it is one of the most powerful eyes in the world of warlocks. Even an Empyrean cannot escape the curse of the progenitor eye. According to legend, even eternal sovereigns will be affected by the progenitor eye's demonic light. As the source of Ge's power, the progenitor eye is extremely powerful. The black barrier it formed forcibly blocked Zero's whip of the ruler. Amazing! Unfortunately, there are two of us. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in front of Gu, slashed with his halberd, and cut Gu in two. A devour black hole appeared, swallowed Ge's lower body, and frantically devoured Ge's origin force. No! Seriously injured, Gu issued a miserable scream, and the barrier in his right eye collapsed. The whip of the ruler stabbed into Ge's right eye and dug out his progenitor eye. A devour black hole appeared, swallowed Gu, and frantically devoured his life origin. Gu is a fearsome existence infinitely close to the invincible overlord rank. Even though he was seriously injured by Yang Feng, but he still struggled frantically in the devour black hole. After a quarter of an hour, Ge's soul was completely obliterated, and a tremendous amount of life origin poured into Yang Feng. Chapter 13:10. The Blue Moon Sea Monarch looked at Yang Feng in the eternal arena with a flash of coldness in his eyes. He died. He is one of the 6 heavenly devils, the ancestor of the devil race. Gu was one of the 6 heavenly devils, the ancestor of the devil race, and the most powerful devil. At his peak, he could even compete with the Taboo Lord. Gu revived ahead of schedule, but he devoured all the devils of the infernal plane and turned them into his nutrients. The Blue Moon Sea Monarch admitted that he was not the opponent of Gu. Yet such a fearsome demon ancestor was slain and devoured by Yang Feng. This was simply shocking. Stars fell from the sky like a meteor shower and landed on the Zhangji plain. Blood-colored clouds gathered in the sky, and a rain of blood fell. Another Empyrean died. Who is it? Who is it that has fallen? Could it be the Blue Moon Sea Monarch? Looking at the vision in the sky, many human warlocks made guesses. The devil ancestor Gu of the 6 heavenly devils challenged the Devourer Lord and was slain by the Devourer Lord in the eternal arena. A piece of news appeared in the weave and set off an uproar. Gu was slain by the Devourer Lord. How is that possible? He was an invincible overlord rank existence in the past, the ancestor of the devil race. Even though Taboo Lord dug out an eye, but he shouldn't have been slain by the Devourer Lord. That's the 6th heavenly devil Gu. The Devourer Lord hasn't promoted to an Empyrean yet, so how could he be his opponent? Although Gu had an eye dug out by Taboo Lord and his origin was injured, but he was still an existence infinitely close to the invincible overlord rank. How could he be defeated by the Devourer Lord? That's impossible. Many human warlocks in the weave didn't believe this piece of news. As one of the 6 heavenly devils, Gu was definitely a pinnacle existence in the universe. In the distant past, he was once an invincible overlord-level powerhouse. However, after the Taboo Lord dug out one of his demon eyes, he was knocked down from his divine altar. His origin was injured, and his strength declined. Even so, as a devil ancestor, Gu was definitely the most powerful existence in the universe. It is impossible for him to be defeated by Yang Feng, who has yet to advance to the Empyrean realm. The devil ancestor dagger tore apart hell and devoured the power of all the devils in hell. He went to the eternal duel arena to fight the Lord Devourer to the death. Lord Devourer and his alchemy soul puppet, Zero, joined forces and killed Gu with the help of 1,000 Saint-Tier mechanical marionettes. A more concrete piece of information was transmitted through the weave. Zero is the Emperor beside Lord Devourer. He was actually an alchemical creation of the Lord Devourer. It's too heaven-defying. Lord Devourer is merely a quasi-emperor, so how could he possibly refine an emperor? This is unbelievable. 1,000 Saint-class mechanical puppets. Truly terrifying, his puppeteering technique has already surpassed that of the Golem Lord. It was actually able to refine an emperor. I'm afraid that the Devourer Lord's alchemy has already surpassed the Magic Note Lord's. Within the weave, all the races were blasted out, and discussions were going on. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. That pseudo-emperor level puppet had once appeared in history. This is the first time that a human warlock has refined an emperor rank alchemy golem has appeared. Terrifying existences that had emperor-level power from birth could only be those true spirit-level transcendent beings that were born when the universe first appeared. The most powerful life forms created by humans are quasi-emperor-level existences. There is only one mechanical golem that possesses emperor rank power from the moment they were born. If Zero and the rest of the Saint-tier mechanical marionettes besieged them, they would indeed have a chance to kill Gu. After all, Gu was seriously injured by the Taboo Lord and seized an ancestral demon eye. He is no longer an invincible overlord rank existence. It's not impossible for him to be besieged by the Lord Devourer. No wonder the Lord Devourer dares to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty. He's really fierce. Within the Weave, everyone finally believed that Gu was killed by Yang Feng. All the human warlocks were excited, knowing that no one can stop the establishment of the 9th Warlock dynasty. The other races, on the other hand, were uneasy, knowing that their good days are coming to an end. Outside the Eternal Arena, the Sea Monarch Blue Moon looked at Yang Feng inside the arena with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes. She is well aware that after the 2 battles of emperors, Yang Feng has consumed a lot of energy. Although the Empyrean origin is a supreme treasure, but it takes time to devour and refine it. Yang Feng is now at his weakest. Inside the Eternal Arena, Yang Feng opened his eyes. His eyes flickered with brilliant light, and he stared at the Sea Monarch Blue Moon and said flatly, "Sea Monarch Blue Moon, would you like to fight me and verify my qualifications to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty?" The Sea Monarch Blue Moon hesitated for a while, then took a deep look at Zero standing quietly next to Yang Feng and said unhurriedly, "Lord Devourer, your alchemy is unparalleled in the world. You are qualified to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty. I congratulate you on establishing the 9th Warlock dynasty. This is my congratulatory gift." A blue jade box flew out and fell into Yang Feng's hand. "I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye." A blue light flashed, and Blue Moon Poseidon disappeared from where he stood. Inside the Devour Temple, the complexion of the 2 Blue Moon merfolk quasi-emperors changed dramatically. Their arrogance was suppressed, and they became well-behaved. Standing quietly in the Eternal Arena, countless Devour runes shone on Yang Feng, and 1,000 springs of immortality containing holy force poured on him and nourished his fleshly body and soul. Nourished by the springs of immortality, Yang Feng's fleshly body and soul are recovering and becoming stronger and stronger. An hour later, Yang Feng showed a faint smile. It seems that no one came to throw away their lives. What a pity! The hearts of the terrifying existences hidden in the void suddenly shook slightly, and several of them rejoiced. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared on the magic note throne of the Devour Temple. This time, the founding ceremony of the 9th Warlock dynasty proceeded smoothly. The Devour dynasty is officially established. After the last procedure was completed, a voice reverberated throughout the Zhangji plain. All extraordinary life forms above the Moonlight Warlock rank heard the fearsome voice reverberating in their minds. On the Demon Note Sovereign throne, countless rays of light shone, and majestic and mysterious power gathered on the Demon Note Sovereign throne, making it even more dazzling and full of mysterious power. Sitting on the Magic Note throne, strengthened by the mysterious power, Yang Feng became more terrifying and powerful. "I hereby appoint Shiryu as the teacher of the Devour dynasty." Yang Feng's voice reverberated in the Devour Temple, and a mysterious and powerful force separated from the Magic Note throne and entered Shiryu. A boundless and terrifying emperor's ripple spread out from Shiryu's body. Empyrean. The teacher of the Devour dynasty is really an Empyrean. The Demon Note throne is indeed a treasure of the human race. The Magic Note Lord is indeed the strongest alchemist of the human race. What a treasure! False Empyrean. Even if he is a false Empyrean, he can suppress all enemies. When the many powerful races saw the Empyrean aura exuding from Shiryu, their eyes shimmered with envy and jealousy. Even if Shiryu is a false Empyrean blessed by the Magic Note throne, she is definitely an Empyrean rank powerhouse. Any powerhouse under the Empyrean realm is not her opponent. Moreover, as a false Empyrean, she has limitations. She can only possess Empyrean rank power in the Zhangji plane. Once she leaves the Zhangji plane, she will lose Empyrean rank power. In addition, once the Devour dynasty collapses, she will suffer a backlash and suffer an injury to her origin. Thank you, Your Majesty. Shi Yu stepped forward, bowed to Yang Feng, and then retreated to Yang Feng's side. I hereby appoint Mykelia as the teacher of the Devour dynasty. A mysterious power flew out of the magic note throne and entered Mykelia, causing her cultivation base to break through and promote to the Empyrean rank. Thank you, Your Majesty. Mykelia bowed to Yang Feng in a well-behaved manner, and then retreated to Yang Feng's side. One after another, powerhouses came to the reception hall to accept Yang Feng's title, and their cultivation base improved by a large margin. Huang Yihe originally only possessed a warlock monarch rank cultivation base. But after he obtained the title of Grand Preceptor and was blessed by the magic note throne, he promoted to a Holy Spirit warlock. This made him smile from ear to ear. After being strengthened by the power of the magic note throne, the Devouring dynasty gained a huge amount of power as soon as it was established. The 9th warlock dynasty of the human race has finally been established. Henceforth, it is the era of the human race. The human race will continue to dominate the universe in this era. 4 Empyrean rank powerhouses. The Devour dynasty has 4 Empyrean rank powerhouses guarding it. Even if an invincible Overlord rank powerhouse wakes up, we can still fight them. For Empyrean rank powerhouses, this has already surpassed the Dawn dynasty and is infinitely close to the other 7 warlock dynasties. The Devour Lord is really amazing. In the Zhangji plain, all the human territories were in jubilation. The establishment of the 9th warlock dynasty shows that the following era will still be the era of the human race dominating the universe. Chapter 13:11. In the following days, countless races and human warlock groups joined the Devour dynasty, making the Devour dynasty even more powerful. The Devour dynasty strengthened at a terrifying speed, and countless treasures of heaven and earth entered the Devour dynasty. When the Devour dynasty was established, the human race was favored by the universe, and powerhouses emerged in large numbers. In the 5th year after the Devour dynasty was established, Zhou Ruoling advanced to a Holy Spirit warlock. In the 9th year after the Devour dynasty was established, Shi Yu advanced to a quasi-Empyrean with the help of a strange stone. 15 years after the Devour dynasty was established, Mykelia advanced to a quasi-Empyrean with the help of an ancient angel Empress Heart crystal. Apart from that, an extremely outstanding human genius, Mo Ning, also appeared in the Devouring dynasty. He experienced dangers in secret realms and broke through. At the same time, he entered worlds with an abnormal flow of time and stood out against other human geniuses. 20 years after the Devour dynasty was established, he advanced to a Holy Spirit warlock. In addition to Mo Ning, geniuses and powerhouses emerged in the Devour dynasty. Under the leadership of countless human powerhouses, the Devour dynasty expanded and occupied one celestial body after another. Under the deterrence of the Devour dynasty's 4 Empyreans, the major forces could only concede and endure. The Devour dynasty has been around for 50 years. In a secret room on the Battle Demon sect's branch floating continent, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, and a vast and terrifying aura slowly spread from him. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in the void, countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and he looked towards the void. Wisps of universe laws emerged in Yang Feng's eyes. There was a flash of disappointment in Yang Feng's eyes. Not good. Sure enough, the only Empyrean position in the universe has been blocked. At this time, Yang Feng already has enough strength and a perfect grade immortal body. He is confident that he can advance to the Empyrean realm and let his soul undergo another perfect transformation. However, the Empyrean position has indeed been blocked by the Silver Emperor. With Yang Feng's current strength, he still can't break through the barrier and advance to the Empyrean realm. Of course, as time goes on, the barrier left by the Silver Emperor will become weaker and weaker. When the sleeping Empyreans fully awaken, the barrier will collapse. But at that time, Yang Feng's enemies will become more and more powerful. None of the invincible overlord rank Empyreans are willing to see a powerhouse like Yang Feng set foot in the Empyrean realm. However, invincible overlord rank Empyrean realm Yang Feng established. However, my 9th Warlock dynasty was not established for nothing. With a flash of light, Yang Feng disappeared from the void. Zero stood in front of the level 7 base and looked at it with envy in his eyes. And Empyrean Spirit Eye. Zero stood in front of the base and looked at it with a hint of jealousy in her eyes. In the control center of the rank 7 stronghold, there was also a mysterious and profound seal filled with mysterious runes. Yang Feng appeared in front of the level 7 stronghold and slashed with his hand. The void split open, and a boundless sea of souls emerged from the void and entered the center of the level 7 stronghold. Under the nourishment of the boundless soul power, the mysterious rune shone brightly and slowly condensed. An incomparably terrifying suction force spread out from the mysterious seal, madly absorbing the surrounding heavenly materials and earthly treasures. A fearsome energy storm set off in an area millions of light-years in radius, and a fearsome energy pillar entered the base. Devour Dynasty has another warlock who broke through. How prosperous! This era is destined to be the era of the humans. Seeing the fearsome energy storm, the other race powerhouses became somewhat numb. After the human Devour Dynasty was established, countless resources gathered in the Devour Dynasty. With the universe's favor, various human warlocks broke through and advanced to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Many pinnacle Holy Spirit warlocks broke through to the Great Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Almost every few years, a fearsome energy storm will be set off. The other race powerhouses have become accustomed to it. A level 7 base shone and opened, revealing a devastatingly beautiful woman with long blonde hair and a fiery figure. When the beautiful woman opened her eyes, brilliant light shone, and wisps of Empyrean rank fluctuations of power diffused from her. This blonde, sexy, and peerless beauty is the king of sovereigns born in the 2nd level, 7 stronghold Yang Feng refined. After the establishment of the Devour Dynasty, Yang Feng's influence in the universe skyrocketed. His tentacles spread all over the universe, and countless powerhouses found all kinds of rare materials for him. Moreover, after the establishment of the Devour Dynasty, it was favored by the universe. The warlocks of the Devour Dynasty had many fortuitous encounters, and it monopolized most of the eternal relic sites. When all kinds of treasures appeared, they fell into the hands of the Devour Dynasty. Under such circumstances, Yang Feng gathered the rare materials needed to build a 2nd level, 7 stronghold and refined it with the power of the entire imperial court. Greetings, my lord. The blonde woman jumped out of the level 7 base, showed a provocative smile to Zero, knelt on one knee in front of Yang Feng, and uttered respectfully. Whether it is Zero or this newly born king of sovereigns, their creator is Yang Feng. Their soul as well as their cores are branded with Yang Feng's soul brand. As such, they cannot betray or disobey Yang Feng's orders. Yang Feng looked at the blonde king of sovereigns and showed a satisfied smile, saying, "Very good. From today on, you are called Shade." Shade stood up from the ground and showed a charming smile, "Yes. My lord." Shade looked at Zero with a provocative gleam in her eyes, and said with a smile, "Is this little sister Zero? You're really beautiful. It's just that your performance is a bit lacking. You're not from the same era as me. Follow me from now on, and I will take good care of you. Little sister Shadow. Let big sister teach you how to be a good little sister." Zero smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes shimmered fiercely, and she waved her lily-white hand, and the ruler's whip appeared in her hand. Yang Feng looked at the hostile Zero and Shadow with a glance, and very rationally shut his mouth. Originally, according to the Shizu's design, only one king of sovereigns will command all battle robots, which is the most efficient. However, Zero and Shade are both kings of sovereigns. Since they are essentially the same, it is natural for them to compete for the sole throne. Two incomparably terrifying spherical level 7 bases appeared and resonated with each other, directly distorting the void and creating a space with extremely shocking defensive power. Shade extended her lily-white hand, and an invisible and unperceivable Empyrean-grade secret treasure ruler's shadow spear appeared in her hand. In an instant, 1,000 shades appeared in the void, each of them exuding powerful Empyrean breath, making it impossible to distinguish which is the real one. Amazing! Even I can't tell which one is the real one. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and he used the spell Eyes of Truth to look at the figures one by one. Originally, under the spell of True Sight, any illusion spell would be seen through. Unfortunately, as strong as Yang Feng is, he can't see through which one is the real one. Little Sister Shadow. Your magic sucks. You're only suitable to be an assassin. Zero smiled proudly and brandished the ruler's whip. In an instant, the ruler's whip turned into stars of power that shot towards the void. Under the extremely domineering and terrifying power, the phantoms in the void directly collapsed and shattered one by one. Found you. Along with Zero's proud smile, the ruler's whip whipped towards the void like a poisonous dragon. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, the shade holding the ruler's shadow spear was blasted away by 10,000 kilometers. The ruler's whip is terrifying. It's like a true spirit poison dragon. It doesn't show any mercy as it lashes at Shadow. Although Shade unleashed all kinds of exquisite martial skills, but they were still blasted apart by the ruler's whip, and bone-deep wounds appeared on his body. I admit defeat. Big Sister Zero, you have an extra Kunmo stone, you're really much stronger than me. After exchanging thousands of blows, Shade stopped attacking decisively, gritted her teeth, and glared at Zero with unwillingness in her beautiful eyes. As the first monarch of sovereigns Yang Feng refined, Zero consumed all the precious materials at his disposal and added Kunmada stone, an eternal gem, to make it so powerful. Shade's battle prowess isn't inferior to that of the gold fur ape emperor, but Zero is too powerful, which makes him look weak. After the establishment of Devour Dynasty, Zero devoured and refined a lot of precious materials and became more terrifying and powerful. Naturally, the newborn Shade isn't an existence that he can contend with. Zero uttered with a smile, Little Sister Shadow, my lord will set foot in the eternal realm in the future. We will only get stronger and stronger. In the future, you may surpass me. A beautiful smile welled up on Shade's face. Big Sister Zero, you jest. How can Shade surpass Big Sister Zero? Yang Feng looked at the beautiful Zero and Shade with a satisfied smile in his eyes. In this way, my Devour Dynasty will have 5 Empyrean rank powerhouses. Chapter 13:12. Unfortunately, 2 Monarch of Sovereigns is almost the limit. Yang Feng looked at the 2 Monarch of Sovereigns Zero and Shadow with regret in his eyes. Each of the treasures of heaven and earth required to refine a level 7 stronghold is extremely precious. They are the main materials for refining Empyrean-grade secret treasures. As the ruler of the Devour Dynasty, Yang Feng can get most of the materials. However, there were some treasures that could only be chanced upon and not sought after. Every time one was used, there would be one less. It was extremely difficult to refine another king of sovereigns. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, it's hard to advance any further. On the Battle Demon Sect's branch floating continent, in a secret room, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, and disappointment shimmered in them. The universe where the world of warlocks is located is recovering, and all kinds of universe treasures are collected by the Devour dynasty and delivered to Yang Feng. But even so, Yang Feng's cultivation base seems to have stagnated, and his progress is extremely slow. From an earthling with poor aptitude, Yang Feng has evolved into a peerless genius with perfect soul aptitude. His soul aptitude is comparable to that of an invincible overlord rank Empyrean. But he is still trapped in the quasi-Empyrean realm, unable to improve his cultivation base any further. At Yang Feng's realm, even devouring Holy Spirit warlocks won't have much effect. Only by devouring Empyrean rank powerhouses can he have an obvious improvement. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly. In that case, let's proceed to the next step. The Endless Abyss. In a luxurious palace, Yang Feng's abyssal lord avatar opened his eyes, and quasi-Empyrean rank fluctuations of power diffused from him. With the resources of the Devour dynasty, Yang Feng's abyssal lord avatar has advanced to a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse. Chloris. Yang Feng's abyssal lord avatar uttered flatly. Greetings, master. A beautiful succubus queen with blonde hair, blue eyes, a hot and sexy figure, dressed in black leather clothes, and exuding amazing charm appeared in the palace and knelt in front of Yang Feng's abyssal lord avatar. The succubus Chloris was the first succubus youngling Yang Feng encountered. Over the years, she has become his pet and housekeeper, handling various chores for him. Under Yang Feng's full nurturing, the succubus Chloris has evolved into a powerful beauty queen with warlock monarch rank cultivation base, only slightly inferior to the succubus empress. She was the second most beautiful succubus in the Endless Abyss. Yang Feng said coldly, "Pass down my order. I command all the lords of the Abyss to submit to me and hand over their territories." "Yes, master." There was a flash of excitement in Chloris' beautiful eyes, and her pretty face flushed. She exuded an amazing charm. Unifying the Endless Abyss was a peerless feat that only the Abyssal Demon Lord had achieved in the past. Ever since the Endless Abyss appeared, the number of Abyssal Demon Masters who could unify the Endless Abyss could be counted on one hand. The Endless Abyss runs through countless planes. In terms of area alone, it is much larger than the Zhangji Plain in its heyday. There are countless treasures in the Endless Abyss. Once Yang Feng unifies the Endless Abyss, Chloris can get more resources and become stronger. The Devourer Lord's avatar wants to unify the Endless Abyss. Is he crazy? What does the Devourer Lord want to do? In the Endless Abyss, the hearts of the powerful existences shook, and they commented spiritedly. The 2341st floor of the Endless Abyss. A burst of spatial ripples flashed through the air, and a series of devilish battleships constructed from skeletons and souls flew out of the void, descending upon this level like raindrops. Onluan Skeleton Monarch, submit to my lord, or die. On top of a warship, Chloris, dressed in a black armor and revealing a large patch of snow-white skin, berated coldly. In one of the palaces, 100-meter-tall skeleton king, whose entire body was made of golden skeletons, stepped out of the palace on a black dragonbone horse. The skeleton monarch is followed by a group of 3,000 skeleton dragon knights, each of whom is riding a bone dragon and exudes glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power. This is my territory. Devourer Lord, I can submit to you and work for you. However, please allow me to keep my territory. The Onluan skeleton monarch raised his head and issued a heaven-shaking roar. Then go to hell. A giant hand that seemed capable of tearing apart the heavens descended from the sky, slamming into the Onluan skeleton king and blasting him to smithereens. Then, the hand continued on to the 3,000 skeletal dragon riders. With a flash of gold radiance, more than 1,600 of the 3,000 skeleton dragon knights were smashed to pieces by the giant hand. Greetings, mighty Devourer Lord, we are willing to submit to you and work for you. When the remaining skeleton dragon knights saw this terrifying scene, a chill welled up in their hearts, and they knelt on the ground and uttered respectfully. When the Onluan skeleton monarch died, his abyssal fief turned into a bone ring that flew into the void. When the white bone ring was absorbed by Yangfeng's floor lord avatar, the 2341st floor trembled and flew towards the floor controlled by Yang Feng along with loud rumbles. Boom! Along with a loud noise, the floor exploded, and an abyssal sage flew out and tried to escape elsewhere. A terrifying demonic claw descended from the sky and slammed into the devil saint, piercing his heart. A fearsome black hole emerged and devoured the abyssal sage. After killing the abyssal holy, the floor was directly devoured by Yangfeng's abyss. Boom! Boom! Along with loud noises, the floors of the abyss cracked open, and abyssal sages were forced to wake up from their slumber. The 12 holy apostles and the enormous saint-class mechanical ruler appeared one after another and clashed with the abyssal fiend sages, blasting them apart one after another. Boom! The 1999th floor of the abyss burst open, and an abyssal lord, who has a pair of goat horns on his head, is engraved with countless black runes, is as big as a star, and exudes a fearsome aura, opened his eyes, and fearsome empyrean might spread from him and swept in all directions. Over the long years, the endless abyss has never been unified. It is this abyssal lord who manipulates everything in the dark. The whip of the ruler tore through the sky, crushed everything, and slammed into the back of the abyssal lord. The bones on the abyssal lord's back cracked, and blood sprinkled. A torrent of time emerged from the torrent of time, and Yang Feng slashed the abyssal lord with the halberd of the god of battle and cut off the right hand of the abyssal lord who has just awakened. Devour Lord! Do you want to fight me to the death? The abyssal demon king's eyes flashed with rage as he roared in a frenzy. Countless runes appeared on the abyssal lord, and the entire abyss went berserk, and fearsome abyssal force surged towards the abyssal lord. Every single abyssal demon lord was the darling of the abyss. In the boundless abyss, they could even fight invincible overlord rank emperors, and they could even fight invincible overlord rank emperors until both sides suffered heavy injuries. With a cold look in her eyes, Zero whipped the whip of the ruler at the abyssal lord and covered the abyssal lord with wounds. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and countless runes flickered and turned into a black hole that can devour everything and frantically devoured the fearsome abyssal force. The abyssal force of the endless abyss is a condensation of dark and negative force in the universe. It can even slowly erode an empyrean. It is impossible for Yang Feng to completely devour the abyssal force drawn over by the abyssal lord. When the abyssal force was devoured, a small part was refined and absorbed by Yang Feng, while a large part was poured into Yang Feng's floor lord avatar. Yang Feng's floor lord avatar frantically absorbed the abyssal force drawn over by the abyssal lord, and his aura rose steadily, becoming more and more terrifying and powerful. When the abyssal lord saw that he couldn't draw over abyssal force, he knew that the situation is far from good. He cast a secret method, turned into a black beam, soared into the sky, and fled into the distance. A black magic box flew over from the void. The black magic box is an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, the sealing magic box refined by the Magic Note dynasty, and it has the power to seal the void. When the black sealing magic box appeared, the projections of Shiryu, Mykelia, and countless human warlocks of the Devour dynasty appeared behind it. This is the sealing magic box that gathered the power of the Devour dynasty's human warlocks to cross planes and activate. A terrifying black barrier opened and sealed the abyssal lord, Zero, Yang Feng's true body, and the 12 holy apostles in the void. When the abyssal lord slammed into the black barrier, he was sent flying back, and a large amount of blood flowed out of his body. Zero brandished the whip of the ruler, Yang Feng attacked the abyssal lord together with the halberd of the god of battle and the 12 holy apostles. Fearsome explosions rang out in the sealed void. In the end, the abyssal lord was beheaded and devoured by Yang Feng's halberd. The Devour Lord slayed the 5th abyssal lord. How savage! What do we do? Since the fifth abyssal lord was slain, we can only submit to the heaven holy. When the abyssal lord was slain, a chill welled up in the hearts of the abyssal lords in the endless abyss, and they no longer have the will to resist. Chapter 13:13. On the Tsangji plain, meteors fell, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. The Devourer Lord swept through the endless abyss and slayed the fifth demon lord. He's invincible. A piece of news quickly spread through the weave. The abyssal force of the endless abyss can even erode Empyreans. For the Devourer Lord to slay the fifth demon lord, that's heaven-defying. How is this possible? Even if the fifth demon lord isn't a match for the Devourer Lord, he should still be able to escape, right? How could he be slain by the Devourer Lord? I experienced it myself. The warlocks of the Devourer dynasty joined hands to operate the sealing magic box and sealed the fifth demon lord in the void. The Zero Emperor and the Devourer Lord acted together and slayed the fifth demon lord. The Zero Emperor took action. If she took action, she can indeed quell the fifth demon lord. That's right, the Zero Emperor is invincible. The human warlocks discussed excitedly on the human weave. Zero, on the other hand, was praised by countless human warlocks. The peerlessly beautiful Zero, who is even stronger than Yang Feng by 30%, has been respectfully called the Zero Emperor by everyone in the world of warlocks. Her popularity is many times higher than that of Yang Feng, who is the Devourer dynasty's lord. He finally took action. The Devourer Lord. He slayed the fifth demon lord with a thunderous move. The Devourer Lord has become more powerful. However, he has reached his limit. If he doesn't advance to the Empyrean realm, his strength will never improve by a large margin. He's very particular about who he chooses. Things like the Abyssal Demon Lord are capricious and a malignant tumor of our universe. No one knows which side they will stand on at the most critical time of the war. It seems that the Devourer Lord is making arrangements for the future war. Many powerful beings were hiding in different mysterious places, watching all of this quietly. They had no intention of interfering. The endless abyss is a body formed from the negative force of the universe. The abyssal lords born in the endless abyss are cruel, temperamental, and do whatever they want. No one knows which side they will stand on in the universe's decisive battle. Yang Feng forced the fifth demon lord out in advance and slayed him. The powerhouses of the world of warlocks looked on indifferently, and didn't intervene. If Yang Feng dared to attack the Blue Moon Sea Monarch for no reason, then the hidden powerhouses might jump out and make him an enemy. When the fifth floor lord died, the abyssal lords in the endless abyss were terrified. They no longer dared to refuse Yang Feng's orders. They swore allegiance to Yang Feng's floor lord avatar and unwillingly handed over the floor lord authority in their hands. In the endless abyss, floor after floor flew over, fell into Yang Feng's floor lord avatar, and began to fuse with the floor. With each floor of the abyss it accommodates, Yang Feng's floor lord avatar becomes stronger. Rumble. 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 Layers upon layers of the abyss exploded, and demon sages awakened from the abyss and fled frantically. The abyssal saints have just woken up, when Zero blasted them into pieces with the whip of the ruler. Part of the abyssal saints became food for Yang Feng's true body, and the other part became food for Yang Feng's clone. An endless abyss plain split open, and a skeleton devil sage emerged from the ground, knelt on the ground, and shouted, "Zero Emperor, spare my life, I am willing to swear allegiance to the great Lord Devourer, please spare my life. Open your soul, or die." Zero's cold and dignified voice came from the void. Abyssal demons are chaotic and ferocious beings. They are capricious. If you don't have a way to control them, you will definitely be devoured by them. The skeleton devil sage hesitated for a moment. Once he opens his soul, Yang Feng will plant a restriction on him, and he will become Yang Feng's slave for the rest of his life. The skeleton wholly gritted his teeth and uttered, "We can make a contract. I will serve the Devourer Lord for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, please return me my freedom, Devourer Lord." The whip of the ruler tore through the sky and crushed everything in its path. It slammed into the skeleton devil saint's body and blasted the skeleton devil saint to pieces. A devouring black hole appeared and swallowed the skeleton devil sage. So savage. As expected of the Zero Emperor. Sure enough, he has the same origin as the Devourer Lord. Seeing this scene, the demons hidden in the abyss inhaled a breath of cold air and dispelled all hope. "Zero Emperor, spare me. I am willing to swear allegiance to the great Devourer Lord. Don't kill me." An abyss floor split open, and an abyssal demonic dragon exuding great holy step demonic might flew out. Countless rays of soul light shone, and his soul emerged. The ruler's whip emerged from the void, and a black thread shot out, pierced into the abyssal demonic dragon's soul, and set up a rune. An opportunity. In the endless abyss, floors split open, and 20+ demons flew out and fled towards the outside of the abyss. Although the strength and lifespan of these abyssal demons will be reduced by more than half after they escape from the abyss, and there is almost no possibility of them advancing further in the future. But it's better than staying here and becoming Yangfeng's slaves. Zero smiled coldly. "Idiot." 1,000 holy grade mechanical rulers suddenly appeared and, commanded by the 12 quasi-empyrean step mechanical rulers, barreled towards the 20+ demons. "Stop. I surrender. No. Don't kill me. I am willing to submit." When the 20+ demons saw the 1,000+ holy grade mechanical rulers, their complexion changed dramatically, and they begged for mercy. The 1,000 saint-class mechanical rulers completely sealed off the demon sages' escape routes, frantically killing the fleeing demon sages. One after another, the holy grade mechanical rulers blew up the demons. Watching this, the great holy step abyssal demonic dragon's back broke out in a cold sweat, and he rejoiced. Originally, it is a good thing for any dynasty to have a Holy Spirit Warlock rank demon lord join them. However, Yang Feng's ability to refine mechanical weapons is unparalleled. He can even refine Holy Spirit Warlock rank mechanical rulers. As such, he doesn't care about ordinary demons joining him. "Zero Emperor, spare me. I am willing to submit to the Devourer Lord." The earth cracked open, and a lich exuding Holy Spirit Warlock rank fluctuations of power flew out and roared. A mysterious phylactery flew out of the nether space and floated above his head. The existence of a lich could be said to be an unkillable existence to ordinary people. As long as their phylactery isn't destroyed, they can be reborn indefinitely. But for Zero, Holy Spirit Warlock rank liches are existences that can be whipped to death with a whip. The whip of the ruler emerged from the void, extended a tentacle, and pierced into the phylactery of the lich and left a mysterious soul brand in the phylactery. After the lich surrendered, various powerful existences flew out of the endless abyss, surrendered to Yang Feng, and allowed Zero to set up restrictions on their souls. One floor after another fell into the plane where Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar is located and merged with the plane where Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar is located. A tremendous amount of abyssal origin force poured into Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar, making it more terrifying and powerful. Boom! Amidst a heaven-shaking explosion, an ancient, mysterious, and terrifying black coffin flew out of a planet like a bomb. It radiated an immortal emperor's might as it tore through the sky and flew off into the distance. "You want to escape? Stay." Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he emerged from the river of time and slashed at the black coffin with the battle god's halberd in his hand. It was a black coffin. The lid of the coffin opened, and a demonic hand covered in black scales stretched out and flicked its finger. An extremely condensed abyssal light shot out, absorbed the merciless force, and blasted Yang Feng 10,000 kilometers away. Zero flew over and brandished the whip of the ruler barreling towards the black coffin. The demonic hand covered in black scales extended a finger, and ancient and mysterious runes appeared. The runes flickered, and the abyssal origin force of the endless abyss surged and formed a fearsome barrier blocking in front of him. Zero's attack slammed into the fearsome barrier and set off ripples on it, yet it didn't break. An indifferent and cold voice came from the black coffin, "Devour Lord. I am the first demon lord of the endless abyss. Let me go. I owe you a favor. You can do whatever you want in the endless abyss. If you insist on devouring me, then I can die together with your mechanical golem." Yang Feng's eyes narrowed. First Demon Lord. The first Demon Lord is the first Empyrean in the endless abyss as well as an invincible overlord rank existence. In the long history of the endless abyss, his figure can be seen from time to time. According to legend, the first Demon Lord is an old monster who has lived since the Eternal Sovereign era and has countless trump cards. If it wasn't for the fact that he hasn't fully awakened yet, Yang Feng and Zero would not be his opponent. Not enough, I still want these ores. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a black ray entered the black coffin where the first Demon Lord is located. Go to this place, and you can get what you want. The first Demon Lord flicked his finger, and a black ray entered Yang Feng's hand. Chapter 13-14. Yang Feng nodded and waved his hand, and the barrier covering the abyss dispersed, allowing the first Demon Lord to fly out of the abyss and enter the void. How smart! As expected of the Devour Lord. Curses, why doesn't he fight the first Demon Lord? It would be great if they both suffered. In each of the secret places, the terrifying existences all had a look of pity in their eyes. They all want to see Yang Feng and the first Demon Lord fight to the death. If it was before the Blue Moon Sea Monarch and the other Empyreans awakened, Yang Feng would have been able to suppress the first Demon Lord unscathed. But now that the world has awakened, the Blue Moon Sea Monarch and the other Empyreans have emerged. Under these circumstances, an invincible overlord like the first Demon Lord can, in fact, awaken for a short period of time. Of course, he has to pay a huge price. Whether it is the first Demon Lord or Yang Feng, neither of them is willing to fight to the death under these circumstances. Layers of the abyss merged into the abyss controlled by Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar. When half of the abyss was merged, Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar shone with gold light, a gold bone spur grew from his back, and a breath infinitely close to the Empyrean rank diffused from him. A false Empyrean. The Devour dynasty gained another false Empyrean. Fortunately, there are no more Empyrean positions in this universe, or else the Devour dynasty would have gained another Empyrean. In secret places, the eyes of the powerhouses flashed with apprehension. In the abyss, there is a huge plain that is even larger than the Tsangji plain. In the center of the plain, there is a magnificent and luxurious palace. Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar is sitting on the throne, and Empyrean rank might diffuses from him. After refining the origin force of countless abyssal saints and merging half of the abyss, Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar finally broke through the limit and reached a new level. In this endless abyss, he can display Empyrean rank battle prowess, and even the Blue Moon Sea Monarch may not be his opponent. However, once he leaves this plane, Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar will be a relatively powerful quasi-Empyrean, and his fighting strength will only be comparable to that of the 12 holy followers. Those who could only unleash the power of an emperor in a special environment were called false emperors. In the system of gods, most of the supreme gods were false emperors. Only a few overgods who had lived for countless years, almost since the primordial era, had the power to truly fight against emperors. After Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar merged with half of the abyss, it has reached its limit. It can no longer merge with the abyss. Only an invincible overlord like the first Demon Lord could fuse with the endless abyss almost limitlessly. According to the legends, when the first Demon Lord was still alive, the endless abyss was a huge plain. In the complete endless abyss, the first demon king was a supreme existence, an invincible existence. Later, according to the legends, the first demon lord offended a terrifying Eternal One, and was personally defeated by that Eternal One. He was seriously injured, and had no choice but to enter a deep slumber. When the second demon master and the other demon masters were given the opportunity to rise to power, in the long river of history, the first demon master was one of the strongest emperors. This was why Yang Feng made way and let him leave. At this time, he wasn't sure if he could defeat the first demon lord. After the first demon lord left, the endless abyss no longer had the power to contend with Yang Feng. Countless human warlocks and battle robots poured into the endless abyss to develop it. A steady stream of abyssal materials poured into the Cangji Plain, making the Devour Dynasty's alchemists excited. The Cangji Plain, a sea shrouded in endless blue water. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared above the blue sea. The Devourer Lord requests an audience with the Blue Moon Sea Emperor. A voice reverberated in the blue sea. The Devourer Lord. Why is he here? Is he going to attack the Blue Moon Sea race? Below the blue sea, the Blue Moon merfolk powerhouses looked at Yang Feng in the sky with apprehension and dread in their eyes. When Yang Feng's Devour Dynasty took control of the Endless Abyss and slayed the fifth demon master, his might shook the universe. Naturally, the Blue Moon Sea race powerhouses were apprehensive. The blue sea suddenly churned and roiled, and countless azure extraordinary plants blue sea narcissus emerged and bloomed, and bursts of mysterious fragrance filled the air. Dozens of beautiful blue moon sea narcissus dressed in splendid attire stood on both sides with smiles on their faces. Among the countless beauties, there stood a peerless empress with an extraordinary temperament. Her aura was overwhelming, and her beauty surpassed all the beauties. She was the Blue Moon Ocean Empress. Devour Lord, please. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor smiled sweetly and extended her lily-white hand, and the blue sea parted. A staircase full of sacred aura emerged and led to a beautiful, dreamlike mysterious palace. Yang Feng smiled faintly and stepped onto the staircase full of sacred aura. Inside a beautiful palace, the Blue Moon Sea Emperor and the Devourer Lord sat down. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor asked, "Devourer Lord, what brings you here?" Yang Feng answered, "I came to conclude an alliance treaty with you. If the Gumana Universe's powerhouses attack, please join me in fighting the Gumana Universe's powerhouses." The Gumana Universe's several invasions have been fought with the humans as the main force. The human race's powerhouses suffered heavy casualties, and they paid a huge price. When Yang Feng fought the Red Caltrip Lord and the Silver Emperor, many other race powerhouses were watching from the sidelines, wanting to see him and the two powerhouses suffer mutual destruction. Yang Feng must change this situation. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor smiled sweetly and said, "I understand the principle of interdependence when the lips are gone. Devourer Lord, rest assured, if the Gumana Universe's powerhouses attack, my Blue Moon Sea race will definitely take action. As for the treaty, there's no need to sign it." Yang Feng said flatly, "If you don't sign the treaty, then please take your Blue Moon Sea race and leave the Cangji Plain. The Cangji Plain only allows those who are willing to fight the Gumana Universe's powerhouses to live there." When this statement came out, the atmosphere in the palace became cold. As the core of the world of warlocks, the Cangji Plain is constantly recovering. There are all kinds of treasures and tombs of Empyreans emerging one after another, and new eternal relic sites are emerging. Only in the prosperous holy land of the Cangji Plain can a race become stronger. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor asked, "Must all powerhouses living in the Cangji Plain sign this treaty?" Yang Feng replied, "That's right. Anyone who is unwilling to sign this treaty must leave the Cangji Plain, or they will be hunted down by the Devour Dynasty." The Blue Moon Sea Emperor pondered for a while, and then uttered decisively, "Okay. I'll sign it." With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, a Styx emerged, intercepted wisps of Styx's will, and formed a gold contract. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor looked at the contract carefully for a while, and then signed his name decisively. The restricted area Ligui Province. Ever since Yang Feng left the Ligui Province, he has never set foot in this area again. The stronger he is, the more he can feel the terror hidden in the Ligui Province. The Ligui Demon Mountain is one of the most dangerous places in the Zhangji Plain, where even saints will die. There were ripples in the void, and Yang Feng appeared in front of the Ligui Demon Mountain. The Ligui Demon Mountain is shrouded in dense demonic fog and exudes a mysterious and dangerous aura. Devour Lord, please come in. The dense demonic fog churned, and a passageway leading to the deepest part of the Ligui Demon Mountain emerged. In the deepest part of the demonic fog, there is a huge palace 1,000 kilometers tall engraved with countless mysterious runes. Yang Feng smiled faintly, stepped into the passageway, and entered the huge mysterious palace. Hello, Devour Lord, I am the Ligui Lord. I'm sorry, but it's not time for me to wake up yet. I can only come to see you in this form. On the throne of the gigantic Devil Hall, there was a black devil stone. Within the devil stone, there was a sculpture of a handsome devil cultivator. The stone sculpture is vivid and lifelike, and it exudes Empyrean rank fluctuations of power. Lord of Rage Ghosts, I'm here to sign an alliance treaty with you. Yang Feng repeated what he said to the Blue Moon Sea Monarch. The Lord of Violent Ghosts frowned slightly and said, It's not time for me to come out yet. Do I have to participate in such a battle? Yang Feng said, You can send an Emperor-rank combatant, or you can leave the Zhangji Plain and go to another plane to wait for an opportunity to recover. Vicious Ghost Lord thought about it for a moment and said, Then, I will send out an Emperor. The Zhangji Plain is the center of the universe. Only Emperors who awaken here can recover in advance and recover their full combat power. At the same time, they can obtain the favor of the universe. No one would give up easily. Zhangji Plain's Barbarian God Mountain Range. The Barbarian God Mountain Range was covered in an extremely powerful magic restraining region, and any expert that entered it would be unable to utilize any techniques. Even saints were no exception. Ripples flickered above the Barbarian God Mountain Range, and Yang Feng appeared above the Barbarian God Mountain Range. Lord Devourer requests an audience with Barbarian Ancestral God. A voice reverberated in the Barbarian God Mountain Range. Lord Devourer. He's here. Lord Devourer. The human race's 9th Warlock Emperor. In the Barbarian God Mountain Range, barbarian race powerhouses with tyrannical fleshly bodies looked at Yang Feng with curiosity in their eyes. Chapter 13-15. Above the Barbarian God Mountain Range, ripples flickered, and a star emerged from the void and appeared in this world. A 100-meter-tall barbarian ancestor god with bronze skin and a rough expression on his face emerged from the star and laughed heroically, I am the barbarian ancestor god. Devour Lord, come, let's have a drink. Yang Feng smiled and entered the celestial body. A few days later, Yang Feng flew out of the star. In the following days, Yang Feng visited the Empyreans hidden in the Zhangji Plain one by one. Most of the Empyreans chose to sign an offensive and defensive alliance with Yang Feng, agreeing to take action when the Gumana universe attacks. There were also several Empyreans who chose to leave the Zhangji Plain. At the same time, there were also several Empyreans who chose to leave without even meeting Yang Feng. Time elapsed, and 20 years elapsed in a flash. Central Starfield, at the location of the sealed passage, two powerful forces of distortion surged, and a gorgeous flower that looks like it has gathered the essence of the universe suddenly bloomed. As soon as the gorgeous flower bloomed, it shone with dazzling light and doubled in size with every breath of time. In less than a quarter of an hour, the gorgeous flower became as big as a star, and it continued to expand until it was twice the size of the Zhangji Plain before stopping. On a spiritual mountain in the Zhangji Plain, the blue mirror of fate in Yang Feng's hand suddenly trembled, and wisps of mysterious heat flowed out of the blue mirror of fate. It finally appeared. The opportunity for me to promote to an Empyrean realm expert. Yang Feng's eyes radiated resplendent divine light, and he revealed a smile of joy. His figure fluttered, and he disappeared from where he stood. Along with flashes of light, one Empyrean after another appeared in the central starfield. What's this? When Yang Feng appeared in the central starfield, he looked at the gorgeous, huge, and vast flower that surpasses even that of the Zhangji Plain, and his eyes shimmered with doubt. Even Yang Feng doesn't know the origin of this mysterious flower. This is a twin universe flower. It is an existence that will only appear when the universes devour each other, and it contains a sliver of an opportunity to advance to the eternal realm. See Monarch Lan Yu walked out from the void. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she slowly said. Twin universe flowers. This is one of the opportunities to enter the eternal realm. This is one of the opportunities for our universe to advance to the eternal realm. This is also the greatest danger. No matter what, we have to stake it all. Many extremely terrifying emperors were hidden in the void. Looking at the gigantic flower, their eyes flashed with excitement. Yang Feng asked the Blue Moon Sea Emperor curiously, "What is twin universe flower?" That is a flower that can only be born during the end of the universe. It needs to absorb the origin energy of two universes to be born. The twin cosmos flowers connect two universes. Other than eternal sovereigns, any expert can enter the twin cosmos flowers. Once the twin universe flowers appeared, they would wither within 3 years. At that time, a stable passage that can allow emperors to pass through will appear between our two universes. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor's beautiful eyes flashed with a dignified shade, and she said slowly. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he asked, "What is the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm in the twin universe flowers?" The energy level of the universe in which the world of warlocks resides is relatively low. Even if the entire universe recovers, only one powerhouse can advance to the eternal realm. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor sighed, "I don't know. In the twin universe flowers, the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm is uncertain. However, one thing is certain. As long as we encounter the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm, we will know what it is." Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then nodded. Any emperor has the ability to transcend perception. As long as they see the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm, they will be able to sense it. A black coffin appeared in the distance and flew into the void. The lid of the coffin was pushed open, and a peerlessly handsome expert covered in terrifying abyssal devil chi slowly walked out of the coffin. He had a devil horn on his head and a pair of devil wings on his back. He exuded a terrifying devil might from all over his body, and his appearance was peerlessly handsome. First Demon Lord. The first Demon Lord of the Endless Abyss. He actually recovered at this time. He is an invincible overlord rank powerhouse. It seems that he is going all out this time. For the sake of the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm, he can't care about anything else. Now is not the time for invincible overlord rank powerhouses to recover. Once he recovers, he will die if he doesn't get the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm. He's going all out. When the powerhouses hidden in the void saw the first Demon Lord, shock appeared in their eyes. The energy level of the universe in which the world of warlocks resides can accommodate the awakening of ordinary emperors. However, invincible overlord rank emperors have to pay a huge price to recover. As soon as the first Demon Lord appeared, his gaze fell on Yang Feng, and his eyes flickered with ferocious light. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor silently walked away from Yang Feng. His friendship with Yang Feng hasn't reached the point where he wants to fight an invincible overlord rank emperor together with him. At the time, the Devourer Lord swept the endless abyss. Now there's a good show to watch. At the time, the first Demon Lord was driven away from the endless abyss. This time, a war is bound to break out. The eyes of the powerhouses in the void are full of expectation. They are eager to see the fight between the first Demon Lord and Yang Feng. No matter who wins, they will have one less powerful opponent to compete for the opportunity to advance to the Eternal Realm. Ripples flickered, and Zero walked out of the shadow behind Yang Feng, stood quietly beside him, and looked the first Demon Lord in the eye. Zero Emperor. It's Zero Emperor. Sure enough, Zero Emperor is always following him. Gazes of envy and jealousy focused on Zero. Zero's existence makes Yang Feng's position as the Devourer Lord as stable as a mountain. After the establishment of Devourer dynasty, wherever Yang Feng went, all Empyreans gave way because of Zero's existence. When the first Demon Lord saw Zero, his pupils constricted, and he walked up to Yang Feng. The first Demon Lord took a deep look at Yang Feng and uttered, "Devourer Lord, I want to recover with the help of abyssal force." The endless abyss is currently under Yang Feng's control. With the first Demon Lord's power, he can directly extract the power of the endless abyss to restore his cultivation base. But this will offend Yang Feng. Yang Feng uttered, "Please." Countless mysterious runes shone on the first Demon Lord, and a vast and fearsome power poured out of the endless abyss, emerged from an unseen passage, and entered the first Demon Lord. The first Demon Lord's breath became more and more terrifying and powerful. The first Demon Lord, he's an invincible overlord. Sure enough, the opportunity to advance to the Eternal Realm isn't that easy to obtain. The top powerhouses hidden in the void looked at the first Demon Lord with a dignified look in their eyes. Originally, the duo of Yang Feng and Zero was the most fearsome enemy in the eyes of these emperors. After the first Demon King appeared, everyone's gaze was focused on him. A vast and terrifying dragon chi swept over from afar, and a handsome young man with dragon horns on his head, dressed in a green armor, and exuding a domineering and invincible temperament walked over. Behind the young man is the Azure Dragon Empyrean Emperor. That's the Azure Dragon Great Emperor. He's also an invincible overlord rank Empyrean. They finally couldn't help but come out. When the powerhouses hidden in the void saw the Azure Dragon Great Emperor, their eyes flashed with dignity. "You are the Devourer Lord?" Of the 9-branch floating continents of the Heaven and Earth Spirit root, the Azure Dragon race wants 3. Walking on air, the Azure Dragon Great Emperor arrived in front of Yang Feng and looked at him with pride in his eyes, and vast true dragon chi swept towards Yang Feng. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he uttered coldly, "If you want to take the branch floating continents from us humans, then please come to the Tsangji Plain and fight with my Devourer dynasty, Azure Dragon Great Emperor." "Very well. Devourer Lord, I will go to the Tsangji Plain and take everything I want." After leaving a cold sentence, the Azure Dragon Great Emperor turned around and left. The Azure Dragon Empyrean Emperor took a deep look at Yang Feng with jealousy in his eyes, and then followed behind the Azure Dragon Great Emperor. Standing beside the Azure Dragon Great Emperor, the Azure Dragon Empyrean Emperor looked at Yang Feng with a complicated look in his eyes. When the Azure Dragon Empyrean Emperor appeared, he thought that he could suppress the world, plunder countless opportunities, and finally set foot in the Empyrean realm. Unfortunately, he was defeated by Yang Feng and fell behind step by step. Now he has only advanced to the advanced Great Holy Realm, which is not on the same level as Yang Feng. A golden sun appeared in the distance, and a 3-legged golden crow, as large as a star and burning with golden crow flames, flew over from afar. Golden Crow Great Emperor. It's another invincible overlord rank Empyrean. This is already the 3rd invincible overlord rank Empyrean. He has recovered as well. When the spectating powerhouses saw the huge 3-legged golden crow exuding Empyrean might that can easily burn a star to ashes, their eyes shimmered with apprehension. The Golden Crow Great Emperor was an invincible overlord of the Arch-God Age, and he devoured 3 Empyreans. Chapter 13:16. Mysterious runes shone, and the Golden Crow Emperor flapped his wings and crossed tens of thousands of light-years and appeared in the void. In the vast universe, there is no plane origin to bind you. As long as you are proficient in spatial spells, it is normal for Empyrean rank powerhouses to cross tens of thousands of light-years with a spell. As soon as the Golden Crow Emperor appeared in the void, his fearsome golden crow eyes swept Yang Feng, and then fell on the First Demon Lord and the Azure Dragon Emperor. Only invincible overlords such as the First Demon Lord and the Azure Dragon Emperor can contend against the Golden Crow Emperor one-on-one. He doesn't care about the rest of the people. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered gravely. The world of warlocks is really a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There are so many powerhouses. Unfortunately, these guys won't show up until they see an opportunity to advance to the Eternal Realm. The energy level of the Gumana universe is much higher than that of our universe. Presumably, it has more than 18 Empyreans. The Gumana universe has 3 Protoss races and 18 sacred races. On the surface, there are only 18 Warlock Emperor rank Empyreans. Among them, the Wave Rock Lord and the Red Caltrop Lord have already died. In theory, there should only be 16 Warlock Emperor rank Empyreans. However, there are 3 invincible Overlord rank Empyreans in the vicinity of the Twin Universe Flowers. Yang Feng has already discovered more than 10 Empyrean rank Empyreans. With so many powerhouses in the world of warlocks, the Gumana universe's energy level is half an energy level higher than that of the world of warlocks. As such, there will only be more Empyrean rank powerhouses. Of course, the Gumana universe has 3 eternal sovereigns, who have absorbed a lot of resources. The number of Empyreans born in each era may be less than that of the world of warlocks. But even so, after a long period of accumulation, the number of Empyreans in the Gumana universe is still an astonishing number. Yang Feng looked at the powerhouses with an enigmatic gleam in his eyes, as expected of a universe's end tribulation. Even eternal sovereigns will die in such a battle. However, this is also the best opportunity. In the past era, there would be no chance of advancing to the Eternal Realm. This is the worst era, but also the best era. Twin Universe Flowers. This is a world of origin formed by the origin of 2 universes. There are countless treasures and all kinds of precious opportunities here. There is also an opportunity to advance to the Empyrean rank here. Along with flashes of light, Holy Spirit warlocks and quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses rushed over from afar and stared at the Twin Universe Flowers with greed in their eyes. Except for eternal sovereigns, anyone can enter the Twin Universe Flowers. According to legend, the Twin Universe Flowers contained boundless fortuitous encounters and precious treasures that could allow a quasi-emperor to advance into the Emperor realm in one go. Twin Universe Flowers. This time, I must enter and find that treasure. I must advance to Emperor realm and surpass Lord Devourer. Feng Empyroth of Empyreans, Feng of according to the prophecies of many great holy steppe prophets, Feng Xuanzhen was the peerless genius of this era of Zhangji Plains human warlocks with the potential to advance to the 9th Warlock Emperor. However, Yang Feng rose to the top, bravely advanced all the way, killed all the enemies in his way, plundered all the opportunities, and never missed an opportunity to strengthen himself. In the end, he reached the pinnacle, founded the human race's 9th Warlock dynasty, Devour dynasty, suppressed the heavens, and made all emperors bow their heads. Although Feng Xuanzhen is suppressed by Yang Feng, but after all, he is the most outstanding supreme genius of this era. He practiced cultivation to the quasi-Empyrean realm and possesses extraordinary battle prowess. He is only a step away from the Empyrean realm. Devour Lord, I will definitely surpass you. In this era, I am the one who can finally advance to the Empyrean realm. The twin universe flowers is my greatest opportunity. At the time, it was only after the human Star Lord advanced to the Empyrean realm that he managed to reverse the situation and defeat all the strong enemies. I will definitely surpass you. Devour Lord. In the eyes of ordinary people, each of these quasi-Empyreans is a monster among monsters, a supreme genius among supreme geniuses. Each and every one of them is a proud and arrogant peerless powerhouse of an era. They are naturally unwilling to be suppressed by Yang Feng all their lives. The twin universe flowers are their only chance to catch up with and surpass Yang Feng. The twin universe flower, which looks like a world, burst out with resplendent light, and bursts of sacred pollen enveloped the twin universe flower in halos of sacred light. Silver vines extended from the petals of the twin universe flowers. When he saw the silver vines, the gold crow emperor's eyes lit up, and he flapped his wings, turned into a stream of light, and flew to a silver vine. The silver vine swept the golden crow the arch into the twin universe flowers. Those silver vines were also known as the guiding vines. Each universe only had 3,000 guiding vines, and when an expert ascended it, one would disappear. Formidable Empyrean might permeated the void, and Empyreans descended from the sky and flew towards the vines of guidance. 3 invincible overlords and 16 Empyreans. Our universe's underlying strength is really deep. Unfortunately, if we don't advance to the eternal realm, we won't be able to contend against another universe. Standing stealthily in front of a vines of guidance, Yang Feng quietly watched the powerful existences enter the twin universe flowers. After the Empyreans entered the twin universe flowers, the quasi-emperors and holy ones blurred into motion and flew towards the vines of guidance. All of a sudden, one of the great sages waved his hand, and countless specks of golden light shot out from all directions toward the vine of guidance. In an instant, golden void worms appeared on the hundreds of vines of guidance. With a flash of light, the vines of guidance wrapped around the void worms and disappeared. Damn it, great holy insect, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Great holy insect. The furious cries of the saints and great saints rang out in the void. The eyes of the great holy insect shimmered with madness, and he laughed wildly. I was ordered by the Devourer Lord to stop you. Trash like you are not qualified to enter the twin universe flowers to compete for resources. Ha ha ha. The Devourer Lord. Damn it, why did the Devourer Lord do that? Is this an order from the Devourer Lord? The Holy Ones and Great Holy Ones were originally furious and wanted to kill the Great Holy Insect. But when they heard Yang Feng's name, they could only grit their teeth and glare at the Great Holy Insect. They don't dare to provoke the Great Holy Insect who has Yang Feng's backing. When did I give the order? Why don't I know about it? A cold voice sounded in the void, and Yang Feng's true body appeared in the void and looked coldly at the insect Great Holy. Devour. Lord. When the Great Holy Insect saw Yang Feng, his face turned pale with fright. 3 pairs of huge void insect wings grew on him, and he flew into the distance. You actually dared to use my name to sow discord. How dare you? A cold voice came from the void, and a giant hand tore through the sky and extended towards the Great Holy Insect. Numerous powerful demonic insects flew out of the great spiritual insect sage's body in an attempt to contend with the terrifying giant hand. Devouring black holes appeared on the huge hand and devoured the countless demonic insects. With a squeeze, the great spiritual insect sage was caught in the hand. A sharp mechanical awl pierced into the head of the Great Holy Insect, drilled into his brain and soul, and extracted information. It turns out to be one of the Gumana universe's spies. To dare jump out at this time, you're courting death. A devour black hole appeared and devoured the Great Holy Insect. Yang Feng snorted coldly, stepped on a vine of guidance, and disappeared in an instant. How terrifying. So this is the Devourer Lord, he's too powerful. Slaying great holy sages like ants, the Devour Lord is really terrifying. Even some Empyreans can't kill great holy sages like ants. The Devour Lord has become more powerful. Feeling Yang Feng's terror again, the holy and great holy sages suppressed their thoughts about the Devour dynasty. As soon as he entered the world of twin universe flowers, Yang Feng saw forests and endless mountain ranges, and the whole world is shrouded in a mysterious force. What rich energy! This is a higher energy level of the universe. The world of warlocks and the Gumana universe devoured each other and transformed into a world formed by the origin of the universe. Unfortunately, the laws of the universe here are incomplete. Otherwise, I could advance to the Empyrean realm here. Yang Feng took a deep breath, his eyes shimmered with regret, and his tremendous soul force swept in all directions. A group of holy rank cyan great rocks. This world is really full of holy rank cyan great rocks. With his tremendous soul force, Yang Feng sensed that there are 100 holy spirit warlock rank cyan great rocks in a huge spirit mountain. In the world of warlocks, holy spirit warlock rank cyan great rocks can become the protectors of a race. But here, they are as common as cabbages, not worth mentioning. That's a dream god fruit. That's a legendary treasure that can enable a phantom extraordinary life form to advance to the Empyrean realm. In the entire world of warlocks, only 3 of them have appeared. I didn't expect to see one here. As expected of twin universe flowers, a holy land containing the origin essence of 2 universes. It even has such a treasure. Yang Feng scanned with his soul force and suddenly found a narcissus exuding phantom force shrouded in a phantom sea 10,000 kilometers away, and he inhaled a breath of cold air. Chapter 13-17. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the phantom sea, a queer force enveloped him and distorted the scene in front of him. You want me to enter a fantasy world? You can't do it by yourself. Yang Feng smiled coldly, and the phantom ruler appeared behind him. A magic eye opened on the phantom ruler and frantically absorbed the phantom force in the phantom sea. An incomparably terrifying whirlpool appeared in the phantom sea, devouring all the phantom power. Phantom beasts with mysterious runes on their foreheads appeared one after another. They looked like little rabbits. Each of these phantom beasts is a holy spirit warlock rank existence, and there are hundreds of them in total. Originally, hundreds of holy spirit warlocks wouldn't even dare to go against a quasi-Empyrean. However, the moment these phantom beasts saw the phantom ruler, they acted like mice seeing a cat. They frantically fled in all directions. The phantom ruler flickered slightly, and countless threads shot out and pierced the bodies of the phantom beasts. The phantom beasts shriveled strangely and were sucked into the phantom ruler. Among the 12 quasi-Empyrean rank mechanical rulers subordinated to Yang Feng, the phantom ruler has the strongest evolution potential and has the potential to advance to the Empyrean realm. In the phantom sea, there are phantom beasts everywhere. Even if a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse enters this place, if they are careless, they will be confused by them and fall into an eternal sleep. With the phantom ruler clearing the way, Yang Feng quickly entered the deepest part of the phantom sea. In the deepest part of the phantom sea, there is a daffodil exuding mysterious phantom force, and there is a blue fruit suspended in the pistil of the daffodil. The blue fruit is the legendary dream god fruit. Once a pinnacle quasi-Empyrean rank existence with illusions as their foundation consumes this dream god fruit, they can advance to the Empyrean realm. Next to the dream god fruit, there is a 1 million kilometer long snake curled up. Countless mysterious runes shone on it and it exudes quasi-Empyrean rank fluctuations of power. The snake, which is bigger than the earth, suddenly curled up and looked in a direction, and its eyes exuded mysterious fluctuations of power. A quasi-Empyrean rank dream giant snake. It could easily make all the intelligent life on a planet fall into a dream and never wake up. They lived by devouring the dream force of intelligent lifeforms and had the potential to evolve into an emperor. If you consume this dream god fruit, you might be able to advance to the Emperor realm in one go. Unfortunately, you met me, so you can only die. A cold voice came from outside, and Yang Feng parted the phantom sea, appeared in front of the dream giant snake, and punched the dream giant snake. There was no sound. It was as if the giant dream serpent did not exist. Inch by inch, it crumbled into pieces. The phantom ruler flew out and opened up countless black holes on its body, sucking in the remnants of the dream world serpent. Yang Feng was about to take the dream god fruit, when he suddenly creased his eyebrows and looked behind him. A terrifying dragon aura swept over from behind. A handsome man with a pair of black dragon horns on his head, dressed in black armor, and exuding a domineering aura walked over step by step. Dream god fruit. Although it is not the treasure I need, but it is still a first-rate god-grade treasure of heaven and earth. You are not a powerhouse of the Gumana universe. Then go to hell. Remember, the one who killed you is the Black Dragon Emperor. When the Black Dragon Emperor walked out of the void, his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he extended his hand, and dragon chi tore through the sky and crushed towards Yang Feng. Any quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse that is grabbed by the Black Dragon Emperor will be crushed and turned into a corpse. Fourth form. Killing intent surged in Yang Feng's eyes. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the god armor of dawn, and a blurry projection emerged and merged with him. Yang Feng slashed out with his halberd, and 4 images of the River of Time, Spatial Portal, 4-star, and Devour Black Hole appeared and slashed towards the Black Dragon Emperor without hesitation. You are the Devour Lord. When the Black Dragon Emperor saw the 4 images, his complexion changed dramatically, the arrogance on his face faded away, and he stimulated his power. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the Black Dragon Emperor, and fearsome true dragon chi erupted in an instant, and he extended his claw. Along with heart-palpitating true dragon roars, a fearsome black true dragon slammed into the 4 images. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, the black true dragon was crushed by the 4 images, and a fearsome force slammed into the Black Dragon Emperor, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Zero emerged from the void, brandished the whip of ruler, and tore through the sky and lashed at the Black Dragon Emperor like a poisonous dragon. Under the lash of the whip of ruler, the Black Dragon Emperor's barrier crumbled bit by bit. The whip of the ruler slammed down on the Black Dragon Emperor's body, cracking his bones and creating a huge hole in his body. Emperor blood rained down from the sky. Zero Emperor. Devour Lord. I'll remember you. With a flash of resentment in his eyes, the Black Dragon Emperor roared and prepared to cast a spell to escape. Shadow appeared silently and stabbed with the ruler's shadow spear, pierced the Black Dragon Emperor's scales in an instant, ran through his head and soul, and nailed him to the ground. Zero lashed the Black Dragon Emperor again and severely damaged his fleshly body and soul. A devour black hole emerged and engulfed the Black Dragon Emperor and frantically devoured his life origin. The Black Dragon Emperor was originally a powerful Empyrean, slightly more powerful than the Gold Fur Ape Emperor. Unfortunately, Yang Feng's group of 3 attacked him with all their strength from the beginning. Shadow's sneak attack was even more exquisite, and he was killed in one fell swoop. In a head-on confrontation, even if the Black Dragon Emperor is no match for them, he can still use a secret method to escape. As Yang Feng refined the Black Dragon Emperor's life origin, he felt his foundation improve, and his eyes flashed with a carefree shade. As expected of the Twin Universe flowers, this place really has the greatest opportunity for me to advance to the Empyrean realm. This is yours. Yang Feng plucked the dream god fruit and tossed it to the phantom ruler. The phantom ruler swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, countless mysterious runes appeared on its body, and a strange illusory power slowly spread throughout its body. Countless runes shone, and a fearsome devourer force emerged from the phantom ruler and frantically devoured the power of the phantom sea. The entire phantom sea churned, and a tremendous amount of phantom power was endlessly absorbed into the phantom ruler's body, making it even more powerful and terrifying. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the phantom sea was devoured by the phantom ruler, and wisps of Empyrean breath slowly pervaded the air. It broke through the Empyrean barrier and advanced to an Empyrean steppe existence. Watching the phantom ruler advance to the Empyrean realm, Yang Feng mused, if I don't want to advance to the Empyrean realm perfectly, I can advance to the Empyrean realm now. But that way, my chances of advancing to the eternal sovereign realm will be reduced by 30%. The phantom ruler didn't absorb universe origin force when advancing to the Empyrean realm. With only Empyrean rank battle prowess, without any heaven-defying fortuitous encounters, it is basically impossible to advance to the eternal sovereign realm in this universe. As Yang Feng is determined to advance to the eternal sovereign realm, it is naturally impossible for him to advance to the Empyrean realm this way. The Gumana universe should have much more powerhouses than our universe. I can make use of the identity of the Black Dragon Emperor. With a thought, Yang Feng took out the Phantom God Emperor mask and put it on. With a flash of light, he transformed into the Black Dragon Emperor. His breath and soul fluctuations are exactly the same as the Black Dragon Emperor's. Along with flashes of light, the three powerhouses Zero, Shadow, and the Phantom Ruler disappeared and hid beside Yang Feng. My soul force is suppressed. Has the world of the twin universe flowers evolved further? Yang Feng scanned the outside world with his soul force and found that his soul scan, which can easily cover a world, has been compressed. He can only scan an area 1,000 kilometers in radius. If it was in the vast universe, Yang Feng would be able to scan an area hundreds of thousands of light-years in radius with a sweep of his soul force. If it was in the Zhangji plane, Yang Feng's soul force could cover an area millions of kilometers in radius. This is the phenomenon of plane origin force suppression. With a flash of white light, an Empyrean with a thick trunk, the upper body of an elephant, the lower body of a dragon, and the trunk of a thick elephant flew over from afar and landed in front of Yang Feng. From the memories of the Black Dragon Emperor, Yang Feng learned that this Empyrean with a thick trunk is an ancient Empyrean of the Gumana universe, the Vajra divinity Elephant Lord. This Empyrean is even stronger than the Black Dragon Emperor in terms of battle prowess. In the world of warlocks, there are countless Empyreans sleeping, waiting for the universe's end tribulation to compete for the opportunity to advance to the eternal sovereign realm. In the Gumana universe, there are also countless Empyreans sleeping, waiting for the universe's end tribulation to advance to the eternal sovereign realm. The energy level of the Gumana universe is half an energy level higher than that of the world of warlocks. However, with the three eternal sovereigns suppressing the universe, no matter how talented a person is, it is impossible to advance to the eternal sovereign realm after advancing to the Empyrean realm. Anyone who tries to advance to the eternal sovereign realm in the Gumana universe will only end up dead. Only during the universe's end tribulation, when the two universes devour each other, will the three eternal sovereigns allow the Empyreans to attack the eternal sovereign rank. Chapter 13:18. Greed flashed in the eyes of the Vajragadmamoth's lord, Black Dragon Emperor, you came here first. What did you get? Yang Feng replied, Vajragadmamoth's lord, I saw the dream god fruit over there. However, I was defeated by the Zero Emperor and the Devourer Lord, so I had to retreat here. There was a flash of greed in the eyes of the Vajragadmamoth's lord, the dream god fruit. This is a treasure that can enable people to advance to the Empyrean realm. Any treasure that can enable people to advance to the Empyrean realm is a peerless treasure among peerless treasures. Even in the Gumana universe, the dream god fruit has appeared no more than 10 times. Who knows how many quasi-emperor powerhouses proficient in illusions are eager to get their hands on such a treasure. At the same time, Empyreans proficient in the path of illusions can enhance their fighting strength after obtaining the dream god fruit. After Empyreans such as the Vajragadmamoth's lord and the Black Dragon Emperor consume the dream god fruit, their soul force can be enhanced and their resistance to illusions increased. The Vajragadmamoth's lord suggested, "Black Dragon Emperor, how about we join forces and snatch the Dream God fruit? Yang Feng and Zero are both Empyrean rank powerhouses. When the two of them join forces, the Vajragadmamoth's lord is somewhat apprehensive." Yang Feng asked a sharp question, "Okay. But how do we split it?" The Vajragadmamoth's lord replied, "The Dream God fruit belongs to me this time. Next time, I can help you get a treasure of heaven and earth of the same value." Yang Feng refused categorically, "No way. If you want the Dream God fruit, then let me choose 10 treasures. In that case, let me choose 10 of your treasures, and I want to choose them right now. Whether we win or lose, I won't return the 10 treasures. Apart from the Dream God fruit, I'll take everything we get this time." Hearing Yang Feng's bargaining, the doubt in the eyes of the Vajragadmamoth slowly dissipated, and he sank into his thoughts before finally gritting his teeth and saying, "Okay." The Vajragadmamoth's lord waved his hand, and countless mysterious runes shone, and a wide small world appeared in the void. The small world shone with light, and there are who knows how many treasures hidden. If any treasure falls into the hands of an ordinary person, it will become a cheat and change the fate of that ordinary person. Take your pick. A pained expression flashed through the lord of the Vajragadmamoth's eyes. All the treasures in the treasury were extremely precious, and many of them were precious even to an emperor. However, those treasures were nothing compared to the Dream God fruit. "All right." Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, countless runes of the Dawn God armor shone, and a blurry projection emerged and merged with him. The halberd of the God of Battle appeared in Yang Feng's hand and stabbed towards the Lord of Vajragadmamoths like a poisonous dragon. The torrent of time, the spatial door, the power star, and the devouring black hole. 4 different phenomena appeared and merged together to form a terrifying halberd light that pierced towards the Lord of the Vajra Holy Mammoths. "You are the Lord Devourer." Shock flashed in the eyes of the Lord of Vajragadmamoths, and he roared. Countless mysterious runes emerged, and he radiated Vajra glazed divine light. When Yang Feng's halberd stabbed into the Vajragadmamoth's lord, it was stuck, unable to advance any further. The Lord of Vajragadmamoths is famous for his defense and strength. The defense of his fleshly body even surpasses that of many invincible overlord rank Empyreans. Zero appeared out of thin air and lashed out with the whip of the ruler, smashing the Lord of Vajragadmamoths on the head and splitting it open. The Phantom Dominator appeared right away, and a demonic eye opened up in its body. Strands of eerie phantom power instantly hit the Lord of Vajra Holy Mammoths. The Lord of Vajragadmamoths has amazing defense and extraordinary strength. His only weakness is his weak resistance to illusions. When the Phantom Ruler's phantom light shone on him, his soul fell into a daze for a moment. At this moment, Shadow appeared, stabbed with the ruler's shadow spear, turned into a stream of light, and pierced through the heart of the Lord of Vajragadmamoths. Under the sneak attack of the 4 Empyreans, the Lord of Vajragadmamoths was seriously injured. A devouring black hole emerged, swallowed the Lord of Vajragadmamoths, and frantically devoured his life origin. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. "Great! So this is an Empyrean origin. My accumulation is even more vigorous. For me, the Empyreans inside the twin universe flowers are the greatest tonic. Fortunately, I disguised myself as the Black Dragon Emperor, which is why I was able to sneak attack the Lord of Vajragadmamoths. Otherwise, even if I could defeat him, it would be very difficult to kill him." Yang Feng quietly reflected on the gains and losses of this battle. Every Empyrean is a terrifying existence at the pinnacle of the universe. Yang Feng has 3 Empyrean rank assistants at this time. But if he were to face an archaic Empyrean like the Lord of Vajragadmamoths, then it would be easy to defeat him, but it would still be very difficult to kill him. Yang Feng set up a trap to make the Lord of Vajragadmamoths relax his vigilance, which was how he succeeded in his sneak attack and killed the Lord of Vajragadmamoths. The Black Dragon Emperor has a wide circle of acquaintances in the Gumana universe. He knows much more people than the Lord of Vajra Godmamoths. I'll use his identity to travel inside the Twin Universe Flowers. Yang Feng transformed into the Black Dragon Emperor and continued to fly towards the depths of the Twin Universe Flowers. Countless starry sky explorers flew in all directions, explored the situation of the Twin Universe Flowers, and reported everything back to Yang Feng. Inside the Twin Universe Flowers, on a spirit mountain, there is a 100-meter-tall gold sun chrysanthemum radiating gold divine light, and there stands a person. He is the gold Qilin Crown Prince. This is the fruit of the gold sun chrysanthemum. With it, my chances of advancing to the Empyrean realm will increase by 10%. The gold Qilin Crown Prince looked at the fruit in the center of the gold sun chrysanthemum radiating gold divine light, and his eyes flashed with a scorching shade. You are the gold Qilin Crown Prince of the world of warlocks? I happen to lack a god beast to pull a chariot. You can be the divine beast that pulls my chariot. A cold and arrogant voice sounded in the void, and a handsome young man with a silver horn on the head walked out of the void and looked at the gold Qilin Crown Prince with a derisive expression. Empyrean. When the gold Qilin Crown Prince saw the young man with a silver horn on the head, his face turned pale, and countless mysterious runes flickered, and he turned into a ray of gold light and fled into the distance. The gold Qilin Crown Prince is a peerless genius of an era with extraordinary talent. But compared to an Empyrean, he is not worth mentioning. It's your honor to be my god beast to pull a chariot. When I advance to the eternal realm in the future, I can also promote you to an Empyrean. The ghost Silver Lord smiled coldly and took a step, and a path formed from silver divine light appeared under his feet. In an instant, he crossed 100,000 kilometers, appeared behind the gold Qilin Crown Prince, and extended his hand. A copious amount of silver divine light swept out, and the gold Qilin Crown Prince trembled and shone with gold divine light, and secret treasures appeared. What a naughty little Qilin! The ghost Silver Lord smiled and pointed at the secret treasures released by the gold Qilin Crown Prince. The secret treasures dimmed when they were swept up by the endless silver divine light, and they were directly sealed. Shrouded by the silver divine light, the gold Qilin Crown Prince turned into a fist-sized silver Qilin, and his eyes lost their luster. The gold Qilin Crown Prince was suppressed just like that. How terrible! When the Phoenix Princess saw what happened here through Phoenix eyes, she felt a chill in her heart, and then her figure fluttered, and she cast a secret method and disappeared. A pure-blooded little phoenix. She escaped really fast. What a pity! The Master of Ghost Silver glanced in the direction where the Phoenix Empress was, and a look of pity flashed in his eyes. After all, the Phoenix Princess is a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse proficient in countless secret methods. Since she cast a secret method to hide her aura and escape at the first possible moment, even a powerhouse like the Ghost Silver Lord cannot find her. No! Don't kill me, I surrender. On a spiritual mountain, a holy of the world of warlocks begged a great holy of the Gumana universe. Die! Wretched other race! The great holy of the Gumana universe smiled ferociously, stabbed his hand into the head of the holy of the world of warlocks, and crushed it. This night immortal grass is mine. With this night immortal grass, I will have a chance to promote to a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse. The great holy's gaze fell on a large patch of black spirit grass not far away, and his eyes flickered with scorching light. An incomparably huge tongue suddenly emerged from the ground, rolled up the great sage, and directly pulled him into the bloody mouth, disappearing. Inside the Twin Universe Flowers, there are treasures of heaven and earth that are rarely seen in the outside world, but there are dangers everywhere. The powerhouses of the world of warlocks and the Gumana universe are fighting each other inside the Twin Universe Flowers, and powerhouses are dying one after another. Yang Feng's incarnation of the Black Dragon Emperor walked inside the Twin Universe Flowers. Using the information fed back by the Starry Sky Explorer, he plotted against an Empyrean called the Mountain Lord, devoured his life origin, and collected countless precious resources. Every Empyrean is a huge treasure trove with countless treasures. When Yang Feng killed the 3 Empyreans, he obtained the treasures they carried with them and became rich overnight. The 2 King of Sovereigns Zero and Shadow also absorbed many precious minerals from the treasures of the 3 Empyreans, and their strength increased by 10%. Chapter 13-19. On the summit of a spiritual mountain burning with endless flames, there is a lava lake. In the center of the lava lake, there is a gorgeous 3-petal flower in full bloom. On the 3 petals of the 3-petal flower, there is a phoenix, a qilin, and a pishio respectively, radiating bright and mysterious light. 3 Spirit True Fire Flower, my luck is really good. There was a ripple in the void, and the Empress Phoenix appeared in the void. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic gleam, and she turned into a stream of light and flew towards the 3 Spirit True Fire Flower. A pure-blooded phoenix, not bad. You can be a breeding tool for my child, the Dragon Lord. A slightly lascivious voice rang out from the void. A terrifying emperor with a twisted head that looked like a mix of a dragon's and a pig's head flew out from the void. His body was covered in azure scales, and he had a pair of azure dragon wings and a dragon tail on his back. An Empyrean of the Gumana universe. When the Empress Phoenix saw this, her beautiful face turned pale, and she was terrified out of her wits. Without hesitation, a pair of phoenix wings grew on her back, and without giving the 3 Spirit True Fire Flower another look, she burned her phoenix blood essence and flew into the distance. How decisive! I like it. If it were another Empyrean, you might have escaped. But you're lucky to have run into me, the Dragon Lord. With a ferocious smile on his face, the Lord of Dragon Fiends ejected 2 twisted black and white beams from his pig nose, which tore through the sky and swept towards Empress Phoenix. Swept by the black and white beams, the Empress Phoenix suddenly felt dizzy, and then fell from the sky. I absorbed her power. I should be able to improve my strength by a bit. With a lascivious gleam in his eyes, the Dragon Lord took a step, crossed thousands of kilometers, appeared in front of the Empress Phoenix, and extended his hand towards her. Damn it, how can this be? I can't even commit suicide. This is the power of an Empyrean. The Empress Phoenix looked at the Dragon Lord, who has a twisted expression on his face, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with despair. Stay your hand, Lord Dragon Fiend. She's my prey. A cold and overbearing voice descended from the sky, and a terrifying dragon claw that was as black as ink, containing endless true dragon chi, swiped at the Lord Dragon Fiend. Black Dragon Emperor, what are you trying to do? A look of shock and anger flashed in the eyes of the Dragon Beast Lord as he raised his fist and punched towards the sky. Rumble. Along with an earth-shaking blare, the Dragon Devil Lord was blasted away, and scorch marks appeared on its body. It stared fiercely at Yang Feng in the sky with envy and resentment in its eyes. The Lord of Dragon Fiends was an extraordinary creature born from the union of a true dragon and a demon pig. It could be considered a descendant of a true dragon. However, his bloodline could not compare to a true dragon like the Black Dragon Emperor. Originally, the Lord of Dragon Fiends would never be able to break through the bloodline shackles and become an emperor. However, during a fortuitous encounter when he was at the peak of the half-step emperor realm, he obtained a miraculous fruit that allowed him to break through the bloodline shackles and become an emperor. Even so, the demonic Dragon Lord's bloodline was far inferior to the Black Dragon Emperor's. Yang Feng gave the Dragon Beast Lord a sidelong glance, smiled contemptuously, and his eyes shimmered with killing intent. This Feng Huang's bloodline is very pure, I like it. What? Lord of Dragon Fiends, do you want to fight me? The Lord of Dragon Fiends is restrained by the Black Dragon Emperor. Moreover, it is the weakest among emperors, only slightly stronger than the Silver Emperor. If Yang Feng takes action now, he is somewhat confident that he can kill it here. Vigilant, the Lord of Dragon Fiends forced a smile and said, "Since you like it, Black Dragon Emperor, then take it." Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the Phoenix Empress flew into his hand. Countless runes flickered and entered the Phoenix Empress. The originally sexy, beautiful, and devastatingly beautiful Phoenix Princess had turned into a palm-sized beautiful doll in an instant. The Lord of Dragon Fiends narrowed his eyes. The Black Dragon Emperor has become stronger again. Yang Feng sneered, "The three-spirit true fire flower is also mine. Do you have any objections?" There was a flash of anger in the eyes of the Lord of Dragon Fiends, but he endured it. "I have no objections." Yang Feng frowned, and his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. This guy is really patient. Do you want to kill him by force? Together with the Phantom Ruler, Yang Feng has a total of 4 emperors on his side. Although they can defeat the Lord of Dragon Fiends without any suspense, but it will be a bit difficult to kill him. No matter how weak an emperor is, he is still a supreme genius who surpasses countless quasi-emperors. It will be very difficult to kill an emperor head-on. The Lord of Dragon Fiends is clearly cautious and wary of Yang Feng's avatar of the Black Dragon Emperor. Under these circumstances, it will be difficult to kill him by force. As if feeling Yang Feng's killing intent, the Lord of Dragon Fiends narrowed his eyes, took a few steps back, and released wisps of mysterious force. Unfortunately, there's no chance. Killing intent streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he looked into the distance with regret in his eyes. 2 streams of light flew over from afar. A stunningly beautiful woman with countless snakes on her head, a sexy figure, and a gorgeous appearance, as well as a man with white hair and beard and a black body flew over from afar and landed in front of Yang Feng's group of 2. The Lord of Dragon Fiends hurriedly stepped forward and complained, "Snake Dowager, Black Silver Lord, come and be the judge. This little phoenix was clearly my prey, yet it was snatched away by the Black Dragon Emperor. Don't you think he should compensate me with something?" The Snake Dowager said with a charming smile, "The Night Origin Lord discovered the Eternal Origin Sea and asked us to go and compete for the treasures in the Eternal Origin Sea. Do you want to go?" Yang Feng's eyes narrowed. The Night Origin Lord is an invincible overlord rank Empyrean of the Gumana universe. He is one of the Empyreans most promising to advance to the Eternal Sovereign Realm. The Lord of Dragon Fiends' eyes lit up, and he uttered decisively, "The Eternal Origin Sea. Go. Of course we'll go." The Eternal Origin Sea is a fearsome sea containing eternal origin force. Many precious treasures of heaven and earth are born in the Eternal Origin Sea, and some are even treasures that can allow people to advance to the Eternal Sovereign Realm. Yang Feng uttered decisively, "I'll go as well." 4 streams of light flashed and flew into the distance. To the north of the Twin Universe Flower World, there is the Eternal Origin Sea formed from Eternal Origin Force. The Eternal Origin Sea is an existence evolved from the origin force of 2 universes. If an Eternal Sovereign can come here, they will swallow the Eternal Origin Sea, refine it, and enhance their strength. 4 streams of light descended from the sky and landed on the edge of the Eternal Origin Sea. So this is the underlying strength of the Gumana universe. It's really amazing to have so many Empyreans. Yang Feng looked around, and his pupils constricted at once. There are a total of 16 people standing on the edge of the Eternal Origin Sea, each of which is an Empyrean rank powerhouse. 4 invincible overlord rank powerhouses. Furthermore, none of them are powerhouses of the 18 sacred races. In that case, the 18 Empyreans of the 18 sacred races should be subjects of the 3 eternal sovereigns. These Empyreans are unwilling to be dominated by the 3 eternal sovereigns. Yang Feng looked at the Empyreans with astonishing strength and mused. Finally, his gaze fell on the 4 Empyreans in the lead, and his eyes shimmered with vigilance. One of the 4 Empyreans is a handsome young man in a black leather jacket. The other is a middle-aged man with a head full of dragon hair and an overbearing aura. It was a handsome young man with eyes filled with mystery. The last is an old man with a haggard face exuding an aura of wisdom. The young man in black is the Origin Night Lord, the man with a head full of dragon hair is the Myriad Dragon's father, the young man with mysterious eyes is the Sky Light Lord, and the old man with a haggard face is the Myriad Tree's ancestor. The Origin Night Lord is said to be a being born from pure dark force of the Gumana universe. He was a fearsome Empyrean when he was born. The Myriad Dragon's father is a fearsome pure-blooded true dragon. He is a pure-blooded true dragon born after the Gumana universe devoured another universe, and his strength is heaven-defying. He married with various life forms and gave birth to 10,000 dragons, 2 of which have advanced to the Empyrean realm. The Sky Light Lord evolved from a spirit mountain shrouded in endless light in the Gumana universe. He is extremely powerful and has slain 3 Empyreans. The Myriad Tree's ancestor is an Empyrean who has existed longer than the Eternal Frost. He once competed with the Eternal Frost for the position of eternity. The 4 powerhouses are invincible overlord rank existences who have slain Empyreans. It should be noted that an Empyrean is the pinnacle power of a universe. The difficulty of defeating and killing an Empyrean cannot be mentioned in the same breath. Whether or not you can kill an Empyrean is the dividing line between an ordinary Empyrean and an invincible overlord. The 4 invincible overlord rank powerhouses are accompanied by 1 or 2 Empyreans who are close to them. The rest of the Empyrean rank powerhouses are wandering around, forming a small circle. Without hesitation, Yang Feng came to the side of the Myriad Dragon's father. The Black Dragon Emperor and the Myriad Dragon's father are true dragons with pure bloodlines, and they have a good relationship with each other. Yang Feng looked at the powerhouses of the world of warlocks gathered in the distance, and his eyes shimmered with curiosity, and he asked, "Why don't you tear them apart? 10,000 kilometers away, there is a group of people, which are the Empyreans from the world of warlocks. In addition to the 3 invincible overlord rank Empyreans, there are 10 Empyreans from the world of warlocks gathered at the edge of the Eternal Origin Sea. In terms of power, the Gumana universe's powerhouses are far stronger than the Empyreans of the world of warlocks." The 10,000 Dragons' father looked at one of the islands in the Eternal Origin Sea with a burning gaze. He slowly said, "We can't do it now. If we fight here and both of us are injured, then neither of us will be able to reach the top of the Eternal Island. Only on the Eternal Island will there be an opportunity to advance to the Eternal Realm." Chapter 13:20. Yang Feng looked at the Eternal Origin Sea, his heart stirred, and he waved his hand. A stream of dragon chi entered a stone nearby, fused with the stone, shone with countless runes, and turned into a human-sized rock dragon with starry sky warlock rank strength. When the stone dragon monster arrived in front of the Eternal Origin Sea, it reached out with its hand and made a grabbing motion. The moment the stone dragon monster came into contact with the Eternal Origin Sea, its body shattered inch by inch and turned into a wisp of pure energy that entered the Eternal Origin Sea. A solemn look flashed through the Myriad Dragon's father's eyes as he slowly said, "It's useless. The Eternal Scar Origin Sea could melt anything and turn it into Eternal Origin power. Even an emperor would be melted after falling into the Eternal Spring Sea for a long time and become a part of it." Emperor-level experts were already at the peak of the universe. Apart from experts of the same level, there were almost no dangerous places that could harm them. The Eternal Spring Ocean was one of the few places that could threaten the lives of emperors. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and he analyzed the Eternal Origin Sea. This Eternal Origin Sea is indeed a high-energy force that can even melt Empyreans. But for my Armor of Dawn and Zero, it is a great supplement. Yang Feng can also devour and refine the Eternal Origin Sea's seawater, but it takes 1,000 years to refine a drop. Even if he died of old age, he wouldn't be able to completely devour and refine such a large amount of water from the eternal origin sea. However, Yang Feng's God Armor of Dawn and Zero both have Kunmo Stone, which is a mystical eternal God stone that can absorb the power of the eternal origin sea for their own use. Being in the tiger's den, Yang Feng didn't act rashly, but rather quietly retreated to the side. The Dragon Devil Lord stretched out his hand and pointed. A spatial door appeared and then collapsed. The Dragon Devil Lord said, "Spatial teleportation is being suppressed." The Snake Dowager pointed with her hand, and a palm-sized dark green bird flew out towards the eternal origin sea. As soon as the jade green bird flew above the eternal origin sea, it fell headfirst into the eternal origin sea and melted. A grave look flashed in the Snake Dowager's eyes, and she said slowly, "What a powerful spatial restriction. Even the azure sky bird can't fly." The azure sky bird was a type of extraordinary creature that did not have much combat power. He only had one ability, and that was to fly freely in many places where flying was forbidden. He could fly freely in many forbidden places where emperors could not fly. Presently, even the blue sky bird couldn't fly in the eternal spring ocean, and it meant that practically no emperor could fly in the eternal spring ocean. The 10,000 Dragons' father replied, "Apart from Eternals, no one can cross the eternal spring sea with their own power. Only when the primordial leaf boat appears will we be able to cross the eternal origin sea and reach the eternal island." Hearing this, the emperors were unwilling to give up. They used all sorts of magic techniques to carry out experiments, but no one was able to cross the eternal spring sea. A day later, 3 more emperors of the Gamana universe came to the edge of the eternal origin sea. There is now an emperor in the world of Warlock's camp. In the center of the eternal origin sea, dazzling rays of light emerged, and leaves shot out from the center of the eternal island and turned into leaf boats in front of everyone. Rays of light flashed, and then the emperors boarded their respective boats. As soon as Yang Feng set foot on the leaf boat, he willed, and the leaf boat automatically moved towards the eternal island. The boat of origin has just traveled 100 kilometers, when the eternal origin sea suddenly churned, and a fearsome true dragon emerged from the eternal origin sea. Exuding invincible overlord grade dragon might, the true dragon clawed at an emperor of the Gamana universe. Damn it! The countenance of the Gamana universe's emperor changed dramatically. With a roar, he turned into a 10,000-meter tall giant and slashed at the fearsome true dragon with a giant axe in hand. Boom! Along with a loud noise, the giant axe was smashed by the true dragon, and the Gamana universe's emperor was blasted into the eternal origin sea. Help me! As soon as the Gamana universe's emperor fell into the eternal origin sea, barriers appeared around him, and he screamed. Eroded by the eternal origin sea, the barriers around the Gamana universe's emperor collapsed one after another. Let's join forces and kill him. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the myriad dragon's father. Countless mysterious runes flickered, dragon heads emerged, and fearsome true dragon chi filled the air. He belched. A terrifying beam of dragon chi shot out, turned into a stream of light, and slammed into the body of the true dragon, blasting a terrifying hole in the body of the true dragon. When the invincible overlord rank true dragon was seriously injured, the eternal origin sea churned, and a Qilin, a Pishio, a Taotai, a 3-legged golden crow, a snake, a Fenghuang, a black tortoise, and a white tiger emerged. Exuding fearsome auras, they attacked the emperors of the world of warlocks and the Gamana universe. Every single one of the monsters that surged out from the eternal spring ocean possessed the terrifying strength of an invincible overlord, and they were extremely ferocious within the eternal spring ocean. Every single one of their attacks carried boundless strength, and it forced the emperors to defend with all their might. Giant Tree Lord, hold on, I'm coming to save you. The Heavenly Ant Lord, who looks like an enlarged giant black ant, steered the leaf boat and swam towards the emperor who fell into the sea. Once an ordinary quasi-emperor falls into the eternal origin sea, they will be melted and become a part of the eternal origin sea in 10 breaths of time at most. But the giant tree lord is extremely powerful. Even though it is being eroded by the eternal origin sea, it still casts defensive barriers and holds on. Giant tree lord, open your treasury and let me choose 10 treasures, and I'll save you. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he steered the leaf boat over and shouted loudly. When the Gumana Universe's emperors heard this, they showed bitter smiles. The Black Dragon Emperor is greedy and likes to collect treasures. Even at such a critical moment, he still takes advantage of the situation, which makes the Gumana Universe's emperors look down on him. Okay, 10 treasures for each person who comes to save me. The giant tree lord opened his treasury decisively, and a huge small world appeared above. The small world shone with treasure light, and there are countless treasures of heaven and earth hidden inside. With sharp eyes and quick hands, Yang Feng grabbed the 10 treasures in the treasury that could be used to refine a level 7 stronghold. Then, he grabbed the arm of the giant tree lord and pulled him onto his leaf boat. Be careful. The giant tree lord has just boarded Yang Feng's leaf boat, when a voice came from the myriad dragon's father not far away. The destruction giant snake opened its maw, and a bead of destruction containing endless power of destruction barreled towards the leaf boat Yang Feng and the giant tree lord are riding. Yang Feng's face flickered. With a wave of his hand, a mysterious gauze enveloped him, and he jumped into the eternal origin sea decisively. As soon as he fell into the eternal origin sea, Yang Feng felt that his magic barrier began to break down rapidly, and all the power was absorbed by the eternal origin sea. The Dawn God armor on Yang Feng flashed, and the Kunmo stone frantically absorbed the eternal origin sea's seawater. The Dawn God armor changed into a transparent gauze that enveloped Yang Feng, enabling him to travel freely in the eternal origin sea. Damn it! Black Dragon Emperor, you coward! Idiot! Why don't you join hands with me? Only death awaits you if you jump into the eternal origin sea. The giant tree lord's eyes flashed with anger, and he cursed. Countless runes shone on him, and a green wooden shield appeared and blocked in front of him. The pearl of destruction slammed into the cyan wooden shield and tore it apart. Then, the pearl of destruction slammed into the giant wood lord's body and blasted him into the eternal origin sea. This time, the giant tree lord was blasted 100 meters into the sea, and a copious amount of seawater eroded his body and soul, trying to disintegrate him. Countless runes shone on the giant tree lord's body and formed barriers that resisted the erosion of the eternal origin sea. Yang Feng's incarnation of the Black Dragon Emperor swam over. When the giant tree lord saw Yang Feng, his eyes flashed with joy, and he cast a secret method, and a powerful thought entered Yang Feng's mind: save me. Black Dragon Emperor, I can give you 10 more treasures. Yang Feng smiled and swam to the side of the giant tree lord. A gold horn appeared on his right hand, and like a gold venomous dragon, the horn pierced through the giant tree lord's barrier and stabbed the giant tree lord. You're not the Black Dragon Emperor, you're the Devour Lord. How is this possible? How can your soul fluctuations be disguised as the Black Dragon Emperor's? The giant tree lord's eyes shimmered with incredulity, and he roared at the top of his voice. A devouring black hole appeared and enveloped the lord of the giant tree, swallowing him whole. A tremendous amount of life origin poured into Yang Feng, making him more terrifying and powerful. Although I can continue to devour Empyreans here, but the eternal opportunity on the Eternal Island is more important. Yang Feng took a look at the Empyreans fighting fiercely above the eternal origin sea. With a thought, his figure changed, and he turned into a destruction snake and swam towards the island in the center of the eternal origin sea. Chapter 13:21. Hidden within the eternal origin sea were true spirits formed from the eternal origin sea, and every single one of them exuded a peerlessly ferocious aura. These true spirit extraordinary life forms are not real existences, but beings formed from eternal origin force. Although they possess invincible overlord rank power, but their true combat power cannot compare to that of a true Empyrean rank powerhouse. But even so, when these true spirit extraordinary life forms join forces, even an invincible overlord rank Empyrean will be blasted to death. Using the illusion god Emperor mask to disguise himself as a destruction snake formed from eternal origin force, Yang Feng moved unimpeded. After a while, the sea in front of the eternal island surged, and Yang Feng silently swam out from the bottom of the sea and stepped towards the eternal island. An extremely powerful repulsive force came from the eternal island, trying to expel Yang Feng. How can an Empyrean rank repulsive force stop me? Yang Feng smiled faintly, stepped onto the eternal island, and looked towards the center of the eternal island with a scorching shade in his eyes. Wisps of fate breath came from the center of the eternal island. Ever since Yang Feng obtained the two treasures of fate, he has grasped the law of fate with the fate algorithm as his foundation and gained strong control over fate spells. With Yang Feng's Empyrean rank strength, he can even manipulate the power of fate, allowing an ordinary person to have fortuitous encounters and eventually promote to an infinity warlock. From the eternal island, Yang Feng can sense wisps of fate breath. His figure fluttered, and he flew towards the center of the eternal island. Boom! Boom! Along with a loud noise, a green mountain split open, and countless green runes formed an Empyrean rank green stone giant, which, expressionless, stabbed towards Yang Feng with a spear in hand. Die! A fierce ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he turned into a stream of light and slammed into the green stone giant with the unbreakable shield in hand. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, Yang Feng was sent flying 100 kilometers away, and the green rock giant was sent flying dozens of kilometers away. With a flash of light, Zero walked out of the void and swung the ruler's whip, tearing through the sky and striking the head of the green stone giant. A peerless force capable of crushing stars and destroying worlds erupted in an instant, and the head of the green stone giant exploded. A devouring black hole emerged, swallowed the green stone giant, and frantically extracted his life force. Yang Feng quietly analyzed, life origin is scarce, at most, it is only at the great holy level. They were much weaker than true emperors. However, he has true emperor-level power. Any Emperor Realm expert was someone who had gone through countless years of killing. Only the twin universe flowers that had gathered the essence of two universes could give birth to so many terrifying existences at the quasi-Emperor realm. Rumble. Rumble. Amid violent rumbling sounds, countless mysterious runes appeared on the bodies of the 10 huge ancient trees, and they instantly erupted with Emperor rank power. I don't have time to waste here. Yang Feng frowned slightly. Ripples shimmered in the void, and a swarm of mechanical rulers emerged and attacked the 10 Empyrean rank ancient trees. Boom! 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 The 10 Emperor rank ancient trees brandished their vines, which contained the essence of power, and blasted a large number of mechanical rulers into pieces in their wake. The mechanical rulers that appeared are all warlock monarch rank strengthened bodies, and their battle prowess is ferocious. They blasted open wounds on the Empyrean rank ancient tree. Taking advantage of the time when his mechanical legion fought the Emperor rank ancient trees, Yang Feng rushed towards the center of the Eternal Island. In the Eternal Origin Sea, there are 7 invincible Overlord rank powerhouses and many Emperor rank powerhouses. As long as Yang Feng is delayed here, many variables will arise. After passing through the Emperor Ancient Forest, an endless mountain range appeared before their eyes. Countless runes shone, and fearsome auras spread from the endless mountain range. Do it! Yang Feng ordered with a cold look in his eyes. Zero pointed with a finger, and a spatial gate opened. His level 7 life stronghold appeared, and a destruction cannon shone with countless runes. A terrifying beam capable of destroying everything blasted out from the destruction cannon and slammed into the continuous mountain range. In the wake of the beam, the mountain range was razed to the ground. An unfathomably deep ravine appeared in the mountain range. Before the mountain Empyreans could show themselves, they were killed by Yang Feng. After firing the destruction cannon, Zero's level 7 life stronghold shrank and disappeared. In terms of power alone, the destruction cannon can seriously injure an invincible overlord rank Empyrean. It is currently the strongest weapon in Yang Feng's possession. However, these Empyreans have mastered all kinds of powerful secret methods. If you want to hit them with the destruction cannon, you have to force them into a situation where they have no choice but to take it head-on. A black hole appeared, swept towards the mountain Empyreans, and devoured a part of the Empyrean origin that has not yet completely dispersed. Countless engineering robots flew towards the place where the mountain Empyreans were destroyed and collected various precious minerals. Yang Feng flew towards the center of the Island of Eternity. After passing through the mountain range where the mountain Empyreans are located, a clear lake exuding holy light appeared in front of Yang Feng. In the center of the lake, there is a snow-white lotus exuding the breath of eternity. Found it. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and he looked at the surroundings of the snow-white lotus with 2 resplendent rays of light. After carefully observing for a while, Yang Feng pondered for a while, then a look of determination flashed in his eyes, and he came to the edge of the lake and touched it with his hand. A formidable force entered Yang Feng at once, nourishing his fleshly body and soul. This is a holy lake that is 10 times more powerful than the gold lake. With a flash of excitement in his eyes, Yang Feng jumped into the holy lake and strode towards the snow-white lotus in the center of the lake. I'm finally here. They never expected that I would be able to get here first. The eternal opportunity is definitely mine. A voice full of overbearing confidence came from a short distance away, and the myriad dragon father, who is scorched black, exudes a rancid smell, covered in scars, and covered in true dragon chi, appeared at the edge of the spirit lake. Black Dragon Emperor. What are you doing? Get out here. Otherwise, die. When the myriad dragon's father saw Yang Feng in the lake, his eyes widened, and he roared and extended a claw containing fearsome true dragon chi mercilessly barreling towards Yang Feng with frigid killing intent. The eternal opportunity is the ultimate goal of all Empyreans. Even if a close relative stands in front of the myriad dragon's father, he will kill them without mercy, let alone a trifling black dragon emperor. Yang Feng frowned and walked straight towards the snow-white lotus. Sure enough, it's not that simple. Ripples flickered, and Zero appeared and brandished the whip of the ruler, tearing apart the sky and mercilessly lashing at the myriad dragon's father. Zero Emperor, you are not the Black Dragon Emperor. You are the Devour Lord. In other words, you have already killed the real Black Dragon Emperor. Besides, you also killed the Giant Tree Lord. The eyes of the myriad dragon's father flickered, and he guessed the truth. He extended a claw at the whip of the ruler, and a copious amount of true dragon chi slammed into the whip of the ruler. Ripples flickered, and the phantom ruler appeared, opened its strange eyes, and fired a beam of phantom divine light that hit the myriad dragon's father. The myriad dragon's father's vision blurred, and he became absent-minded for a moment. With the ruler's shadow spear in hand, Shadow jumped out of a shadow and stabbed towards the heart of the myriad dragon's father like a poisonous dragon. If the 3 Empyreans join forces to launch a sneak attack, an ordinary Empyrean will be in danger of dying if they are careless. 3 Empyreans. Devour Lord, you hid your strength well. You actually have 3 Empyrean guards. Unfortunately, even 3 Empyreans are not a match for me, the myriad dragon's father. The eyes of the myriad dragon's father flashed fiercely, and he burned his true dragon bloodline. Dragon scales containing mysterious runes appeared all over his body, and a copious amount of true dragon chi revolved around him, containing endless mysteries. Shadow's ruler's shadow spear pierced into the father of all dragons' dragon scales, and a series of ear-piercing booms rang out. It tore open a large wound on the father of all dragons' chest, and emperor blood flowed out continuously. Scram! The eyes of the myriad dragon's father flashed fiercely, and he brandished a fist containing a copious amount of true dragon chi and slammed it towards Shadow. Shadow raised her spear to block. With a loud bang, she was sent flying 10,000 kilometers away by the punch of the myriad dragon's father. Her body trembled, and drops of blood flowed out of her cherry lips and fell to the ground. Illusions are strong, but also weak. For me, a true dragon. Empyrean masters of illusions are ants. The eyes of the myriad dragon's father flashed fiercely, and he opened his mouth, and a true dragon pearl appeared, tore through the sky, and slammed into the phantom ruler like a shooting star. Endless true dragon chi erupted from the true dragon pearl and twisted crazily. The phantom ruler's body trembled, and the core microchip, which was the core of the phantom ruler, cracked under the impact of the true dragon chi. Chapter 1322. The Father of Dragons is the most powerful true dragon in the Gumana universe. The pure and powerful true dragon chi is the nemesis of all variant existences. The phantom ruler used the dream god fruit to advance to the Empyrean realm. As such, it is much weaker than an Empyrean like the Silver Emperor, which is why it was severely injured by the Father of Dragons. The whip of the ruler appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and then slammed into the Father of Dragons. A fearsome power erupted, and a few of the dragon scales with astonishing defensive strength were whipped away, and a large amount of Empyrean blood sprinkled in the sky. You are the mechanical golem Zero Emperor refined by the Devourer Lord. How powerful! Even among Empyreans, you are outstanding. However, you're no match for me. Get lost, or I'll tear you apart and tear everything on your body apart. The eyes of the Father of Dragons shimmered fiercely, and he roared. All of a sudden, he brandished his claw and turned into a violent true dragon barreling towards Zero. Zero's beautiful eyes flashed coldly, and she flipped her lily-white hand, and a huge unbreakable shield appeared in front of her. Countless mysterious runes flickered on the unbreakable shield and formed a fearsome barrier that guarded this area. Boom! When the Thousand Dragons' Father's attack landed on the unbreakable shield's barrier, a terrifying true dragon roared and sent claw after claw towards the unbreakable shield's barrier with the power to tear through the sky and crush everything. No matter how violent the true dragon is, it still can't tear the unbreakable shield barrier. Yang Feng smiled faintly, then came to the center of the lake and stepped into the snow-white lotus flower. The snow-white lotus flower closed, countless mysterious runes shone, and a powerful and pure life force poured into Yang Feng and strengthened his fleshly body and soul. Break! The Father of all dragons was enraged, and he roared as he burned the true dragon bloodline in his body and slammed it toward the unbreakable shield. Boom! 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 Amidst a series of earth-shattering explosions, the unbreakable shield forcefully blocked the Dragon Father's attack. The unbreakable shield was one of the proudest masterpieces of the Magic Note Lord, and it had the potential to become an eternal treasure. Zero was an Emperor-level expert. Even if the 10,000 Dragon Father was an invincible Overlord-level expert, it wouldn't be so easy for him to break through that barrier. If I can't get it, then I'll just have to break it off. Nobody else can get the eternal opportunity. Furious, the eyes of the myriad dragon's father shimmered with ferocious light, his body fluttered, countless runes flickered, and he turned into a 10,000-meter-long true dragon surrounded by fearsome true dragon chi. The moment the Father of all dragons revealed his true form, he reached out with his claws and smashed towards the surrounding mountains. Rumble! 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 Under the frenzied attacks of the Father of all dragons, cracks began to appear on the sturdy mountain. Any emperor was a genius among geniuses in the universe, a monster among monsters, a peerless powerhouse who had created their own path. Even if an eternal sovereign stood still and allowed an emperor to attack, the eternal sovereign's origin source would be shattered, and the eternal sovereign would die. Although the mountain was formed from the essence of two universe origin sources, but it still couldn't resist the attack of the father of all dragons. Shadow walked out of the void, leaving afterimages in his wake. He swung the shadow spear at the father of all dragons with extreme speed. Scram! The father of all dragons' incarnation of a huge true dragon whipped at Shadow with its tail. Shadow's pretty face flickered, and she assumed a defensive stance with the ruler shadow spear in her hand. When the huge true dragon's tail slammed into Shadow's ruler shadow spear, it blasted Shadow and the spear back 10,000 kilometers. The phantom ruler appeared again, a strange eye emerged on its body, and a distorted phantom divine light containing fearsome power of illusion barreled towards the father of all dragons. A peerlessly domineering true dragon power surged out of the thousand dragon father's body, forming a terrifying vortex. When the phantom divine light hit the whirlpool formed from true dragon force, it collapsed and shattered. Ordinary emperors would fear the phantom ruler's phantom divine light. But for the father of all dragons, the phantom ruler's phantom divine light is not worth mentioning. Only when he is caught off guard can he be hit. The 10,000 dragon father didn't care about the phantom ruler at all. He continued to attack the spirit mountain, causing cracks to appear on it. Rumble. With a loud bang, the spirit mountain collapsed, and the water in the center of the spirit lake, which was filled with mysterious power, flowed in all directions. The snow-white lotus flower in the center of the sacred lake slowly withered. Father of all dragons, you're a step too late. Inside the snow-white lotus flower, a tyrannical breath carrying traces of eternity erupted. A torrent of time emerged. Shrouded in the torrent of time, Yang Feng, full of confidence, took a step forward, appeared in front of the father of all dragons, and stabbed the halberd of the god of war into the other party at a speed faster than the speed of light. A peerlessly domineering and terrifying power directly pierced through the father of all dragons' body, splitting it apart. Controlling the ruler's whip, Zero tore through the sky, slammed into the father of all dragons, and shattered several of his bones. In an instant, Shadow appeared behind the father of all dragons with the ruler's shadow spear in hand and stabbed the other party with the spear. Countless mysterious runes shone, and the God Bones fortress appeared. From the fortress formed from countless holy rank bones, an Empyrean skeleton walked out and slammed a claw into the head of the father of all dragons. Countless runes shone, and the attack seriously injured the father of all dragons. Damn it! You want to kill me? You don't have that ability. The father of all dragons roared, and fearsome true dragon force erupted from him and blasted Yang Feng and the other three powerhouses away in an instant. Bathed in Empyrean blood, the father of all dragons turned and fled into the distance without looking back. It's no use, father of all dragons, since you destroyed this spiritual land, then pay the debt with your life. Yang Feng felt the endless power inside him begin to fade away slowly, and his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. Countless runes shone and turned into a devour black hole that engulfed the father of all dragons. Countless mysterious runes shone and frantically devoured the life force origin of the father of all dragons. Open for me. With a fierce gleam in his eyes, the father of all dragons roared and waved his dragon claw at the devour black hole in an attempt to tear it apart. Strange ripples flickered, and as soon as the dragon claw of the father of all dragons touched the core of the devour black hole, its origin was sucked away, and the dragon claw turned into a withered dragon claw. How is this possible? How could you have become so powerful? You clearly haven't undergone the Empyrean baptism. You're not a true Empyrean yet. How could you have become so powerful? I don't want to. I don't want to. With a flash of despair in his eyes, the father of all dragons screamed miserably. A whip of the ruler emerged from the devour black hole and slammed into the head of the father of all dragons. The head of the father of all dragons exploded, and a tremendous amount of life force gushed out and was absorbed by the devour black hole. The whip of the ruler whipped the father of all dragons inside the devour black hole. The father of all dragons collapsed inch by inch, and his life force origin was absorbed by the devour black hole. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the life force origin of the father of all dragons was completely devoured by Xiaofan. The devour black hole disappeared at once. Zero came to Xiaofan's side and asked curiously, "Lord, did you succeed in your transformation?" Just now, Xiaofan seriously injured the father of myriad dragons with a move. His strength is simply incredible. The father of all dragons is very vicious. He destroyed the spiritual mountain and severed the origin. I only completed 80% of my transformation this time. Regret flashed in Xiaofan's eyes. He clearly felt that the invincible power inside him is fading away rapidly. The corners of Xiaofan's mouth rose slightly. However, I have gained great benefits this time. After I devour the father of all dragons, once I leave here, I have the confidence to advance to the Empyrean realm in the outside world. Before that, I have to deal with a few more Empyreans. A cold ray flashed in Xiaofan's eyes. With a thought, countless runes flickered, and ripples appeared in space. A cold ray flashed in Xiaofan's eyes. With a thought, countless runes flashed, and ripples appeared in space. Hordes of main battle robots appeared and flew in all directions. The battle robots transformed and turned into a huge spirit mountain. The mountain range raised to the ground by the destruction cannon turned into huge mountain ranges thanks to the transformation and fusion of countless battle robots. Xiaofan poured out some of the holy lake's water he collected. Countless runes shone on his body, and he turned into a snow-white lotus floating quietly above the holy lake's water. There is a powerful barrier on the Eternal Island. Even an Empyrean cannot sense what is happening on the Eternal Island from above the Eternal Origin Sea. It is because of this that Xiaofan was so daring as to wait for an opportunity. 3 hours later, earth-shaking explosions came from the island, and fearsome Empyrean aura pervaded the island. The fierce battle lasted for a full 3 hours before it stopped. The two groups of people quickly walked towards the Spirit Mountain, with a clear distinction between them. Chapter 13:23. Among the two groups of people, one group is the Emperor of the Gumana universe, the other group is the Emperor of the world of warlocks. Not a single one of those 6 invincible overlord emperors had fallen, but many ordinary emperors had perished. The Gumana universe originally had 19 emperors. But now, only 10 emperors arrived here. Of the 9 emperors that died, 2 were devoured by Xiaofan, while the remaining 7 were buried in the Eternal Origin Sea. The world of warlocks originally had 14 emperors, but now only 8 remain. 6 emperors had perished in the Eternal Spring Sea. Every emperor is a terrifying existence at the pinnacle of any universe. They are invincible overlords of an era. Once they die, there will be all kinds of anomalies in the universe. The death of 15 emperors is simply world-shaking. This scene can only happen in a cruel battlefield like the struggle for the eternal opportunity. Among the two groups of people, many emperors are injured. Only the 6 invincible overlord rank powerhouses have no injuries. If the myriad dragon's father hadn't forcibly crossed the Eternal Origin Sea, he wouldn't be riddled with scars. When the Golden Crow Emperor saw the snow-white lotus flower, his eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he flapped his wings and turned into a golden ray flying towards the snow-white lotus flower. Primordial Night Divine Domain. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the Primordial Night Lord, and he spread the fingers of a hand. Countless mysterious runes flickered and formed a divine domain containing endless dark force. The Golden Crow Emperor can fly tens of thousands of light years with a flap of his wings. But in the primordial night divine domain, he kept flapping his wings, but he was getting further and further away from the white lotus flower. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the Azure Dragon Emperor, and he turned into a 10,000-meter-long true dragon exuding invincible breath and sent a claw barreling towards an emperor of the Gumana universe. The Gumana universe's emperor never expected that the Azure Dragon Emperor would attack him. His eyes shimmered with horror, and countless runes flickered and formed a cyan shield in front of him. When the Azure Dragon Great Emperor's attack slammed into the cyan round shield, the cyan round shield shattered, and a fearsome dragon claw grabbed the right arm of the Gumana universe's Empyrean powerhouse and tore it off. Damn it! The Gumana universe's emperor cursed, performed a secret method, and fled into the distance. An ordinary emperor would not be a match for an invincible overlord emperor in a one-on-one battle. Generally speaking, it would take at least 4 or more emperors to be able to fight against an invincible overlord-level emperor. The Gumana universe's emperors cast secret methods and flew towards the White Lotus, paying no attention to the emperor that was attacked. The emperor who was attacked could only choose to flee. Die. All sorts of powerful secret arts shook the space. All the emperor's eyes turned red as they attacked each other. The emperors of the Gumana universe and the emperors of the world of warlocks are fighting each other crazily. Anyone who gets close to the White Lotus will be targeted by the emperors. Although the Golden Crow Great Emperor is the fastest among the emperors, he is riddled with scars after being bombarded by the Gumana universe's emperors. Bathed in Empyrean blood, he has no choice but to flee from the White Lotus. As the emperors fought, they intentionally avoided the White Lotus that emanated divine light. Got it. Suddenly, there was a flash of ripples in the void, and the Gumana universe's Nightwatch Lord strangely appeared in front of the Snow White Lotus and extended his hand towards the Snow White Lotus with a smile on his face. Damn it! Is he going to succeed? The eyes of the spectating emperors shimmered with shock, and they sent all kinds of powerful offensive secret methods barreling towards the Night Lord. A powerful barrier suddenly appeared and blocked the Nightsky Lord's hand. How is this possible? The Night Lord's eyes shimmered with astonishment, and he was blasted to pieces by the Emperor's siege in an instant. Rays of light flickered as the Emperors unleashed their secret techniques. Rays of light swept towards the remains of the Nightsky Lord and swept away his soul, flesh, and blood. For other emperors, the flesh and soul of an emperor is a rare treasure. The flesh and soul of an emperor is a top material for refining Empyrean-grade secret treasures. After the Night Lord was blasted to pieces, the fighting on the battlefield became more intense. Amidst the frenzied battle, numerous ordinary emperors were blasted apart and torn into pieces while their flesh and souls were taken away. Frightening fluctuations of power shook the area. If it wasn't for the fact that the Eternal Island is reinforced by the origin force of 2 universes and is extremely hard, it would have been torn apart by the emperors long ago. No! Amid a miserable scream, the claws of the Green Dragon Great Emperor's avatar of the Green Dragon Great Emperor tore apart the Dragon Lord's upper body, and then the Green Dragon Great Emperor's avatar of the Green Dragon Great Emperor devoured its upper body. The Golden Crow Great Emperor's avatar of a 3-legged golden crow flew over, bit the Dragon Lord's lower body, and ate it. The flesh and blood of emperors is a great tonic for the Golden Crow Great Emperor and the Green Dragon Great Emperor. In theory, as long as they devour more than 100,000 emperors and refine their flesh and soul, there is a glimmer of a chance that they will advance to the eternal realm. Of course, it is only a glimmer of a chance. However, even if the total number of emperors in the 2 universes is less than 100,000, relying on devouring emperors to evolve into an eternal sovereign is tantamount to a pipe dream. After the Lord of the Dragon Fiends died, the other emperors suddenly sensed something, and a chill surged in their hearts. They all used secret techniques to escape from the battlefield, fleeing into the distance. On the battlefield, there are only 6 invincible overlord rank emperors left. The 6 invincible overlord rank emperors looked at each other, and then used all kinds of powerful offensive secret methods to fight each other. Prior to this, the 6 invincible overlord rank emperors had a tacit understanding to hunt each other's emperors to reduce competitors. Now that only the 6 invincible overlord rank emperors are left, they are really going all out. The void shook, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. Even though the Eternal Island is blessed by the origin energy of the 2 universes, but as the 6 invincible overlord rank emperors fought, countless cracks were blasted open on the Eternal Island. Got it. The eternal opportunity is mine. With a flash of black light, the Lord of the Evernight forcefully took a claw strike from the Azure Dragon Emperor. A huge chunk of flesh was torn off the Lord of the Evernight. He appeared in front of the white lotus flower with a look of ecstasy in his eyes. He reached out to grab the white lotus flower. The white lotus flower shone with countless mysterious runes, changed into Yang Feng's true body, and stabbed towards the original Night Lord with the halberd of the God of War. Devour Lord. How come it's you? Damn it, you actually got the eternal opportunity. As soon as the original Night Lord saw Yang Feng, his thoughts revolved, and he roared furiously. The halberd of the war god tore through the sky and pierced into the Lord of the Primordial Night's body in an instant. An incomparably terrifying power erupted and split the Lord of the Primordial Night in two. A devouring black hole appeared and swept towards the Lord of the Primordial Night before swallowing him. Then, the black hole turned into a black stream of light and flew towards the Eternal Origin Sea. Damn you, Devour Lord! Shocked and angry, the lightless Lord's eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he cast a secret method. Countless rays flickered and turned into spears of light that stabbed towards Yang Feng. Come back! Devour Lord! A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the first demon lord, countless mysterious runes appeared all over him, and he pointed at Yang Feng, and a dark barrier appeared in the void. Faced with this sudden change, the other 3 invincible overlords hurriedly cast spells and sealed the void, wanting to keep Yang Feng here. I don't have time to play with you now. Yang Feng smiled faintly. Ripples flickered in the void, and 1,000 holy-grade mechanical rulers appeared and launched various attacks barreling towards the 5 invincible overlord rank Empyrean sovereigns. The 5 invincible overlord rank Empyrean sovereigns unleashed secret methods barreling towards the 5 invincible overlord rank Empyrean sovereigns. However, the holy-grade mechanical rulers delayed the 5 invincible overlord rank Empyrean sovereigns for a moment. Break! When Yang Feng slammed his fist into the seal barrier, a gold horn appeared on his right fist, pierced through the seal barrier, turned into a stream of light, and flew away. Devour Lord, you're dead. I'm going to boil you into a top elixir. After eating you, I will be able to advance to the eternal realm. With a flash of madness in his eyes, the Gold Crow Emperor flapped his wings and flew towards Yang Feng, enveloped in endless flames. The Saint-class mechanical rulers attacked the Golden Crow the Arch without any fear of death. All sorts of attacks bombarded the Golden Crow Thearcha's body, creating small wounds. Ignoring them, the Gold Crow Emperor flew straight towards Yang Feng. Goodbye. Yang Feng flew to the edge of the Eternal Island, smiled at the 5 invincible overlord rank Empyrean sovereigns, and plunged into the Eternal Origin Sea. Go to hell. A fierce glint flashed in the Golden Crow Thearcha's eyes as he opened his mouth and spat out a sun towards the Eternal Origin Sea. When the sun struck the Eternal Origin Sea, it set off huge waves. Chapter 13:24. The eyes of the Golden Crow Great Emperor shimmered fiercely, and he landed on a leaf boat and chased after Yang Feng. With a brand of Golden Crow fire engraved on Yang Feng, even though he escaped 10,000 kilometers away, he cannot escape the Golden Crow Emperor's lock. The Azure Dragon Emperor frowned and barked, "Come back, Golden Crow Emperor. Don't be reckless." Shit, why am I in such a hurry? I was hit by a hallucination. And it's a top hallucination. The Golden Crow Emperor is worthy of being an invincible overlord rank Empyrean for a reason. He regained his senses in an instant, scanned his body with his tremendous soul force, and found traces of abnormalities. Although the Golden Crow Emperor is an invincible overlord rank Empyrean, and the Phantom Ruler is not his opponent in a head-on battle. However, the Phantom Ruler can use Phantom Force to guide and amplify certain emotions of the Golden Crow Emperor. Any Empyrean rank powerhouse cannot be underestimated. Even eternal sovereigns can fall prey to this trick if they are careless. Boom! A golden horn burst out from the Eternal Origin Sea and slammed into the leaf boat. A peerlessly overbearing force erupted and blasted the leaf boat into pieces. Devour Lord, you deserve to die. The Golden Crow Emperor's shocked and angry voice came from the leaf boat, and it plunged into the Eternal Origin Sea. With a flash of determination in his eyes, the Golden Crow Emperor frantically burned his bloodline force, flapped his wings, and swam towards the Eternal Island. With the Golden Crow Emperor's strength, he can return to the Eternal Island in 10 breaths of time. A big hand extended from the Eternal Origin Sea, grabbed one of the legs of the Golden Crow Emperor, and pulled hard, dragging the Golden Crow Emperor towards the bottom of the Eternal Origin Sea. The Golden Crow Emperor was barely able to resist the pull of the Eternal Origin Sea. Now that he was pulled by Xiaofan, he was pulled to the bottom of the Eternal Origin Sea. The terrifying melting force of the Eternal Origin Sea enveloped the Golden Crow Emperor and frantically disintegrated his power. Devour Lord, we are comrades in arms from the same universe. Let me go. Let's resist the invasion of the Gumana universe together. A cold ray flashed in the eyes of the Golden Crow Great Emperor, and he roared and sent his remaining 2 claws towards Xiaofang's head lightning fast. If Xiaofang hesitates for a moment, the Golden Crow Great Emperor will cut off his head, and then decompose him into pure eternal origin force in the Eternal Origin Sea. Ling's figure appeared and punched the Golden Crow Thearcha's claws, causing them to be sent flying. After sending the Golden Crow Thearcha's claws flying, Zero flew forward and attacked the Golden Crow the Arch. With the Golden Crow Emperor's strength, even if Zero and Xiaofang join forces, they may not be his opponent. However, the Golden Crow Thearcha's power was constantly being disintegrated by the Eternal Origin Sea, and he couldn't even unleash half of his power. Xiaofang and Zero, who can absorb the power of the Eternal Origin Sea, can exert 70 to 80% of their battle prowess inside the Eternal Origin Sea. Under this barrage, the Golden Crow Great Emperor was riddled with wounds, and he wailed miserably. A cold glint flashed across the Azure Dragon Thearcha's eyes as he raised his voice. Lord Devourer, the Golden Crow the Arch is an invincible overlord in our universe. It is the backbone of the fight against the Gumana universe. If you kill him, the strength of our universe will be weakened again. Please take the big picture into consideration and spare him this time. I can guarantee that as long as he survives, he will never be your enemy. Xiaofang said with a cold smile, take the overall situation into consideration? Why didn't you consider the bigger picture just now? How dare you join forces with those outsiders to attack me? If we had joined hands just now, none of the Gumana universe's remaining emperors would have escaped. If the Gold Crow Great Emperor and them had joined forces with Xiaofang just now, the remaining Light Lord and the Myriad Tree Ancestor would not have been able to escape. However, the 3 invincible overlord rank Empyrean sovereigns have no intention of joining forces. They attacked Xiaofang as soon as they saw him. Xiaofang decisively chose Plan B, which is to escape from the Eternal Island. The Azure Dragon the Arch uttered, Lord Devourer, if you kill the Golden Crow Great Emperor here, it will only make your enemies happy. Give me some face and let this matter end here, how about it? A Devourer black hole appeared in the Eternal Origin Sea, swallowed the Golden Crow Great Emperor, and extracted a tremendous amount of life force origin and poured it into Xiaofang. The azure dragon Thearka's face turned extremely unsightly. Hiding at the edge of the Eternal Island, the Blue Moon Sea Monarch was startled when he saw this scene, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. The Golden Crow Great Emperor died at the hands of the Devourer Lord. The Devourer Lord is really savage. The Golden Crow Great Emperor was an invincible overlord rank Empyrean. In the Arch-God Age, he was a ferocious existence who even hunted true spirit rank Empyreans of the same rank and fed on their flesh and blood. Such an invincible overlord rank Empyrean died at Yang Feng's hands. If the outside world learned of this, it would shake the entire world of warlocks. Lurking in the Eternal Origin Sea, Yang Feng absorbed the power of the Eternal Origin Sea while quietly waiting for his prey to appear. The Empyreans are very cautious. Hiding on the Eternal Island, none of them set foot on the leaf boat. Yang Feng waited for an hour. Seeing that there was no movement from the Empyreans, he quietly left the Eternal Origin Sea. The central starfield of the world of warlocks, the location of the twin universe flowers. Yang Feng turned into a wind of nothingness and flew out of the twin universe flowers, not attracting anyone's attention. After passing through a warp gate, Yang Feng returned to the Battle Demon Sex Branch Floating Continent, and then arrived above the branch Floating Continent. Countless mysterious runes appeared on Yang Feng, and a vast and boundless Empyrean rank might spread from him and swept in all directions. The energy within an area of millions of light-years in radius swept over in an instant, gathered countless laws of the universe, and formed an Empyrean gate containing terrifying power in the void. That's an Empyrean gate. Someone is attacking the Empyrean realm. Who is it? To attack the Empyrean realm. In this era, the Silver Emperor has already occupied the position of Empyrean. How can someone attack the position of Empyrean? What a fool! The position of Empyrean in this era has been occupied by the Silver Emperor. Even a monster like the Devourer Lord is limited to the quasi-Empyrean realm, unable to advance to the Empyrean realm. Attacking the position of Empyrean now is simply courting death. Powerful thoughts reverberated in the void. Attracted by the energy fluctuations, the holy and great holy rank Empyreans cast spells and traced the source of the power. The Devourer Lord. The Devourer Lord is advancing to the Empyrean realm. He is advancing to the Empyrean realm at this time. Didn't he enter the twin universe flowers? How come he is advancing to the Empyrean realm at this time? He gained great benefits. The benefits he gained from the twin universe flowers are enough for him to advance to the Empyrean realm. Isn't it too hasty to attack the Empyrean realm at this time? Holy thoughts surged in the void. Virtually all holy rank Empyreans aren't optimistic about Yang Feng's breakthrough to the Empyrean realm. The energy level of the universe is relatively low. Only one Empyrean can be born in each era. Even though the universe origin energy has recovered, but it is still very difficult to give birth to multiple Empyreans. It is almost impossible for Yang Feng to advance to the Empyrean realm in this era. Break! Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with frigid light, and his fist containing Empyrean rank power slammed into the Empyrean gate. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, Yang Feng's body exploded inch by inch, and blood splashed about. The Empyrean gate, however, remained motionless. It shone brightly and exuded mysterious light. Unfortunately, the Devourer Lord's strike has surpassed that of an ordinary Empyrean. But it still can't shatter the Empyrean gate. After absorbing the Silver Emperor's soul origin imprint, the Empyrean gate has become more powerful. Only after the universe recovers and has a larger space will the Empyrean gate become easier to break. But now, it's too difficult. The eyes of the holy and great holy rank Empyreans shimmered with regret. Originally, with Yang Feng's strength, he could have shattered the Empyrean gate and easily advanced to the Empyrean realm. However, the Silver Emperor occupied the seat of Empyrean gate first, which made the Empyrean gate much easier to deal with. Sure enough, it was the right choice to wait until now to advance. Only now can I tear the Empyrean gate apart. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and countless mysterious runes appeared on the god armor of dawn and merged with him. Yang Feng sent a fist flying, and four phenomena, a torrent of time, a spatial portal, a power star, and a devour black hole, appeared and slammed into the Empyrean gate. Boom! Along with a heaven-shaking blare, Yang Feng blasted open a fearsome hole on the Empyrean gate. A large amount of pure power and the laws of the universe poured into Yang Feng, causing his aura to soar and transform. Yang Feng took a step forward and walked towards the Empyrean gate. Ripples flickered, and a handsome Empyrean with a pair of cicada wings on the back radiating bright gold light appeared in the void and locked onto Yang Feng with a gold bow in hand. Countless gold light shone, and a resplendent gold arrow turned into a beam of light and shot towards Yang Feng's heart at an incredible speed. Chapter 1325. It's the Golden Cicada Lord. He actually made a move. Why? The Devourer Lord has never offended him. The Devourer Lord is too powerful. He has yet to advance to the Empyrean realm, yet he is already so powerful. When he fully advances to the Empyrean realm, how many people will be his opponent? Many people don't want to see the Devourer Lord advance to the Empyrean realm. Once the Devourer Lord really advances to the Empyrean realm, the veteran Empyreans will be restless and unable to sleep peacefully. The Holy and Great Holy recognized the Empyrean assassin at the first moment, and a chill welled up inside them. The twin universe flowers have appeared, and a passage connecting the two universes has appeared. Yet, the Empyreans are still attacking the Empyreans of this universe, which naturally makes the Holy and Great Holy feel bitterly disappointed. But the Empyreans have been sleeping for millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years, all for the sake of the only eternal seat. Advancing to the eternal mark realm is the ultimate goal of the Empyreans. Naturally, no one will let go of this opportunity. A figure flickered, and Zero appeared in front of Yang Feng and activated a formidable barrier with the unbreakable shield in his hand. Boom! That golden arrow had gathered the full power of the Lord of the Golden Cicada's attack, and its power was terrifying beyond compare. However, when it blasted against the unbreakable shield, it only set off ripples, and was directly blocked by the defensive boundary of the unbreakable shield. The Zero Emperor. So strong. What secret treasure is that in the Zero Emperor's hand? To be able to withstand the Golden Cicada Lord's deadly arrow, what a fearsome defense. The eyes of the Holy and Great Holy experts shimmered with enigmatic light, and they commented spiritedly. The human Holy Spirit warlocks showed excited smiles. At this moment, Yang Feng has already stepped into the Emperor Gate and walked towards the deepest part of the Emperor Gate. In the void, ripples flickered, and a giant crocodile with 24 moons on its head and a pair of fleshy wings on its back appeared, opened its maw, and bit toward Zero. The moon-swallowing crocodile emperor, he also appeared. He is an Empyrean infinitely close to the invincible overlord rank. The moon-swallowing crocodile bite is also one of the most terrifying attacks. Even invincible overlord-ranked emperors wouldn't dare to block it head-on. Seeing this, the eyes of the human Holy Spirit warlocks shimmered with worry. When Holy Spirit warlocks enter the battlefield, they are just cannon fodder, a relatively advanced cannon fodder. Crack! The moon-swallowing crocodile emperor bit down on the defensive barrier of the unbreakable shield, forcefully biting the unbreakable shield, along with Zero. With a series of crisp sounds, the barrier of the unbreakable shield also shattered inch by inch. Your opponent is me. Just as the Lord of the Golden Cicada was about to advance, a terrifying angel sword radiance descended from the sky and slashed at the Lord of the Golden Cicada. The Lord of the Golden Cicada frowned slightly. He waved the god-slaying Golden Cicada bow upwards, and a terrifying golden divine light shone, shattering the angel's sword aura. A terrifying energy shock wave spread in all directions, and Mycelia was sent flying by the golden divine light. Scram! Angel Empress, even though you have the blessing of the magic note throne, you are still not my opponent. If you don't scram, then die. The eyes of the Lord of the Golden Cicada flashed fiercely, and he roared. Mycelia's beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and she uttered, I am indeed not your opponent, but my task is just to stall for time. Lord of the Golden Cicada, it's not too late for you to surrender now. Otherwise, once my big brother advances to the Emperor realm, your Golden Cicada race will be exterminated. The Devouring Lord has advanced to the Emperor realm. How is that possible? In this universe, who knows how many people are waiting for this opportunity to kill him? Since you want to be buried with him, then I'll send you on your way. The Lord of the Golden Cicada smiled ferociously, his figure fluttered, and he slammed the god-slaying Golden Cicada bow towards Mycelia. Ripples flashed in the void, and a cyan rock, as large as the sky, exuding the might of an emperor, flew out of the void towards the emperor's door. Cyan Kuanping Great Emperor, please wait. In the void, countless mysterious runes flickered, and a gold female giant transformed from Shiryu appeared and sent a fist barreling towards the Cyan Kuanping. Get the hell out of my way. The eyes of the Cyan Kuanping Great Emperor flickered fiercely, and he slammed into Shiryu's avatar of the gold female giant. A fearsome force erupted and sent Shiryu flying. Among the many emperors, the Cyan Kuanping Great Emperor is an existence infinitely close to the invincible overlord rank. As such, he naturally can send Shiryu, a false emperor rank powerhouse, flying. After the Cyan Kuanping Great Emperor knocked Shiryu away, he turned into a cyan stream of light and rushed into the Emperor Gate. The formless and colorless ruler's shadow spear suddenly shot out from the Emperor's Gate, piercing through the sky towards the Azure Kuanping Great Emperor. It was filled with peerless power. The Cyan Kuanping Great Emperor was so focused on chasing Yang Feng that he wanted to disrupt his advancement to the Empyrean realm that he didn't guard against the Empyrean assassin hiding here. The ruler's shadow spear stabbed into the Cyan Kuanping Great Emperor in an instant, and then elongated until it ran through the Cyan Kuanping Great Emperor. Shiryu took this opportunity to step forward, brandished the Empyrean Grade Secret Treasure Stone Sword, and slashed at the Cyan Kuanping Great Emperor. In the wake of sword rays, the Cyan Kuanping Great Emperor's fleshly body was petrified, shattered, and turned into piles of powder that scattered with the wind. You all deserve to die. The Cyan Kuanping Great Emperor let out a heaven-shaking roar, countless runes flickered, and his body disintegrated and reformed. In a breath's time, the Cyan Rock Great Emperor once again appeared in his peak state, controlling the space blades condensed from space ultimacy to attack Shiryu and Ing. Although the Cyan Kuanping Great Emperor is an Empyrean who is infinitely close to the invincible overlord rank, but after being ambushed by Shade, he was seriously injured. Even though he used a secret method to recover, his strength still dropped greatly, and he was suppressed by Shiryu and Shade. Who is that? Who the hell is that Empyrean? He seriously injured the Cyan Kuanping Great Emperor with one blow. How amazing! Who is he? The Devourer Lord doesn't seem to have such a powerful ally. This strange power, is he the second Empyrean golem refined by the Devourer Lord? A second Empyrean golem. That's heaven-defying. The Devourer Lord's alchemy is too heaven-defying. When the spectating powerhouses saw Shade's fighting style and the fluctuations of power unique to King of Sovereigns, they immediately guessed the truth. Shade and Zero are the crystallization of Yang Feng's technology. There are many traces of the world of Warlock's alchemy in their bodies. However, since they are King of Sovereigns refined by Yang Feng, they don't need to enter the Emperor Gate to be baptized, and their fluctuations of power are different from those of ordinary Empyreans. A bunch of trash. In the deepest part of the Demonist Plane, a malicious voice came from the Demonist Plane. Countless mysterious runes flashed, and a black crystal flew out of a coffin and entered the void. Near the Tsangji Plane, in a secret realm full of demonic qi, the Fiend Emperor curled up in a cocoon and absorbed the surrounding demonic qi frantically. The black crystal emerged, turned into a stream of light, and entered the Fiend Emperor's cocoon. "Who are you? To want to take my body by force, get lost." The Fiend Emperor opened his eyes, and a domineering aura flashed in his eyes, and he barked. "It's no use, you are just one of my resurrection chess pieces. How can a chess piece disobey a chess player? Be obedient and fuse with me." An indifferent and cruel voice emerged in the Fiend Emperor's soul. Countless mysterious runes appeared in the Fiend Emperor's bloodline. Those mysterious runes were like shackles that firmly locked the Fiend Emperor's soul and power, making it impossible for him to resist. "Who are you?" The Fiend Emperor gritted his teeth and spoke with unwillingness in his eyes. "Who am I? I am the first Fiend Emperor, the Fiend Emperor who has lived since the Eternal Era and the only Fiend Emperor in the universe. All of you are my pawns, my nutrients. You've cultivated this body well, thank you for your hard work." A mocking, cruel, and indifferent voice sounded in the Fiend Emperor's mind. There was a flash of despair and unwillingness in the Fiend Emperor's eyes, and his soul was swallowed by the bloody maw in his sea of knowledge. "It turns out that I have been someone else's chess piece all my life. I refuse to accept this." The Fiend Emperor trembled slightly, and his eyes lost their luster. In the next moment, however, they regained their luster and burst out with dazzling light. In the secret realm, demonic qi flew towards the Fiend Emperor as if paying homage to their monarch and was absorbed by the Fiend Emperor. "Not enough. This little bit of power is not enough. Time is running out. Come." The first Fiend Emperor frowned slightly, then waved his hand, and a spatial gate opened in the void, revealing a space full of treasures. A small jar engraved with countless blood-colored runes and exuding a copious amount of true spirit aura flew out. The blood essence of true dragons, phoenixes, Qilins, Kunpangs, Pishio, giants, and other Empyreans flowed out of the small jar and poured into the first Fiend Emperor. The aura of the first Fiend Emperor climbed steadily, transformed continuously, and broke through the Empyrean boundary and became an Empyrean. At the same time, his power increased crazily. When the blood essence stopped flowing out of the jar, the first Fiend Emperor exuded invincible overlord rank fluctuations of power. Chapter 1326. The first Fiend Emperor frowned slightly. "This body still can't exert my full strength." At his peak, the first Fiend Emperor was an invincible overlord rank powerhouse. He once competed with an Eternal Sovereign for the opportunity to advance to the Eternal Sovereign realm. At that time, the first Fiend Emperor was only half a step away from advancing to the Eternal Sovereign realm. Unfortunately, he was defeated by the other party, and had to fall into a deep sleep. When the first Fiend Emperor woke up, it was no longer possible for the world to advance to the Eternal Sovereign realm. He could only cast a secret method and fall into an eternal sleep. He is definitely one of the most terrifying existences in the world of Warlock's universe. Devourer Lord, it won't be that easy for you to advance to the Empyrean realm. The fewer our competitors, the better. The fewer variables, the better. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the first Fiend Emperor, then a demonic light flickered, and a scepter exuding spatial force appeared and slashed at the void, and a spatial gate appeared in the void. He stepped into the spatial gate. A ray of light flashed above the Battle Demon Sect's branch floating continent, and a spatial gate emerged. The first Demon Emperor walked out of the spatial gate, and a terrifying demonic might spread from his body. Fiend Emperor. What's going on? How did he advance to the Empyrean realm? How can this be? Even Devourer Lord couldn't advance to the Empyrean realm, so how did he advance to the Empyrean realm? Since he came here, he must be here to prevent Devourer Lord from advancing to the Empyrean realm. That's right. Once Devourer Lord advances to the Empyrean realm, his enemies in the past will have trouble sleeping and eating. When the holy rank experts sensed the Fiend Emperor's existence, shock flashed in their eyes. It is extremely difficult to advance to the Empyrean realm. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng had to wait until today to advance to the Empyrean realm because the Silver Emperor occupied the only spot to advance to the Empyrean realm. The Fiend Emperor had actually silently advanced into the Emperor realm. It was simply inconceivable and unbelievable. With a flash of an afterimage, Shadow crossed the void with the ruler's shadow spear in hand, appeared in front of the Fiend Emperor, and stabbed at him. Scram! The eyes of the first Fiend Emperor shimmered with dazzling light, and a pitch-black Fiend Emperor sword inlaid with the spines of dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, and other true spirits appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Shadow. In the blink of an eye, a true dragon, a phoenix, a cheilan, and a black tortoise, 4 fiend true spirits constructed from fiend force suddenly appeared. They cast the secret arts of the 4 true spirits and directly attacked Shadow. Ying Xiao's expression changed. She waved the ruler's shadow spear and created a powerful barrier in front of her. Rumble. The secret method attacks of the 4 true beasts slammed into Obscurus's barrier and instantly shattered it. At the same time, Obscurus was sent flying 10,000 kilometers away. Clouds of demonic phoenix flames containing evil power appeared on Shadowy's body, burning it. A large amount of blood flowed out of Shadowy's mouth and dripped into the void, turning into strands of demonic energy. So powerful. He was actually able to defeat that Emperor puppet in one hit. He's too powerful. The Fiend Emperor's strength has already surpassed that of ordinary emperors. This is power that only invincible overlord rank emperors can master. It is impossible for the Fiend Emperor to master this power. The only possibility is that he has become a vessel for someone else to revive. That fearsome existence with invincible overlord rank emperor power can easily occupy the Fiend Emperor's body and defeat his soul. Only the legendary first Fiend Emperor can do that. When the powerhouses saw Shadowy sent flying by the first Fiend Emperor's attack, they vaguely guessed the identity of the first Fiend Emperor. The first Fiend Emperor stepped into the Emperor Gate and walked towards the depths of the Emperor Gate. The inside of the Emperor Gate is empty. All the laws and power of the universe have been devoured, leaving nothing behind. As the first Fiend Emperor shuttled through the empty Emperor Gate, his complexion became more and more unsightly and solemn. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the first Demon Emperor's body, and a vast and terrifying demonic might spread out. His speed became even more terrifying. A holy rank blade ruler suddenly emerged from the passage, broke through the speed of light, reached an incredible speed, and suddenly slashed towards the first Fiend Emperor. Scram, ant! The eyes of the first Fiend Emperor shimmered fiercely, and he roared and slammed his fist into the holy rank blade ruler. A vast and terrifying force erupted and slammed into the blade ruler's body, blasting it into smithereens. After the sharp blade ruler was killed, another Saint-grade thunder ruler emerged from the passage and stabbed at the first Fiend Emperor with a thunder battle spear. The first Fiend Emperor's face was livid, and he punched the thunder ruler. A fiend true dragon appeared, stretched out its claw, and crushed the thunder ruler. After the thunder ruler was crushed, another space ruler appeared and attacked the first Fiend Emperor. Precious holy rank mechanical rulers, which can become the foundation of a major force, appeared one after another, and then were destroyed by the first Fiend Emperor to buy time for Yang Feng. Each of the holy rank mechanical rulers possesses amazing battle prowess, and even surpasses that of ordinary holy spirit warlocks. Even for emperors, such mechanical rulers are extremely precious treasures. However, Yang Feng wasn't stingy. He released all the holy rank mechanical golems just to slow down the first Fiend Emperor's advance. Get out of my way. After destroying more than 30 holy rank mechanical golems, the first Fiend Emperor finally understood Yang Feng's determination. He cast a secret method, turned into a fiend true dragon shrouded in demonic qi, resisted the attacks of the mechanical rulers, and flew towards the deepest part of the Emperor Gate. Countless holy rank mechanical rulers emerged, exerted their power to the limit, and attacked the first fiend emperor frantically. Besieged by countless holy rank mechanical golems, the first fiend emperor's embodiment of a fiend true dragon was riddled with wounds, dragon scales splashed, and Empyrean blood sprinkled in the sky. The first fiend emperor's embodiment of a fiend true dragon smashed the holy rank mechanical golems blocking its way. Even though it suffered numerous wounds, but its speed increased by more than 100 times. You're late. When the first fiend emperor appeared in the deepest part of the Emperor's Gate, he saw Yang Feng standing in the deepest part of the Emperor's Gate and smiling at him full of killing intent. A pure, flawless, and tyrannical Empyrean aura slowly spread from Yang Feng. The first fiend emperor's face turned extremely unsightly, and he uttered, stressing each syllable, "You actually advanced." With the Cangji plane hundreds of millions of light-years as the core, a fearsome energy storm was set off, and endless universe energy mixed with all kinds of powerful universe laws converged here. Countless mystical flowers containing various cosmic laws appeared. Each of those mystical flowers blossomed with sacred radiance. They were incomparably beautiful. Universe flowers, this is the phenomenon of someone advancing to the Empyrean realm. The Devourer Lord advanced to the Empyrean realm. How is this possible? The Devourer Lord advanced to the Empyrean realm. The only Empyrean position has been occupied by the Silver Emperor. For the Devourer Lord to advance to the Empyrean realm, that's incredible. In the universe of the world of warlocks, the powerhouses looked at the universe flowers full of sacred aura, and their eyes shimmered with astonishment. As expected of the most powerful genius warlock in the history of the human race. The Devourer Lord is indeed the strongest warlock in the history of the human race. My Devourer dynasty is destined to be invincible and suppress the universe. Filled with excitement, the countless human warlocks in the Cangji plain released their joy to their heart's content on the weave. The other race enemies of the human race were frightened, and their eyes filled with fear. The endless universe flowers full of sacred aura turned into a torrent and entered Yang Feng, and vast Empyrean fluctuations of power spread from him. The first fiend emperor stared coldly at Yang Feng, and his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. Yang Feng, who has completed the ceremony to advance to the Empyrean realm, is now receiving the blessings of the universe and undergoing the final transformation. The first fiend emperor can no longer interfere. If the first fiend emperor attacks Yang Feng now, he will suffer the backlash of the universe. At the same time, he won't be able to harm Yang Feng. At this stage, only an eternal sovereign can withstand the backlash of the universe and kill Yang Feng with a single blow. Endless power poured in from the universe, and a vast sea containing power and mystery appeared in the void outside the Cangji plain. This is the second phenomenon of the advancement to the Empyrean realm, the Sea of Power. It really is the Devourer Lord. This is the Empyrean advancement of our universe, not an outsider like the Silver Emperor. Seeing this scene, the powerhouses commented spiritedly. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in the center of the Sea of Power, turned into a black hole, and frantically devoured the endless power in the Sea of Power. The power in the Sea of Power was the purest power formed by the origin power of this universe. The power in a drop of the Sea of Power surpasses that of the spring of immortality. Every Empyrean can only absorb the purest power in the Sea of Power once to evolve and transform when advancing to the Empyrean realm. The Silver Emperor is called the weakest Empyrean because he has never undergone the transformation of the Sea of Power. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.